Looks like we are live now on Kickstarter, or I'm on Kickstarter on YouTube and on Twitch. See if I can get this social thing to work for me. All right. Chat. All right. YouTube is up and running, it appears. Hello, everyone. I see chats here on Twitch for sure. Appreciate all of y'all. Let's connect it. Bingo, bango. All right. We're catching YouTube. I think we're catching. Can someone on Twitch say hello? Oh,
are we live right now, Evan?
We are live. We're 100%.
What the hell? Hey,
goodness. Hey, buddy. I said we were going live. Go ahead.
Hey, everybody. Brian David Marshall here for Cataclysm Arcade. We are in the last, I don't know, less than 9 hours to go in our Kickstarter campaign. I'm here with lead designer Pete Ingram. Drew Nolasco is also here. We've got Evan Irwin at the command center pushing all the graphics, and I think Eric Cam's going to be helping us out, and some other folks are going to be jumping in. But super exciting. This is the stretch run. You guys have been amazing. Both the community on Discord, the support on social media, people who've shown up at live events that we've done. Man, what's this been like for you, Pete?
Yeah, I mean it's been really surreal. Just the Discord has been popping off. I'll get notifications on my phone. There's too many people joining your Discord. There's phishing alert or something, too many people joining. But yeah, just seeing the care that people have shown for the game and their support it's been amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, like a little more than a year ago. This was like Pete and I sitting in a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah, like some Mexican bar.
And I was like, hey, this is what I'm thinking we're gonna do. What do you think? And you're like, I don't know, I think we could do this. And we started putting together a design doc, a spreadsheet, and now here we are. We've got actual packs. Do you want to just like crack a pack and like do people want us to crack a pack? And we'll just like, these are the demo packs, so they look very similar to nice crackle sound. Yeah. But they don't have any of the foils or bells and whistles that you'll see in the Kickstarter packs, and none of the Andre Garcia alts that were in the early birds. So let's see who our boss is. Oh, we got a Blades Triumphant.
Very nice.
So, which means that we have a handful of cards that we know are associated. So this is another difference, Pete, from these demo packs to the Kickstarter.
Mm-hmm.
How is this going to work with the cards that follow along with the boss so that you get a more playable experience out of every booster?
Yeah, so basically every boss is going to have a set list of cards that work well with it. For Blades, it might be fighters. For Toolshed, it might be weapons. For Sky, it will be survivors. And that is a list that we curate based on what we think a good play experience would be with that boss. And then four of those cards are going to show up randomly in your booster. And then the rest of the pack is going to be mostly random as well, with some slight collation there to just ensure a smooth gameplay experience of, no one thinks it would be a great idea if there were level 6 fighters in your pack, right? All fighters level 6.
Or if you open Monster of Mayhem and get no weapons.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
So Blades comes with Calamity Black, Eliza Doolittle, Burgess Burrower Beneath, Galen Nurturer, and Constance Fight Recruiter. Then there is, coming up from the back, we've got the tip card.
Mhm.
And this is pretty cool. This has been pretty cool. People have
Yeah.
reacted really nicely to this. Little bit of like strategy or just a little bit of a like kind of like a guardrail to keep
nudge.
you going in the
Oh,
right
yeah.
direction. Like telling people playing Trip not to play all your cards out
Yeah,
early.
yeah. Yeah.
And then, there's the learn to play on the back, which is pretty cool. But now, so this is all sort of like semi-known and
Yeah. Yep.
12 different bosses. So there's a lot of different things that can happen from there. But the rest of this now, you have no idea.
I have no idea what's in that. The rest
Okay.
of that. Yeah.
All right. So let's see what we got in a pack here. So we've got Orson Quick Stinger. What do you think about with Orson?
Orson, super awesome card. When I designed the transform mechanic, I came up with a bunch of different designs. And honestly, I feel like the numbers tweaked on a lot of them, but a lot of the actual design stayed the same as far as text goes.
Yeah.
Galen that we just saw before, Orson.
Do you remember when we had the loop and
Oh, yeah. That was fun. Yeah. It didn't always say that you would find a differently named fighter. So we had our first playtest with Cup Light Paws, and I forgot what the name was at the time.
Yeah, it was something else. Yeah.
That was a quick learning experience on what would happen in Constructed if you did not have that rule in place.
You had 4 cups.
Just 4 cups going back and forth, and your opponent doesn't have a hand.
So Orson, then we have Quarters. Everyone loves Quarters.
I love Quarters.
Quarters hates Blurg. I feel like there's a Blurg Quarters rivalry. Like, I
Yes.
feel like Quarters feels like really overshadowed by
Yeah,
Blurg.
for sure.
But
it comes down a whole level earlier.
Yeah,
So.
but takes I've seen Chirp take out a Quarters, and that's just embarrassing.
That's embarrassing. Yeah.
Something magic with that 3 HP.
We've got Hard Knocks. Cool little card. What are you thinking about Hard Knocks? What was going on with this card?
I mean, kind of like an ode to my Magic background of an FTK and like what that would look like in our game. And also similarly, like Shifter's very good at killing things. So what would that look like in another faction that maybe needed to jump through a little bit more of a hoop to get it to happen?
So Hard Knocks enters play, destroy target opposing fighter with 2 or less health. How does that work with printed health versus current health?
Sure, yeah. So anything that comes in and is printed at 2 or lower, this can kill it. The way our game works with Cataclysm Arcade is that any damage that the character receives, it lowers their health. So if you had an opposing fighter with 5 health and you attacked it for 3, now it would have 2 health and you'd be able to Hard Knocks it.
Right. Even though it was,
even though it was
value, right?
Yep, exactly.
Okay. We've got Push. Push is a pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward.
Dies to push.
Yep.
That's our thing in the game. And then we have Goodstead.
Goodstead.
And
yeah.
Goodstead was just like at the heart of a brief Wall of Boom like combo.
Yep.
In our game, that was caused some more precise language to be implemented.
Yes.
What was happening there?
So there is a card called Shaman of Eternity that says whenever a +1 attack counter is placed on a fighter on your team, you draw a card. So the way that Cataclysm Arcade was previously implemented, we have a unique rule for playing duplicates. You can play a duplicate, but it would cause the other one to die. And that would go to your discard pile, and then Goodstead would get a counter, and Shaman would be in play, and you draw a card, and then you'd find all your duplicates, and you'd continuously just run through your deck, presumably after your opponent had already passed, and it would probably be lights out for your opponent. So our fix was we have a new rule called resetting. That basically just takes away the dice trigger from the old rule. So now basically if you want to play a new duplicate fighter or weapon, you can. It will be untapped, but it's just the old copy is going to be placed in the discard pile, and it won't result in any dying.
I won't trigger any discard either.
No.
Yeah.
But you still get the interplay trigger, right?
Yes, you still get the interplay trigger for playing the second copy.
There you go.
Yeah. So resets kind of like extra lives in a video game.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So now 4 cards left in the pack going backwards.
Mhm.
So these should be uncommons here, right?
I think we already went through the uncommons because Hard Knocks,
Oh,
Hard
okay. We went
Knocks,
backward.
and
Okay.
Push, and we already saw 3. Yeah,
Oh, we saw. Okay.
uncommons.
So we got 3 more commons, and then it's rare as the front card.
Yeah.
Though. All right. So we've got Axel Death Racer. I want to see the rare. Decisive Victory. Gates Support of Sente. The artist Wando just did a nice post about this card on Instagram. He really enjoyed drawing it. And let's see, what's our rare going to be? What rare do you want this to be, Pete?
I like it to be Cup Light Pause because we were just talking about it.
Okay. I would like it to be Swift Pack.
Okay.
99. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that card's sick.
Oh,
Oh, I'm
Face
so
of Death.
close.
So close.
Heck
So
yeah.
close.
Face of Death's a sweet card. Whenever the wielder defeats a fighter, untap it.
Yep.
It gives a +1 attack.
Mhm.
It has a pretty expensive wield cost of 4.
It does. Yeah.
But how does this work with agility?
So, agility is an ability that allows fighters or bosses to be used twice in a level. And that doesn't stack. So if your boss or fighter had multiple instances of agility, you'd just be able to use it twice. But with Face of Death, it kind of breaks the rule of that and it untaps. So if I used a fighter with agility and had Face of Death on it, and I used it twice, the agility would be out. But because I'm untapping it, I can still use it more because of Face of Death.
So it would just it gives you one more use.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, provided if you gun down everybody, it's gonna, and you have the tokens to pay for the attack, it can use you a few more uses.
What's the most you've gotten out of this with?
I think the most I've ever gotten out of it is 3.
Okay.
and it requires a lot of setup, but it's a good time.
That's quite a bit. Okay, so that's a pack. But you know, we talked a little bit about the Kickstarter campaign. So we're on the brink of a couple of different big stretch goals,
Yep.
right? So you know, we're at 8,300 backers, which is by the way amazing.
Yeah.
Right. It's just kind of like a testament to sort of the thesis for this game as we set out to make it, the idea that a trading card game can be more accessible, that it doesn't have to be gated behind this large purchase, right?
Yeah.
Like you can, you know, there are thousands of people who have just bought the scrapper tier, right? And they're like, I'm gonna get my 4 packs, I'm gonna get my cool cards, you know, my special rares, and and I'm gonna play with my friends, and that's our board game experience.
Yep.
Right. You know, or I'm going to buy a box and then we'll just every week, me and my buddies will just open up some new packs and we'll go. And I love that. But you know, we're trying to get to one of our next stretch goals is at 8,500. So less than 200 away. And you know, some stuff happens when that let's take a look and see if we can pull that up and look at some of these stretch goals.
At 8,500 backers, all backers scrapper tier and above receive 1 Apex Faction 4-card preview pack. What is that?
Yeah, so you know, as we go forward, so people have seen some of these Apex cards.
Yep.
At some point, they were when we about a little more less than a year ago, we were at PAX Unplugged. We produced some special product. We had a handful of these Apex cards, which is a 5th faction in the game. They are going to get introduced next year, but we're gonna do a little preview pack. We're going to show. You know, Intersentinel is one of the cards we've showcased so far, but you know, it's also going to include, I'll just tell you, Vector the Arcade God.
Yep.
This is going to be one of the new bosses. He's one of the main characters in this storyline, and we will get to see a preview card of Vector if we get to 8,500 backers. If we get to $2 million, which is, you know, sounds like a lot of money, but it's $134,000 away.
Yeah.
which is that's it's a lot of scrappeteers.
There's a lot of scavengers.
But if we get there, all of the booster packs across the Founders Edition, which is the Kickstarter release, will get upgraded so that 1 in 2 packs has an additional rare or mythic.
Yep.
So that means if you buy a booster display, 24 packs, 12 of your packs, more or less, or it could be 11, it could be 13, whatever, right? But more or less, like 1 in 2 packs will have that extra rare or mythic. So, you'll get 36 essentially rares or higher in each box of 24 packs. And that's going to be amazing, especially if you're trying to fill out your collection, build your constructed decks, do that thing. I don't know if we're going to get to 2.5, but if we get to 2.5, there's enough of the ammo, blood, and steel that
It is.
I really would like to print.
I would really like to print it too. I really would like to own one.
Pretty cool card. Would really like that to be part of the offering. But right now, I think the things that we're really focused on, immediately ahead of us today is getting to 8,500 backers. Maybe getting to that 2 million mark if possible. That would be crazy. But even if everyone just went to bed right now, we're good.
Yeah.
We're really happy. So, I don't know. Let's we have some questions.
Okay, we do have some good questions. I can pepper you guys with some.
Oh yeah, man, hit us.
Hey, there's this guy. I live outside of everything. You don't see me. But was there something, and this is from Blurgalicious, who I believe actually got the tattoo, which we can look at later, which was incredible. One of his questions was there something in the design of the game that you really wanted to accomplish, but in order to achieve the other objectives, what other objectives had to be sidelined?
Oh, that's a great question.
That is a great question.
So I think I can sort of answer this backwards, right? Like going back to that meeting, Pete and I sit down and we start talking about the design, and I'm like, okay, Pete, here are the things I want this game to do. I want it to be playable out of a booster pack. I want it to be built for multiplayer, right? We want to have this known information, we want to be able to do all these different things. And then the goal was sort of to overload Pete and then have Pete go, okay, we can do this and this, but we can't do this. And honestly, I don't feel like there are many concessions.
I can't think of many concessions that we had to distinctly make that we didn't like. Ultimately, we were able to do most of what we wanted to do.
Yeah.
If we had to bend a little bit, that's fine. But
I think if I would say probably the one change that we had to make at some point, and I think it was there were a lot of different reasons, is we originally had it so that your boss so it was revealed at the start of the game, and it had a level.
Yep.
But you had to you didn't start in play, right?
Yeah.
And we always had the level cost thing.
Yeah,
that started almost
requirement, and it was the first action you had to make when the level hit. You have to play your boss.
Yeah.
Led to a lot of feel bads.
Yeah. It did not feel good, and I think even in the original earliest versions of the game, right? Like it was like you didn't lose until your boss got defeated twice.
Yeah. That was.
So you had to play it, and then when did you have to play it again? Was this question, and it just felt like really not great.
Yeah.
And we were, and so I think we had to make a bunch of changes to how boss, because if a boss is coming into play on turn 4 or coming into play on turn 5, it's really different than if the boss starts in play on turn 1.
Yeah, no, I mean a lot of the bosses had ETBs. A lot of the bosses had lower health because they had to be killed twice. There were a good amount of changes that had to happen once we made that change.
At some point, I have some old playtest cards that will
sweet.
We can show off.
I have a shoebox.
People are like, "Oh man, these PAX Unplugged cards." I'm like, "Oh please." we go way back. So yeah, that was I think that was a big I think that was the biggest hiccup to me about getting
Yeah.
the game
Yeah.
started and probably changed just what we thought the game might be like into
Yeah.
what it is now.
I agree with that.
Was there a rules change, or, like something you guys kind of tweaked or whatever, and then you kind of had that feeling of like, oh, this is it. You know what I mean? Like you're like, let's try this, and you went, oh man, we got it.
Yeah, we were at a playtest in at Hex and Co, and I watched someone pay like four or five tokens to put a weapon on their fighter,
Oh.
and each subsequent player took turns killing it, and I was like, God, that feels just awful. So I was like, hey Brian, like, what if we just made weapons free to play? And he was like, yeah, like let's try it. I was like, yeah, I think this is like going to work out way better. And it was just like clear as day, like just like like.
I would say adjacent to that, bosses not wielding weapons.
Oh yes, no, that I mean, there's no decision making, right?
Yeah.
It's not very fun gameplay. It's just how many weapons can I put on my boss and start attacking for a bunch of damage.
Yeah. But yeah, no, watching people have to spend all their coins on a weapon and then just have it just get smacked out of their hand.
Yeah,
was pretty brutal.
I felt for that player.
Yeah. Yeah. I would also say one of the first oh, cool moments from a play test was we were play testing, and Jim Davis,
Yep.
I've known for a long time, really close friend of yours, was kind enough to sit in for the play test with us, and he had a fighter, and somebody had echo faded it and put 2-1 attack counters on it. So now it might have, I think it was quarters actually.
Yeah, I think it was quarters.
So he has quarters. So now quarters has 0 attack, 0 cost to attack to do 0. And so like, honestly, a lot of times you see people just kind of shove the card to the side and it's dead. And like Jim, who's a really, really thoughtful card game player, right? Like he's like trying to figure out his turn. He's trying to figure out his sequence. He's trying to figure out what he's going to do. And he's like, oh, attack for 0 with quarters.
Yep.
And like, I'm sure most of you who've played the game have done that at some point, but this was this is really early on.
Yeah, no, it was like it was one of those moments of just like, oh, one of those eye-opening moments of just like, oh wow.
Yeah, it was super cool. Yeah. Super cool.
Very cool. Which of the released cards is your favorite design so far?
Wow. I really love F with me ammo. It was one of those cards that it was my first iteration on what it would look like if a boss made a token. And it was also one of those cards we kind of like, we had the design and then we like found a character that fit the design, but it was something that was in the file like very, very early on. And it honestly, I don't think the numbers changed much on that. And it just felt really great from jump. And F with me ammo's just got a soft place in my heart forever.
Yeah, I think for me, I think it's a great question. I mean, there's a lot of cards coming up that I think honestly, Dog-Eared Passage is a card that I really love for a number of reasons, right? Like I have a fictional bar in my head that I want to open one day called the Dog's Ear, where people sell books and cocktails. And so the Dog-Eared Passage is a slight nod to that. But that card's super fun. Like a lot of times with weapons, it's just like, slap this on someone and smash.
Yeah.
But this is like, and get a little card advantage and do a couple things. And so I love that card. I think it's a lot of fun to play with.
Sweet.
Given the fighter stealthy when you attach the Dog-Eared Passage, that to me has been really powerful, because at that point, they can't touch it unless they have, tactics or responses or whatever. Like you can't attack this.
And similarly, using autopilot to do that, I think can lead to a lot of overrides.
Actually, autopilot's one of my favorite. There's a couple of cards that I think were pretty innocuous in the early card file. Autopilot's one of them. Scrap Shield is one of them.
Yeah.
I think Scrap Shield has calmed down a little bit for us. I don't think we're
Yeah, I'm not as high on it as I once was, but I still think it is like very powerful. And probably the most pack winning card. Like play out of a pack winning card,
oh yeah.
if I had to guess.
Yeah, well, because I credit to you, right? Like the games tend to be pretty close.
Yeah.
Like there's a really nice balance that comes out of pack play, and a lot of times it's like who gets that
Yeah,
last
there's
swing.
I've got the scrap shields and
Yeah, that and sharp reflexes are both
oh yeah, sharply.
real
Yeah.
backbreakers.
And something a little, on topic but a little off topic. Your favorite '80s movie and why?
Wow.
It's just a whole decade. Don't worry about it. Just find one movie.
Goonies is definitely the
Goonies is
80s.
not a
Oh, Goons.
I think it'd be tough to beat that, honestly, for me.
For me, it is probably it changes on any given day from a pool. It's much like the commons that follow the bosses.
Yeah.
I probably have a pool of about 10 of favorite movies from that era, but and I go back and forth between The Thing, Terminator, and RoboCop as like three of my all-time favorites. I would probably say Terminator actually.
Terminator is a fantastic movie. The first Turtles wasn't. It was 1990s, right?
What's that?
The first Turtles.
It was 1990. That's
I,
right.
th- I think I think it might no, it might have first Turtles movie might have been 87 or 88.
And then we have a new front runner.
RoboCop is just so perfect in my opinion. Just every story beat pays off. Every character is cool and interesting. Like it's so over the top and ridiculous. Like I love that movie so much.
Yeah,
So,
I used to feel guilty for loving that movie so much, like where people want to be film snobs about it. I was like, no, it's transcendent genre fiction. That was my justification for liking things that didn't have the trappings of great art. Like transcendent genre fiction.
there you go.
I think RoboCop's perfect. I have no I will watch it anytime it's on.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
like a shout out to Highlander too, by the way.
Highlander was fun.
Yeah.
Uh,
And much like they say in the movie, there can be only one.
that's right.
No more Highlander movies after the first one.
So here's a question because people were asking about this, and it's a good way to explain that there's more ways to play than just out of a pack. Do you envision people playing traditional draft formats with Cataclysm Arcade?
Yeah, definitely.
It's super fun.
Yeah. We've played draft. It's been really fun. There's multiple limited formats that you can kind of do. You can do traditional draft where you just open up a pack and pass cards around. You can do the pack play where you open up a pack with your friends, and then you on the second go around add a second pack and choose which boss you want to play with out of those two, and that's kind of like your first choice that you're going to make as a deck builder. And then you add a third pack and you choose again one of three, but then this time you have the option of going down to 30 cards, and that's really you're going to have that first experience of, okay, I have a lot of experience playing with these other two packs and what my boss wants to do. What's going to fit that? What can I trim out of my deck?
Yeah, it's really it was it's something we had talked about a lot.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh man, we should probably test this.
Yep.
Right? We actually just talked about it a ton, and it made a ton of sense to us. And then when we finally did play it, it was like
really good.
It was great.
It was like really
yeah, and I expect that early on in the organized play experience for people at local retail stores or at San Diego Comic-Con coming up or at Gen Con coming up, where we'll be at both of those events with some demo product and doing some tournaments and some demo play and all that kind of fun stuff. I expect early on that Packmaster format is really going to become the default for that early organized play experience, because it really does get you into the game and into what works and what doesn't work for you and what preferences you want in this really kind of seamless way. I love Booster Draft, but I think Booster Draft is a terrible, not even first time user experience, even like third time user
Yeah, no,
experience.
I didn't win at Booster Draft for a long time.
Like here's what's crazy to me about Booster Draft. So like, and I get it, right? Like limited play, meaning you play out of packs. Right? There's limited and there's constructed. When you play limited, it should be your entry into playing a game.
Yep.
Right? It makes total sense, right? Like, oh, you get to do like card acquisition while having game experiences. You're not like, blown out of the water by people with these huge card budgets. But the idea of you go to the store, you sign up for an event, you wait, I don't know, half an hour,
Sure,
right?
yeah.
For people to show up and fill it out. And then you sit down, and then maybe we're playing Seal Deck. So now we got to get our packs and we got to open our packs and we got to build a deck. Okay. Or we're going to draft. So now we sit down and we draft and we do this thing. And then build your deck.
Yep.
And now we're going to start playing. It's 2 hours.
Yeah.
Right? It's
a long
like
time.
2 hours generously from the moment you walked into the game store, which is like one of my favorite Amy Winehouse songs. From the moment you walk into the game store to the first action on turn 1 of game 1 of your play. And that's crazy, especially for a new player who can be a little daunted and bewildered by it all along the way. And, people are great. People will always help you. People will always give you advice, but it's a lot. And then you're probably going to get smashed.
Oh yeah, almost certain.
So one of the things that was always so important to me about this playable out of a pack idea is that you go to the store and first of all, if someone's like, hey, I'll show you how to play, go get a pack, and you can sit down and within 5 minutes of walking into the store, you're playing.
Mm-hmm.
But also if there's an event, it's like, okay, everyone sit down, here's your pods. You still have that. There's nothing you can do about making people show up at the store on time.
Yeah, no.
It's nothing. We haven't figured that out. We haven't figured out like a dehydrated human in the pack. But once you're seated at the table, it's like open your pack, pull out your boss, shuffle, and go. And you're playing. In theory, you could be if you're that person who's late, who's making everybody wait.
Yep.
You could be playing within 5 minutes of arriving at the store. So that's cool, I guess. But so anyway, which is all to say, I love Booster Draft. You can play this format in Booster Draft, but I don't think it's something we're going to emphasize early on. I think we're really going to lean into that Packmaster format. Or if you want to play heads up, what I love doing is 3 packs, open them up, set all 3 of your bosses aside, and now build a 30-card deck. But you're going to play best 2 out of 3 heads up, and you play with a different boss each game.
Yep.
And so you get to, set your deck for, let's say you have the decommissioner, you're like, okay, I'm going to play all my synths and I'm going to lean in that direction. I'm going to try to find some synergies there. But then game 2, when you play with blades, you might be like, oh, okay, let me get all these,
Synths out of here.
Get these synths out of here, do something else. Yeah. And then your third game, if you didn't win the first 2, you have another boss, and again you use that 42 card pool to find the optimal 30 card build. I think that's a lot of fun as well, and it was a really cool way to do a heads up limited event, right? Like if you don't want to play 4-player, but like even look, there's not anybody spikier than Pete. The P in PTQ stands for Pete. Most people don't know that.
Yeah. Sure.
and Pete, has we've converted him fully.
Yeah, no, I do enjoy playing 4-player Cataclysm Arcade. Not something I thought I would say. Like, I didn't think I would say, I enjoy playing 4-player of any card game, but I do enjoy playing 4-player Cataclysm Arcade.
Yeah, it's been super cool. So anyway, that's a kind of long roundabout answer to, yeah, you can boost their draft. You're muted, Evan, so I can't.
Thank you. Well, you can hear me now, but now there was a different question here that I thought was interesting because we know at least one iteration has gone through. Someone says, how many iterations did Mother May I go through and why?
How many iterations did Mother May go through and why? Wow. A lot. Mother May I was a tricky boss to pin down, even when we had her initial design. She initially worked with keywords, and as we started to go through, defined rules of Cataclysm Arcade, it became a bit murky as to which keywords she would interact with. And as a result, we ultimately decided to give her a redesign, which worked out because we were able to kind of go top down with that. So now she interacts with tactics and responses, and I mean, it's a pretty cool and unique design that I think people who want to play with her will really enjoy it. I think it creates a bit of a
I felt so bad for Becca during the shuffle up and play video. She was like, I am pregnant. I'm playing Mother May I. I like, doing interactive things to my opponents. And every time she activated Mother May I, she just hit like a 4-drop fighter on top of her deck.
Oh, no.
Like, the deck was pretty like stacked to not do that.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, great, a Vermingus. But yeah, no, that card's super fun. Heads up, a real can be a really scary card to face off against right now in constructed.
Yeah.
But they're all a little scary.
They're all a little scary. I mean, when the decks are doing what the boss is supposed to do, they're all a little scary.
Let me ask you about that. How do you feel, as we've gotten more people playing and we see people like building decks and deck list sites, which is insane, by the way.
Yeah. Super cool.
Yeah. Like what's your assessment of the early constructed metagame for Cataclysm Arcade?
I think it looks fairly similar to what I thought would happen, where people are trying to really explore synergies and trying to maximize what the boss is supposed to do best. I don't know of like win rates or anything like that at the moment. So if you have a really high win rate with anything, I'd really love for you to post in the Discord and let me know. And then obviously we had I forget who it was exactly who demonstrated the combo deck that led to our most recent exchange.
It was Elio.
But that was like a really cool thing in and of itself to just see like how deep people are getting with Cataclysm Arcade.
Yeah, and I thought it was also really interesting to watch them pivoting from bosses.
Yeah.
Right? Like they were like, oh, maybe do I think they started with Trip as the boss in that deck and then moved it over to Mother May I. And like, that was, it was just really cool to see people kind of tuning in with the little advantages that you get from each boss.
Yeah.
But what, are you worried about Survivor decks at all, Pete?
I'm a little worried about Survivor decks. I mean, we pushed the Survivor archetype. I mean, we have some things coming down the pipeline to maybe put a stop to that, but we'll see what happens. We'll see how things shake out.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's been super fun. So, and that's the other thing about constructed. If someone shows you a super problematic deck, right, and like it's just winning pretty significantly in heads up, do you have the same fears about that? Do you feel like there's anything that sort of doesn't get somewhat held in check by multiplayer?
No, I have far less fears with multiplayer because I do think that Similarly to, I guess, in other card games, like you bring like the quote unquote best deck and you get treated like that pretty much, like you're gonna be the one attacked first. And I think that's a really nice thing that kind of multiplayer does. It alleviates the stress off me as a game designer because I'm just like, okay, the people are gonna do it for me.
That's too good. That's too good.
I'm okay with
no,
if
it's
the
so fun.
survivors, if Sky started all this, right, then I'm okay with survivors being pretty good, right? Something's got to be the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, Sky should be great, right? Like
Mhm.
he's the hero of the story. Um, I hate sometimes when you get like, I'm just gonna pick a game randomly out of the head. DC versus System,
Okay. Sure.
and Superman was never good in that game, right? Like the best card in DC versus System was Roy Harper.
Yeah.
I love Roy Harper the way a hipster should love Roy Harper,
Mhm.
right? Like fairly obscure character, but he should not be the best card in your game.
Yep.
Superman should be the best card in your game, but Superman stunk.
Yeah, I mean, what about Badger Cub and airbending? It's like you had a wide breadth of characters to choose from, and you chose
Who could have
Badger
gotten that ability?
Cub.
Yeah.
Awesome.
What else do we have, Evan?
Let's see what we can find out here, everybody. Everybody wants to know about stuff that's coming up later this year, of course, and the retail stuff. And I think it's a good time for us to kind of explain, or at least say, like, the Founders Edition is the Founders Edition, but we also want to have something for retailers, so you don't just like leave them out in the cold as well, while also having all these really cool exclusives for Kickstarter backers. If you want to expand on that.
Well, I mean, the answer is we made the game we could make for Kickstarter, right? We're a
Yeah.
small company. You know, um, art is expensive. Making a game is expensive. We had a fairly limited budget, and we looked at what we could do responsibly. And this is the set we were able to make. This is the Founders Edition. It's going to be a pretty exclusive club of people who own these cards, and who we will always regard um, with great esteem for
Yeah.
letting us do this. But there's a much bigger, wider game experience that's going to open up as we go to retail, and that's always been the plan. And so yeah, there's a bunch of really cool things that you are not going to be able to get when the first set gets released. There are variant cards and exclusive card pulls in the prize packs, like, I don't know, original Eric Klug alters, Klug reproductions, and other things. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, we did the game we kickstarted the game we can make. That's the Founders Edition. And then, we're gonna go forward from there. We're gonna release 4 sets a year. And excited to do that, and have like some really big plans for it. And this is this has been amazing.
Yeah, I thought this was fun. Blurg Day was so much fun. Any plans for other events based around Cataclysm Arcade characters?
Borg ate all the characters that we were gonna. There were a couple just got eaten right out of the design file by Blurg.
I'm curious, where did Blurg Day kind of just sort of come from, and who said, like, hey, we need to do Blurg Day?
It's kind of funny, right? Like so if you go back to PAX Unplugged, and we made those cassette packs for that, limited to 500 sets. We made 500 of each foil. We made 4 foils for that, and we made 4 playable boosters, but they were pre-con boosters.
Yep.
And I don't remember how many of those had Blurg in it. Might have just been
I think
one.
just one.
And we did an event on the opening night of PAX Unplugged. And this is the first time we're really showing printed cards anyway. Like we got the cards
Yep.
like 4 days
Yeah.
printed. We got the printed cards like 4 days before PAX Unplugged. And it's like me, Pete, and Drew folding up cassette liners and like packing cassette cases and putting stickers on them.
Yep.
But so we go to PAX Unplugged, and on Thursday night we threw a party for a bunch of influencers and content creators, and we're like, hey, we're going to be making this game. We want you to know about it. And Steph from Steel City MTG, who's been an amazing supporter of the game all along, just opens her pack and she screams out, Blurg! And I can see her eyes have been replaced by giant hearts. And I'm like, what the hell just happened? Because, we thought Blurg was cool. We made an oversized Blurg.
We did.
At that event, we thought it was a great piece of art. We thought it was a cool card, but I never expected the reaction from the community around this character, and like people just really responding to, I think, just like pronouncing the name and the art, and kind of it's a really fun character to play with.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just like really like convergence of all these really cool features. But for me, like I've said in a couple different places, this was supposed to be my anti-cute mascot. This was like, at a time where, we were getting our Fleems and our Grogus and our Loots and our, wherever else these kind of characters were popping up in the media we consume. This, what I felt like, pretty cynical, little guy, cute things. I was like, man, we gotta create a little filth monster, in this kind of slot, right? There's this narrative slot where you're gonna have this, and it's been so crazy to me that people love it so much. And it's just really been organic, right? Like people just talking about it on the Discord, and starting this sort of like cult of Blurg,
It's
going to war with the Gizzard Gang. And so at some point we were like, man, people really love this. We should do something to just like, people love this character. And then we realized we were coming up on a year from the card design. I joke about his single cell origins, in a spreadsheet. About 9 months away. We're about 9 months removed from the first drawing of Blurg that we ever saw. And yeah, it was just like this fun little thing to do. And we were going to do it at one store. And then I was talking to some other store owner about it. And they're like, oh, well, could we also be a part of Blurg Day? And then someone else was like, well, hey, I was talking to so-and-so, and it sounds like you're doing something for Blurg Day. And I don't know. It's just like, there was just a bunch of people and everyone wanted to do something. And we have some stores where we've done some early outreach. And so I don't know, we had like nine places. We had, more than 300 people playing Cataclysm Arcade. All at the same time around the country, which was just an amazing experience. And for me, one of the things that I loved about the event, this is going to sound like a weird one, is people actually had to kick folks out of their stores.
Wow.
People are like, you have to go. Right? Like Hex & Co., for example, is a store that rents out table space to play games. And they were like, guys, we have a reservation at this time coming in. And I think it was the same thing in LA, and it was the same thing in a couple of other places. And people were like, no, we just want to keep, and it's not like people had a ton of packs. They were playing with the same pack, or I gave people a lot of packs in New York. Don't tell Drew. But people just didn't want to leave. And that reminded me, uh, when I opened Neutral Ground, which was my game store here in New York, that was because I was running conventions and I couldn't get people to leave the hotel. Right? I couldn't get people to leave, and I was like, "Wow, we need to do something." So anyway, that was just a great experience, and it was so much fun seeing people who have met here on Discord meet in real life, and sort of like, okay, so like for example, on Friday, don't tell anyone, but a bunch of us are going to Hex and Co in Union Square, and we're going to play Cataclysm Arcade. Which is super cool.
Yeah.
And seeing people form those things, I've had a ton of stores reach out to me. They're like, "Oh, I would have loved to have done that." So I think we're going to see a lot more demo events, pop-up events. What character you have to tell us in the Discord. You have to, declare your loyalty for Gizzard or Quarters or. I know Rishum is starting the cult of Constance. We're definitely going to do more stuff, and we're going to be, like I said, over the next 3 weeks, doing a bunch of conventions and other things. So, but yeah, it's been great.
Awesome. I have a really interesting question, I think, for Pete and or Brian, of course, because this is very designy. It's a very designy type question, and I love it because they said, from a design and balance perspective, can you share some of the thought process behind tactics and responses? For example, what effects get played at what speed, whether a tactic or response should have the stronger version of that effect? For example, push destroys any fighter, but if it were a response, arguably stronger, would you have to pay more for that? How do you kind of balance out what should be a tactic, what should be a response, and why?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think our approach for set one at the very least was not really punishing players for decisions that they're going to make. So for example, like removal is largely at tactic speed in set one, because we don't want people to be punished for making attacks, spending coins, and just getting absolutely blown out by something like that. So if you look at something like Malefice and the card that
Evanescence.
yes, Evanescence, you'll see that's a very similar card in what it does. It costs 3 coins. It destroys a weapon. Malefice is going to deal damage to a fighter equal to the cost of that, equal to the level of that weapon. Whereas with M&S, you're going to draw a card. And that's kind of the give and take that you see, at least in set one. And I think that's going to be mostly true moving forward. Something that we're going to try to adhere to as a design philosophy is like, we really don't want any huge feel bad moments where people devote their coins or their time, like their action, into doing something, and you just get absolutely blown out, as it were, by a response. And so there's a really big give and take with power level of tactics and responses there.
Follow-up question. So that's your sort of your mission, right? Like that's how you feel.
Yes.
How does it feel to have an ever-growing army of people on the other side of this in the player community who are all just trying to create feel-bad moments for other players? Like they want that blowout, right? Like that's what like that's certainly where my brain goes, right? I'm like, oh, you talked about like autopilot, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, how can I create a blowout moment with autopilot? How can I,
And as the card pool grows, it's going to be increasingly more hard to monitor stuff like that and make sure that it's at an appropriate power level and things aren't too crazy. But I am very cognizant of spikes that want to spike.
what do you? So look, to answer a question that hasn't been asked yet, right? We talk a lot about social play, right? Like social gaming, um, store level experiences, community building, all of that. There's obviously a, and we already see it in the Discord, a group of players who are pretty like I want to play heads up constructed. I want to play like most finely tuned weapons. Um, you know, what do you say to those players in terms of like what tools they're going to be given as we move forward? And is that somewhat, yes, we've converted you into this,
Yes,
sweet
yes.
cuddly blurg monster of multiplayer. But like what, you're still keeping an eye on how to make
Oh,
things for the more competitive subsection.
100%. If that is a route people want to go down, as I myself would probably want to go down that route, yeah, we're going to be designing for that as well. So we'll be keeping multiplayer and heads up constructed in mind when that happens. Something that we're currently talking about now, for anyone testing constructed, is we're talking about best of 3 and sideboards.
Yeah.
So currently we're thinking about 10 card sideboards. So if you would like to incorporate that into your constructed playing and let me know how it goes and how that feels, I would love to hear feedback on that. But yeah, definitely going to be very mindful of constructed 1v1 as we head into the future of Cataclysm Arcade.
That's the first time I think we've ever said anything publicly about sideboards. So
It is.
very, very exciting.
Well, we sort of allude to it a little bit when we play 3-pack sealed
Yep.
heads up, where you have this 42 card pool that you're building down to 30. So really you always have a 12 card sideboard in that format. Probably not using all 12 of those cards all the time, but what's an example of a card that you think of in this initial card pool that is very much like a multiplayer card, and a card that you think of very much as like a more competitive heads up focused card?
Sure. So I think a card that I think a lot of like scrap shield, I know to beat a dead horse that we've talked about this card a lot. That to me is kind of the best of both worlds, where it's very good in heads up play, but it's also it's very political in multiplayer because you can block attacks that
Or
aren't
not, yeah.
aimed at you. And you can do the same with blocking as well. You can block attacks that are not aimed at you. So I think I would point to really any of those cards that are like blocking, and kind of those cards that are like allowing you to take the agency and being like, hey, do you want to be friends?
Right.
And then as far as a constructed card goes, I mean, I know Evan would say Eevee, right?
Eevee's so good. Eevee's so good. He's my favorite card right now for constructed. The card's sick. Love the Survivor deck.
But to speak to like a card that would be really great in sideboards, a card very near and dear to my heart, one of my other favorites that I've designed is Yoshi Victory at All Costs. That'd be a great sideboard card, right? I'm playing against Synths this time, and I really need that extra tool to beat down on the Synths.
Yeah.
That card's dope. Cool. Real interesting question from the sideboard thing. Can a boss be in your sideboard?
No.
Fair enough. I thought the answer would be no, but you gotta ask. You gotta ask. Now, was there any character who was originally designed as a boss but became a fighter, or vice versa?
Definitely, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I think Charlotte is a character that has gone back and forth between being a fighter and a boss.
Yeah. We toyed around with having Sky be a fighter and a boss.
Yeah.
We toyed around with a bunch of different stuff like that.
Yeah, there are a number of characters where I think also like, the narrative journey of the character was going to be there are certainly some characters that we expect to become bosses as the game moves along, maybe even some bosses that we expect to get relegated down to the ranks of fighter as the game goes along. But yeah, I think Charlotte's the one that's and maybe Toolshed, I think, was another one.
Yeah.
Which has existed in 2 places, and Blades, actually, for that matter,
Blades
existed in 2
yep,
places, in 2
that is
spots
true.
in the card file.
Yep.
So it wasn't Blades wasn't clearly going to be a boss. I think in the earliest pass of
Yeah.
Oh wow. Here was an interesting one. The boss versus boss playmats are all awesome. How did you decide who to have face off against each other on them?
So some of them are iconic, in my brain, iconic matchups. So when Sky goes into the Cataclysm Arcade for the first time, the first boss he fights is Sia. And so that's Sky Sia. Blades and the Decommissioner are, just super arch rivals to each other. So Decommissioner and Blades is just a sort of slam dunk. The others, I think, were just like what makes the most sense out of the remaining ones we were going to use on the Boss v Boss. But whenever there's some narrative rivalry, and I think all of the mats have like what we would say non-aligned
Oh yeah,
factions.
yeah. No, we were cognizant of that when we did that.
Shifters and synths
Yeah.
do not get along
Yep.
despite the Nick colors.
That is true.
So yeah, a lot of the battles on those mats came from some of that faction pie.
I'm still looking forward to the trailer getting built out into a full-on.
Yeah.
Full-on TV
Yeah,
show.
the trailer was, oh my God, that by the way is like worth more than like
Like
my favorite
when I
part
saw
of
that,
all
my
this.
jaw dropped. I was like, "Well, what?"
Yeah, if you haven't, I mean, I guess you all must have watched it, but you should definitely watch the prologue. Can we just show it,
I can show it.
Evan?
I can show that. Give me just 2 seconds here and I will pull it up for your viewing pleasure. But yeah, and I actually we can watch first, if I can find here properly. There we go. We can look at the animatic, which I think would be kind of rad, which is, what they give you before they make the final. They give you an idea what it's going to look like, and they can tell you exactly what's happening here. All right, there is that.
Oh,
Let me pop this on the screen real fast. You guys can see it. All right, very cool. See if we can get this on the page. All right, let's check it out.
Oh wow!
So something's coming up. It's F me.
Hey, Sky. It's me.
Blades. But I thought...
I know. I'm not dead. Yet. It's getting weird down here, Sky. Freaks straight out of a nightmare. But if they got a way in, that means there's a way out. I have a plan, but you're not gonna like it. It's the one thing you swore to me you'd never do. You're going to have to fight your way to me. Through the arcade.
You're lucky that I love you, because I hate this plan.
Let's see those tokens, Suburbia. We have a new victim, contestant entering the platform. He calls himself Sky.
But Hot Mike, anything can happen in the Cataclysm Arcade.
He's undefeated as a boss for the last 9 stops, so at least he's not hungry.
You're kidding me.
See ya later, Gator.
There comes the murder countess. Oh goodness. All right. So that was the animatic. And so tell me, where in the sort of the timeline did that show up?
I mean, it's all been a blur, right? I mean, that's months before the animation gets undertaken, then and it goes back and forth quite a bit. I mean, that's already, I think, what you saw there was something close to like the final animatic, right? We went back and forth and we, talked about a lot of different sequences and scenes and, you know, you need to have a third rail on the tracks, and that's not what a train track looks like. And, you know, thinking about voices and sound. So, I mean, you know, probably like 3 months before we actually get to see the animation.
Okay. Well, there were some clear changes between that and the final. So let's go take a look at the final that has now been seen quite a few times. This thing is racking up. Let's take a look
That's
here.
just all me. That's just all me.
Yeah, it's just BDM on repeat. 273,000 views. It was posted on
What?
June
That's
2nd.
crazy.
Yeah. 273.
I'm only responsible for 73,000.
Let's take a look here.
Hey, Sky. It's me.
Blades? But I thought...
I know. I'm not dead yet. It's getting weird down here, Sky. Freak straight out of a nightmare. If they got a way in, that means we've got a way out. I have a plan, but you're not going to like it. You're gonna have to fight your way to me through the arcade.
Let's see those tokens, Suburbia! Anything can happen in the Cataclysm Arcade!
Very nice. Very
Yeah,
nice.
very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a couple of people talking. You know, when we did the Good Time Society video with Olivia,
Mhm.
Olivia was really excited. She literally just randomly opened Blades as her boss
Oh,
in her
okay.
pack.
Yeah.
But was also the voice of Blades in that video. I don't know if everybody knows all the other voices. Does anybody know who voiced Sky in that video?
I think you told me who the announcer was, who Hot Mike was, but that's just because I remember
I know who both of this.
Yeah. Sky is voiced by Jimmy Wong.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
which is you know, which was super cool. So excited. I mean, he's, you know, he's a professional voice actor, so it was really exciting to get him doing that. I see people saying what? And then we mentioned Jim Davis
Yep,
earlier.
Yep.
And so Jim,
Is Hot Mike.
he did
Yeah,
the voice for
good
Hot
one.
Mike. Although, you know, I can tell you that if he wants to take his job. And then Alan, aka Mental Misplay, did Tube Steak for us, which was super cool. So it was just a lot of fun, and you know, it was so exciting to work with people, you know, who you know, had a range of voice acting experience.
for
But
sure.
I think what we ended up with was great. I mean, Becca was kind of, I know, blown away by Olivia. She's like, wait, how are you not just a professional voice actress? Like, well, you know, she does talk for a living, right? Like,
Yeah.
I take it you wrote the script for that one, Brian?
I worked on it with Adam, our head of marketing,
Mhm.
who's also from the film industry. My business partner Jay is a film producer who's made some movies, some of which you may have heard of. He actually has made like three dozen movies as a film producer, working in the independent film space. Most notably was the producer of The Witch and The Lighthouse. So a lot of people on our team come from, you know, a film background, and so Adam and I worked on that a lot in terms of the story beats and the dialogue, and really like I overwrite. You know, I want to get like 3 minutes of dialogue into a 1 minute animated, you know. The director is always like doing this to me whenever I'm, doing something at a gaming event. So like right now, but so it was really cool to figure out what can we shave off of this? How do we make this fit into this, time window? Because really animation is pretty, um, costly per second,
Oh yeah,
literally.
per every frame.
So, but I also saw someone in Discord saying, so it's canon that Sky and Blades are a thing. Yes, it is. So Sky grew up, his father was a Cataclysm Arcade fighter, one of the best. Um, Trained Sky from an early age to follow in his footsteps. And then his dad was killed in the Cataclysm Arcade. His dad died. When you die in the Cataclysm Arcade, often the league office will send someone around and like, hey, here's a nice little payment for your family. Sorry about, your dad. And Sky did not want to take the money. He just wanted his dad, right? He was heartbroken, and his mom, was like, dude, we need the money, right? It's a hard world. We don't have anyone fighting in the Cataclysm Arcade anymore. And so he actually has not spoken to his family in forever and vowed to never fight in Cataclysm Arcade. He and Blades became involved. Blades is like, okay, well, I'm fighting in Cataclysm Arcade. That's what I want to do. I want to be the champion. She's super competitive and was poised to actually defeat the decommissioner in a bout that would make her not just a boss, but would have made her the commissioner for the league. It would have put her in, it would have been the highest title in the league. And then when she struck what should have been like a pretty debilitating blow against the decommissioner, that's when we find out that the decommissioner is actually a synth with this like metal endoskeleton, and the battle turned there, and people have just and it was believed up until that moment in the animation that Scott Blades was dead. Everyone, Sky believed Blades was dead. Sky, his hatred for the arcade, magnified, right? Like the two most important people in his life had been lost to it. And now he knows she's alive. They are not, it is not easy to travel between train stations. You're kind of where you are. The only way to get any kind of mobility is by fighting in the Cataclysm Arcade. And so she's told him that he's going to have to compete, and he's going to have to get to her. And she has a plan. Because what Sky wants to do more than anything is, go above ground and see the world, see something else other than looking up at dead fluorescent lights. So
I love that the line, I got a plan, but you're not going to like it, does so much heavy lifting. It does so, you don't need to know the plan. It's not important. It's just such weight that you put on that one little line, and you're like, okay, well now I want to know the plan. Or like, well, you're not going to like it. You're like, okay, but just tell me anyway. It does such narrative work there. It's great.
You're NDA'd, right, Evan? I could tell you the plan later.
Well, yeah, of course, but it's also fun to find out along with everybody else. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, it's great. And so how many sort of back and forths did that go through? Because a lot of people were saying like it's got this great Running Man vibe. It really helps set the tone. How important was like the music and everything about it? You know what I'm saying? Like the je ne sais quoi.
The music was and the sound engineering. So that's like a studio that does like sound for films and does music for films, and they just came in and crushed it. And I was like, I don't know, man. You know what? Honestly, I like to think I'm pretty savvy about these. I'm like, oh, how big a deal could that make? You know, and it is insane, right? Like seeing it with like placeholder voices, and then seeing it, you know, listening to it with cans on, and you know, hearing the music and hearing the beats drop, and then hearing like the, you know, the ambient sounds of the subway, and like, man, it freaking pops. It's so good. It's just it is the one thing everyone comments on when they watch it, even if they don't realize they're saying it. They talk about it. So yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Just it's those little touches, you know what I mean? Like you don't realize how much that immerses you into the story until you see the animatic and you see the final thing. Like, whoa, just the water just dropping off of F, you know, or whatever. All that stuff just puts you in the scene right there. I think it's great. A quick update here: we do have 157 backers to go before we go to the 8,500 backer unlock, which would be great. Y'all are helping that happen. We appreciate
We
that.
only have 7 hours left to go, folks. So you know, I don't know.
It'll be over so quickly, and then you'll never have another chance, you know, to get all these really cool Kickstarter exclusives, those prize packs, those alt art, all that good stuff. Just terrific. If you want to, for a second here, we can maybe go through some fan art. We had some fan art that we dug up and we wanted to showcase and highlight, because it's not every day that a fan will take their time to, you know, do something for the game and whatnot.
Yeah.
And we start
this
here.
This has been amazing to watch people posting their versions of these characters.
I've seen some of these pieces and I'm just blown away.
Yeah.
Right, but we start out with a tattoo. A tattoo from Blurgalicious of the head rat hanging out.
You know, but yeah, well, this is just crazy to me. I love this. You know, really weirdly emotional that someone would, you know, injure themselves repeatedly with tiny needles. You know, and I get it, right? Like that's like, I might pick that tattoo out of a tattoo book without knowing anything.
Yeah.
Right. It's pretty cool. And it works anywhere, even though that's supposed to be F with me Ammo's eye, right? It works on any body part, right?
Yeah.
So I love that. That's just insane. And super cool. Shout out to Adriana Catane who drew the head rat token that drawing is based on, that tattoo is based on.
I'd say there's a non-zero chance that I end up at the Cataclysm Arcade.
I know someone who'll pay for the first blog tattoo.
Oh, okay.
So
oh wow, that'd be sweet. Let's
put
move
that
on.
out there.
Yeah, let's move on to our next piece here, which is not full. There we go. So from cartoonist Aaron, these are like custom player one pass tokens.
Oh wow,
I really like those.
That's really cool. I haven't seen those actually.
Yeah,
I missed
this
those.
is the first time I'm seeing those.
Oh, sick.
I live in Discord.
Yeah, they I think we found them through our Discord. If you're not a part of our Discord, go check out. We have links all over the place. Play.cataclysmarcade.com, good place to start. But yeah, these are really neat when you're just, you know, and I found, you know, when I was been playing on Gerudo these past few weeks with folks, you know, it's nice to have that thing where it's like, I have passed. I'll let you know with the visual, you know, because we do have a little pass token that we included in every pack, which is nice. But something even larger and clearer is always cool, especially themed.
Oh, you can't see that.
Yeah, that's right. Let's move on here to a sketch of F with me ammo from Craig. And yeah,
oh, dude, Craig, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Draw them on up. And F with me ammo is just such a unique design, and it's wild, Brian, that you had this idea of the guy in, you know, the suit in New York City, and then he just becomes, and it was something I think Drew said, who said, you know, kind of anybody could be F with me because it's really the rats that are F with me ammo. Is that right, lore wise?
I think it's a the sum is greater than the parts kind of situation. You know, the rats have some messages to deliver, but you need to be able to receive those messages, right? Like not everyone can make out what the rats are trying to tell them. And I'm not sure that Phil, who is in the suit, is able to completely make it out at all times. A lot of people think he is insane. But you know, he's got a lot of voices in his head. So
that he does. Yeah. Now, this next piece was really incredible. This is a homage to a Spider-Man. Was this like Spider-Man #1 or something?
Yeah, I
This
saw
was,
this one.
Oh, this is
Smart.
fluctuating. Yeah,
Insane.
they're great.
yeah, the Charlotte with tube stake in hand is really incredible.
I'm gonna push my glasses up my nose here. Amazing Fantasy number 15.
Amazing Fantasy.
Not
Of
Spider-Man.
course. Of course.
That's awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's such a great piece. I love that. And poor Tube Steak, man. He just looks really put upon there.
I love the little arms, like they're just perfectly, in that middle of oh god type movement,
Yeah.
I love it. That's
Yeah,
brilliant.
that's a combination of some early concept sketches by Steve Ellis, and then Fred Harper, who only did a couple of cards in the first set. But I really am excited to get back to using him and on some more stuff. He really killed it. Although some of the there are some redacted versions of Tube Steak that I'll never see. I cannot do a full gallery of all the different versions of Tube Steak. So
There you
let's leave
go.
it there.
Okay. Well, this one here, also from Fluctuating, this is a Tantrum and his Wump,
Wow.
and he is killing old F. F is done.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Wow.
That's I just love how creative and talented and everybody is in all these different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is spectacular. That's a great piece.
That's really cool.
I would pick that up on the if that was on the newsstand, right?
Yeah.
I would to paraphrase RoboCop, I would part with $1.
You would buy that for $1. So, for those who don't know, what is up with Tantrum and that crazy ghost guy behind him?
That is Wump. Wump is his not so imaginary friend. When Tantrum developed his powers, he's able to manifest them as this violent entity called Wump. That is when he was found, originally he was found at a station that was otherwise abandoned, perhaps not always abandoned, and was the only person there, and no one can quite figure out how he was the only person there. But he's he and Wump have gone on to become quite formidable in the Cataclysm Arcade, and he's part of a new wave of bosses that Constance introduced. It was along with him, and I think Trapper Sky, and I think it was Charlotte was one of the new ones too. But yeah, anyway, yeah, he's that's super cool. I love this.
Very cool. Yeah, I think this is great. And just, one of those things where
I have like a Scotty Young vibe, a little bit of a Mike Mignola vibe.
Yeah.
Really cool.
It's wild, and you mentioned this before, Brian, where people really get attached to certain like bosses and certain characters, and they have that feeling. And this is where we had that change where the metal cards aren't just random. You get to choose which metal card you can take home.
Got a question in Discord. Someone's asking if there's any connection between the source of Tantrum and Wump's powers and the source of Luna Rage Vessel's powers, and it's like, no, not really. So there's a group of mystics called the Incarnates. The Incarnates were all created when Mother Mai. So the universe we are in is the only remaining universe. There is no multiverse in Cataclysm Arcade. There's no more time travel. There's no other version of you in another world that did something differently. All the sliding doors have been crumpled up and used to beat someone to death, makeshift shields, as it were. And as those worlds were being destroyed and collapsing, some folks were able to make their way through those worlds, and there's a reason why. We haven't really talked about that yet, and we could just talk about it actually. So when Trip, Trip is the first Time Wolf. She was a test pilot for the Time Wolf program, and when she did the first test of that, she got shattered in time. She exists in this completely disjointed, shattered fragments of herself, scattered throughout time. And as she has tried to claw her way back together, has tried to do anything and tried to make some sense of all this, that has also led to some of these tears in the fabric of this world that have created this pathway that some sensitive, like magic sensitive or synths with advanced scanning technology are able to find those pathways and have made their way to this world as the universes were collapsing behind them. Long way to get to. Mother May I is one of those characters who comes here, and when she gets here, she loses some of her memories, and some of her and her memories are her powers, and she literally loses them. They escape from her, and they create these incarnations. So Blarg, Mist Me, Luna, Axel, um, forget there's one more. Anyway, are all created by her sort of like release of magical powers into suburbia. And so, Blurg actually is this sort of becomes this incarnation of the filth and grossness of the subways. And that sludge sort of forms around the skeleton that is the murder victim that is outlined in the tape that has missed me. And, but Luna is this sort of possessed by this rage entity that is from Mother May I's frustration with not having her full range of memories and powers available to her. So anyway,
Well, for those
Tantrim's got a different story to get here.
Oh yeah, I mean, and I think it's brilliant, and I think a lot of other people really enjoy the lore side of it. And how do you think you're going to sort of unveil the lore going over time here at this point?
Sure. I, in theory, once a week should be posting updates to the lore channel in Discord. And now that we are, now that we're past this sort of like grind of the every day of this campaign, I can get back to doing some of that. But on a more practical level, we're going to be starting to work on some comic books. We have a lot of great comic book artists who've worked. Am I allowed to say that, Drew?
Sure.
Hey,
Your
Drew
company,
Lasco, head
dude.
of product, is joining us right now.
Hey, everybody.
Swapping in for Pete.
I actually am Pete. I just lost all my hair in a quick change.
And we, we're going to be telling some stories that way. I'm really hoping that we can continue to add to the narrative universe that we saw through the prologue, the animated prologue, and continue to do some more content like that. And I don't know, Netflix, if you're out there,
Drop us a line.
It'd be a hell of a show to watch, I tell you.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely what we keep hearing every time someone looks at it, and we've certainly had some pretty kind of like heady people who are like, oh, I'd like to be involved with that.
Yeah.
So super cool.
So welcome to the broadcast, Drew. What's the latest in the head of product world?
My entire world right now is when I'm not talking to people on Discord and helping out folks is prepping everything that people have backed for manufacturing. Get everything ready to go, printed, boxed, planned. There is international logistics spreadsheets, all kinds of exciting stuff like where pallets are going to be stored where while we're waiting for everything to get manufactured so we can put it all together in boxes. But also, in much more exciting note, we're planning the 2027 booster sets. So we're in the progress on multiple sets at once. Like when you're building a trading card game that has 4 booster sets coming out of a year, it's not like you do one set and finish it and then go to the next. You're in different stages of progress on each of these booster sets. So the first set that's going to be releasing in Q1 next year, that's the debut of Apex, the Apex 5th faction. That one's pretty far along. We're getting ready for that stuff to be handed off for manufacturing right after the Kickstarter. But we're also in progress in various stages on set 2, which will be the Q2 set, and that set's game design is in its mid final stages, getting ready for art generation, and then set 3 we're in early game design stages, and then set 4 we're in early planning stages, and then at the farthest horizon of the work that I'm doing, Evan, is the 2028 roadmap. So I work farther in the future than most of the folks on the
There's no time travel
on the project. Yeah, there's no time travel. I have to exist in 2027 and 2028 in order for people to have product then.
Question, Drew. A couple people are asking about backers getting pledges before Christmas.
That's our plan.
Yeah,
we're planning on getting everything into everyone's hands before the end of the year, and hopefully be well before the end of the year. But it's gonna be Q4 this year.
Yeah,
and that got to push it back a little bit. I think just
queued up and ready to like push the button.
Yeah.
You just need to know how many times the button needs to be pushed.
Exactly. Like the print files are ready for the Kickstarter. It's really just waiting to get the final numbers so that we can get our manufacturing partners going.
Yeah, 137 people away from 8,500 backers, by the way.
Oh, cool. We'll hit that. We'll hit that by the end of the stream, I bet.
I hope so. I hope so. And then we also.
Oh, the number just ticked up.
Yes. Welcome to our last 5 weeks.
Yes. How many times a day do you refresh Kickstarter on your phone?
Never, almost never.
Oh, I've never broken habit. I've never broken habit. I refresh that damn page like, I don't know, maybe 15 times a day.
Yeah. We're getting close to 1.88 here. You know, we would love to get to 2.
Operators are standing by.
Yes. That was.
Is everybody who's going to be a guest on the program going to make that joke?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably. I've been surprised that I haven't. You know, that there's
Your
not
cell phone's not ringing.
Yeah. I have the phone. You know, I have the. When we were shooting the Kickstarter video, we actually had a phone and we used it at the end of the video. So
nice.
But no, it's working really hard to get this out to people as quickly as possible. I think you saw the hoops we jumped through to make sure people got their early bird boosters. There was,
and we learned a lot from that.
We learned a ton from that.
So one of the reasons we did, I don't know, have you guys talked about this yet? Why we did the early bird boosters?
No, we haven't talked about early birds at all.
Yeah, go for
it. Evan, I'm going to dive into early birds. So I can't actually see people's questions. So if people have questions,
I'll bring them up.
Can you call them out?
Sure.
So we did early bird for a couple of reasons, right? Like we're a new company, right? And there's always questions about, can a new company deliver what it says it's going to deliver? And so a big reason that we did the early bird is to demonstrate to people that we could deliver what we said we could deliver. And the second reason was we had this theory that we were so confident in how exciting and engaging and awesome the gameplay was that we wanted to get that in people's hands before the campaign was over. And I know a lot of the people here on the stream, a lot of the people that we've interacted with on the Discord every day are early bird backers. And they've told other people, like, we wanted this to go viral, and it was very successful. I don't know that anybody has ever been able to do that, to send the level of complexity of product to early backers during the Kickstarter itself. So that was quite an accomplishment.
And part of that reason is, and I always make this joke that people don't believe me when I tell them that the game is playable, fully playable out of a single booster pack.
Oh, all the time.
But the reality is people don't believe me. Like, I will sit down with people that I know very well in the game industry, and be like, okay, let me give you a demo, and we'll do a demo. And you get 2 turns in and they go, wait, well, this is really playable out of a booster pack. They're like pointing it out to me like, oh, do you realize that this is, and it's like, yeah, we realize. And so that's kind of a big part of that early bird thing, right? Was that we needed people to have that experience. It's been really cool seeing people post about that on Board Game Geek. We have a page up. People have been posting reviews. You guys have been very kind so far, but people definitely talking about that idea that it's playable out of a pack as this really unique feature.
Yeah, I want to come back to that. There was
you're fluctuating. By the way, your stuff just continues to be awesome. I would love to buy that Tantrum piece off of you. So I'll message you in the Discord and we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Because I love that. That's going up on my bookshelf if I can get it from you.
Yeah, fluctuating. So. I also love your work. It's awesome. There was one more reason why we did the early bird packs the way we did. And so first, before I tell you why, I want to apologize to the group of Canadian early bird packers whose early bird product, it's a handful of folks, but still, they're our customers and we care about this. There is a truck, there is a FedEx truck that has been bouncing around different FedEx locations with your early bird product on it. And it's trying to get clearance to get through customs. And we believe that it should get through customs soon. And we have our logistics partner working on this. But the other reason why we did the early bird project is so that we could do effectively a live test of logistics and shipping prior to actually fulfilling the Kickstarter, because there's stuff that we didn't know. There's stuff that our partners didn't know. Every project's different. We did not expect a truck that had our early bird products would have problems getting into Canada. And the world situation is changing all of these things on a daily basis, right? Like, almost all of our product is made in the United States, but some of it is made overseas. And, the world situation has changed how international shipping works, right? Like it used to be, you could reliably get a container from Asia to the United States in 8 weeks, but now it's often 10. So the early bird project allowed us to figure out the things that we didn't know about this, so that when it comes time to mail everybody's product out for when we fulfill the Kickstarter, we'll have gone through this at least once, and we'll be able to go into fulfillment with fewer problems and fewer unknowns.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's been really really educational.
You had said something about people not believing that play out of a pack works, and I've been thinking about this, and I think there's my theory on why people don't believe this, why card gamers don't believe this, is because 90% of card games out there require a lot of resource cards.
Sure.
Energy, mana, land, what have you, right? Like, and the beauty, I think, of the Cataclysm Arcade game system is that it doesn't require resource cards. And it's designed that it has a resource in the form of tokens, but it has one resource, and it's a relatively linear resource. You get number of tokens equal to the round number. But people look at the size of things necessary to play a trading card game and have that experience be meaningful, and they're like, oh, that's just not enough cards. It's just not enough cards. Like, they can't do it with just enough cards, right? There has to be something else that goes with this to make that work.
My favorite part of that is they're like, well, 15 cards, that's not what happens if you run out of cards. It's like, oh, just shuffle.
Yep.
And then people are like, what?
Right. Decking is a miserable way to die in a card game. It just feels bad, right? It's a great way to win the game, but if you're on the receiving end of it, it's a very, very awful way to lose the game. So in addition to being enabling play out of the pack work, I think it really makes, especially for people who are new to trading card games, and there are a lot of board gamers who have come in
Yeah.
to this and picked up this game system because the action economy feels very board game like. So yeah, it's a very much more friendly way to do it.
Is that
Yeah,
something that you
definitely.
had thought of, Brian, or maybe Pete brought up the fact that you want to have some kind of resource system that doesn't require lands and energy and all this other stuff, like some way to not require that stuff in the pack?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always thinking about that, right? Like, I've thought about that on a lot of different game projects I've worked on. Um, you know, so here's the crazy thing, right? I love that Magic uses lands, right? I love Mana Screw.
It works. It works for Magic.
Right? I think Mana Screw is great. I get to beat John Finkel once in a while.
I have a story with it.
You know, but it is something that only works with a game with that kind of legacy and audience. And you would never, I don't know that you could ever really design a game that's going to have that kind of resource system. And even games that come out now that have a resource system, you still have this kind of like even flow of those resources. So why do you want to saddle yourself to now needing people to get those resources and acquire them or take up real estate in your pack? Or it just becomes this weird, you know, you talk a lot about skew bloat, but this is like it's almost like a phantom skew. Like lands, how do stores get lands?
Oh.
How do stores have lands? How please return your lands after the draft.
So I worked so for those of you who don't know, I worked in Wizards R&D for 10 years. And that particular question, how does Wizards get lands to people, was a perpetual thing that we talked about in R&D. And there were numerous products, whether they were paid products or things that went out in OP kits or things that we just made and gave to people to make sure that there were enough lands in the ecosystem. It was definitely a land tax. Here's my story. I also love so I am a terrible gamer. I'm an awful person. And when I play Magic, I tend to play awfully. I'm not a great player, but what I mean is I like being mean in the way I play the games. So R&D had a cube, and we would play cube. And I was Eric Lauer told me that I was a mean player and I should stop playing cube. So because the cube had Armageddon and it had Wildfire and it had Sinkhole.
If you put it in your cube.
And I would just draft all of these. And I played pretty consistently a Mana Screw deck. And one day we were having like a party where we were cubing, and it was a celebration of the launch of a product or something. And we were at Mox Boarding House. And I had to leave, but I didn't want to stop playing the event because I really liked the deck I drafted. It was a particularly vile version of the land destruction deck. So I said to Eric, can you just pilot this deck for me in the next and to close out the draft? And the next day he walks up to me and says, "You're mean."
So it's funny. So there's I don't even know if Drew knows this. There's a fairly famous Magic deck that won a Grand Prix with a good friend of ours, Steve Sadin, designed by another good friend of ours and someone who's doing some work with us right now, Billy Moreno, which was a legacy deck for Grand Prix Columbus, which was a counterbalance Sensei's Dividing Top deck, which started from a conversation that Mike Flores and I were having around Counterbalance Top as this really powerful interaction that then Billy started working on the deck. But the reason we started having that conversation is because Drew is really mean.
I don't know this.
Yeah. So this is during Cold Snap.
Oh
and
God.
Drew.
I know the story.
And Drew drafts this deck and he plays Counterbalance. And we're like, okay, cute. You play Counterbalance, not very good.
Right. At this point, nobody really knew. It was right soon after Cold Snap came out, and nobody really knew that Counterbalance was good, including me.
And then
I just thought it was dumb.
Yeah, and then there was I wish I could remember the name of that. My once fabled recall for every Magic card ever made has long been Swiss cheesed. But there was a card that was like blue and 2, and it was a wizard, and you could tap it to I think it was like draw some number of cards and put some number of cards back on top of your library. But basically, what it did was it let you put cards back on top of your library. And Drew locked up the game for multiple turns by just having a variety of casting costs and being whoop, 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 whoop. And it was like, oh, that is really good.
Yeah.
And then like, oh, wait, what if this was Sensei's Divining Top? And then
much better than a wizard who could get eaten by,
right. And then Billy built the deck, and then Steve showed up and he won the Grand Prix. And so if you ever get to be on a Zoom with Steve, he has the original art for Counterbalance hanging behind him.
He has it.
Yeah.
I think.
I had it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
You were responsible for inspiring Countertop. I can't believe it.
I guess I was.
I can't believe it. That deck was a menace. It was a menace. Oh, that's ridiculous. Somebody did ask while we were chitter chatting, are we doing a Kickstarter for every set?
No. No.
I just want to hear Drew be like, absolutely not.
Yeah, no. I honestly, our original intention was to not do a Kickstarter for this set. We wanted to make the game. We wanted to bring it to, a big part of this game specifically is about building community, about creating interaction, about accessibility. And we really wanted that to happen at the local game store level. And as we started talking to distributors and retailers, they were like, well, aren't you going to do a Kickstarter? It's like, well, no, we want to actually just put the game out. We want to do this thing. And they were like, well, honestly, the thing that is the best signal for us, and obviously there's retailers who hate Kickstarter and they're herd, right? Like, but talking to the distributors, talking to some of the larger retailers, they were just like, no, you need to cut through that noise. You got to show us that you can actually make this thing and that you can execute on it and that it'll be fun and that people are looking to get into it. And so that's kind of the route we had to take, and
we did it. Right? We have the third highest number of backers for a card game on Kickstarter.
Yeah, I love that, by the way. I love how many people are in Scrapper tier.
Yeah,
right. I love that.
Yeah, Scrapper and Brawler and Rising Star, but particularly Scrapper and Rising Star.
Yeah. Like people, really, this is about accessibility. It's about people being able to play a game without having that kind of, gatekeeperiness that comes with trading card games of like this huge financial commitment, this huge, just like knowledge hole that you feel like you fall into, and like, oh, if I want to start playing, I got to buy, anyway. So I love that we've been very successful at reaching people on that message and getting people who are like, yeah, I'm gonna get my, look, if you get your 4 packs, you keep those sleeves, and that's one of the things on your shelf for board game night.
Yep.
I love that.
Yep.
That's awesome.
And when you open a new pack, you can certainly find a pack you like. And there are folks in our Discord who we are very, very much following, who are inventing their own format. And one of the things that we love is watching what people do with the card games that you make. Right? Like the cards are tools, they're components. They can be remixed in ways that we have not thought of. And there's a group of folks in the Discord who are building their own format where they call it Perfect Pack. And it's what's in a pack, but you get to choose all the things. Right. So if you want to just keep it small, you can just keep swapping out cards from your pack until you get your perfect pack.
Right. Yeah, that's a super fun way to play. By the way, someone was just asking, do these cards fit in Dragon Shield sleeves?
Absolutely.
They fit in all the standard sleeve things.
88 by 66 millimeters, which is standard poker size. They've got 3 mil round corners, so they fit in all Magic and other similar size trading card game accessory products.
When you take off your glasses, you look just like Product Guy.
When I take off my glasses, I can't see anything that's going on.
So one of the things that is incredibly unique to the Kickstarter, and one reason to be involved, and one reason that we got people involved in the early bird, and that was the Blood and Steel cards. And the Blood and Steel promos are super rad, and I was going to bring them up on screen, and they'll cycle through them every 5 seconds. But is there anything you want to sort of share about A, sort of where that idea came from? B, sort of we had to kind of pivot, like, wait, not every early bird can get these. We're going to pivot. These other early birds can get these other ones, and all this stuff. So the success problems around the Blood and Steel.
Sure. I mean, so when we started talking about the early bird packs, we were like, we wanted to give people an incentive to sign up. We wanted to, we didn't think, the number of people who signed up is way in excess of our kind of most optimistic projections
For the early bird?
for the early bird.
We sold 24,000 early bird packs.
Yeah,
which is insane for a game that's not even out yet.
Yeah, and so we started with we had this great piece of art that Steve Ellis had done. It's one of the first pieces of art done for the Cataclysm Arcade universe. This goes back to when Steve and I were working on this as a graphic novel concept, and had this great piece of Sky Unlikely Champion art, which if you see the original, which I own, that is it's zoomed out actually quite a bit from that, but it was this great piece, and we were like, oh, this would be just a really cool card.
The Sky piece?
The Sky piece. And we were like, oh, how do we make it, like we want to do it in black and white, but we don't want it to look. And then the idea of adding the red for the blood, which is something that has a legacy in comics, Batman, Black, White, and Red, or the Sin City books by Frank Miller, or any number of other special editions. And it really felt like that special kind of piece of art, like this really stark treatment. And so we made that Sky Blood and Steel, and then we were like, oh, we said we were only going to make 5,000 of these, and we blew past that number. And so we were like, okay, well, I guess we'll do a trapper, and then, but then as we got into the Kickstarter, we knew we wanted to do more of these. We wanted to have this be a series. And
the response to the Blood and Steel line was just so overwhelmingly positive that it rapidly became, let's just do the bosses.
Yeah. And this is like, I think, Steve Ellis is someone he's phenomenally talented, yes. Right? He's done a lot of great work in comics. He's done a lot of great work on Magic. Yep. He's done a lot of great work on D&D. He's done a lot of great work for other role-playing games and role-playing game publications. But to me, this is just one of the absolute pinnacles. I mean, you really get to see Steve like distilled down to his essence here, yeah. Right? Like the gesture, the expression, the starkness of them. It really works, and that subway tile background just like perfectly captures this narrative piece of the game.
So someone in the Discord earlier, speaking of the subway tile background, was asking if the art on any of our cards references specific locations in the New York City subway system.
Sure.
And the Blood and Steel cards are, I think, the easiest to distinctly call out where they are, because you can actually see the Prince Street Station sign in the tile work on the back of some of those cards.
Yeah. That certainly goes right back to that first Sky piece. Prince Street Station is the station where Sky starts his battle through the Cataclysm Arcade, and is making his way uptown to become a boss. But yeah, there's a lot of different references. If you look at like the alt art for or the non-alt art for Sanyang, both reference, I think, the Union Square and 42nd Street, Times Square, yep. Train stations with this like kind of lattice work, yep. of tracks and pathways over the tracks, where Sun Yang is going over the rail, firing her arrows. Obviously, the key art that you see on the Andre Garcia early bird cards, and that is the background for our webpage, is the decommissioner's train station. That's where her office is. And that is based off of an actual abandoned train station in New York City.
City Hall, right?
Right. It's the City Hall stop. It is, and you can do tours of that
Yeah, like
station.
twice a year, I think
Yeah,
they do tours.
yeah. It is abandoned. It is like this just masterpiece of architecture and design. It's
like
gorgeous.
trapped in time too.
Yeah,
It looks like it did back in the, I think, 1890s or whenever.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
And I believe the turning radius is too great for them to run modern trains on it, which is why
Something
they
like
closed it. Yeah, but that's also it's not. It is a fictionalized version of that train station that lives somewhere else in the system. But that's certainly the design of that station inspired that location. And I've always imagined, I don't know if people have ever been to the West 4th Street train station on where like the F, the
Yep.
D, the E. There's this huge, like really kind of like liminal space in between the blue line and the orange lines.
Yeah, it's sort of like an entire another floor, and it just goes on
And
for
it's just
like an entire city block. There's
Yeah.
just columns with stairs going up and down.
Yeah, and that's always been where I imagine is one of the big population centers
Sure.
of suburbia, is people in like these kind of like makeshift domiciles within that space.
I hope we see that in the future piece of art. One of my favorite things hidden in the background of the art, and I said this in the Slay by Slay that happened when I locked you in your office to write art descriptions and took over your spot, is Jamal Engel, who does Eigel, who does a bunch of the art in the
Promo
alt
stuff,
art in
yeah.
the prize pack, is referencing actual 1980s graffiti trends in the background of his art. And the most prominent one that is it's on the Peace Book alt art, and it says Revs in the background. And if you grew up in or were around in the 80s in New York City, there was a movement called Revs Cost, which were two graffiti artists who joined forces, a guy named Revs and a guy named Cost, and you would see Revs Cost tagged all over New York City. And the fact that that shows up was just like, wow, an amazing moment.
Yeah. Also, if you look at Shadowcaster is based off of a graffiti artist idea who would do these like shadow men on the walls.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's based on that art trend. And Mist Me, while Mist Me is a piece of crime tape come to life, it also is in the shape kind of a Keith Haring drawing. So very, there's a lot of New York City graffiti culture sort of woven through a lot of different places in the game.
Does Andre the Giant have a posse?
I thought about the idea, but that's a great idea.
Someone had mentioned, like, what if we don't get to the stretch goal to unlock the F with me ammo Blood and Steel variant? And I'm like, there's probably nothing better than just having a promo in your back pocket whenever you're ready to use it, right? Like,
do the folks know that the late pledges count towards stretch goals?
No, they don't. But we could tell them, it's pretty much like common practice on Kickstarter campaigns right now. There's special pricing and special features that are exclusive to the Kickstarter, but there's usually some late pledging that's open afterwards. We are going to keep late pledging open for a little while, especially because we're going to be at some events where we're going to be doing demos, and those, there is still an opportunity, even if we don't get there in the next 6 hours, for some of those stretch goals to get unlocked. But the only way to be sure is to get there in the next 6 hours. So
Yeah, absolutely.
let's go, folks.
heck yeah. Yeah, that's the opportunity to really jump in here and get all these Kickstarter rewards, particularly also at the price that you're able to get them right now. I also think it's really important for people to understand that, there's value to be had in acting now versus waiting till later and regretting it.
Interesting discussion going on in the Discord here, Drew. People are talking about.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to zoom in on this one.
Yeah. Just people just talking about the redemption cards, like first come, first serve on the Klugs. And it's like, nope, there's a specific 1-of-1 redemption card for each of the 4 Klugs.
Yeah, so exactly. So each of the redemption cards found only in the prize packs.
By the way, hand me that box over there.
What's in the box?
I got stuff
in the box. So redemption cards and prize packs. The redemption cards are, first, they look drastically and distinctly different from any other card in Cataclysm Arcade. You really can't miss them. They will stand out like a sore thumb when you see it. Each redemption card tells you the kind of thing you get, and for the Klugs, tells you the exact thing you get. So here are the redemption cards possible. You can get a Klug Alter Original, of which there's 4, and Brian has them in his hand right now.
Now I'm gonna just bring them in front of the camera so you can see them.
So these are the actual 4 cards. All right, here they come.
It's okay. We're waiting. We're all just hanging out. It's cool. Thanks to the just under 50 people hanging out on Twitch, just under 100 people hanging on YouTube. You guys are lovely, and we appreciate you. And Brian will find his way to the camera soon.
I thought
I was in front of. Oh, is this the lens up here?
That's
Maybe
the
I was
lens.
getting the
Yep,
wrong
that's
lens.
the one.
We go.
There you
I had the
are.
wrong lens. This camera's pretty fancy.
Down a little bit, Brian.
Yeah,
There we go.
Very nice.
love this one. I love them all, but I love that one.
There's Blades.
Blades is great.
There is F with me ammo.
And then Drew's favorite.
And then my favorite, the Decommissioner, inspired by Terminator.
Lovely homage.
So the redemption cards for those 4 Klug Alter Originals, they say you are the lucky person who's getting the Decommissioner or the Blades, and each of the redemption cards has an alphanumeric code on it that you will follow the instructions on the back of the card, and the redemption cards tell you how to redeem themselves. They are self-redeeming. Then we've got the Onyx Klugs, which are the black metal trip. Those there are 10 of those, and that shows that you're getting an Onyx Klug. Then there are the metal card redemption tokens, and that's a random metal card from 10. So there's 2 of each of the 5 metal bosses, and you'll get 1 randomly. And then there are 50 sketch cards. Brian, you have some sketch cards here. That's a metal card. There we go. That's a metal trip.
Yeah, I do.
Hold on. For those who haven't seen it, the metal cards, these things are actually steel. One of the things that we really believe is that metal cards should look and feel like metal, not like credit card material that somebody's painted on. So these are laser etched steel. So we took the art, our enormously talented lead creative person, James Arnold, took the art for those bosses, dropped the backgrounds down to a layer where it could be laser etched in. Then we printed on top of that etched steel. So you've got a brushed steel surface that then laser etched that is then printed upon. And Brian also has a whole bunch of sketch cards. So there are 50 of redemption certificates that can get you a random sketch card.
So this is an Eric Klug sketch card.
Oh, tilted a little bit forward so it's glare. There we go.
There you go.
So some of the sketch cards are by Eric Klug, some of them are by Sam Alexander, some of them are by Andre Garcia.
I've got a Sam Alexander one here.
Very cool.
Yeah, no glare.
Let's go. Someone says, "Oh, if you get a metal redemption card, it's random which one you get. I mean, I could get a duplicate of the one I chose from my pledge."
So, yes, you might, Evan. So the redemption certificates are in the prize packs. So there's been a bunch of other questions here. Are there more? Are they first come, first serve? There are an exact number of redemption certificates for things that we have. So it's not first come, first serve in the sense that we could run out. We only put the number of redemption certificates in as there are things. And we're taking extra special levels of care with how the redemption certificates are being added and randomly distributed through the print run. I will be physically on hand during this process to ensure that the tolerances that we are expecting out of this, the high tolerances, are met. Yeah, so there's no worry that you could open a redemption card and not get a thing.
Andre Garcia is in the chat right now on Twitch and says, I need an airlift out of South America so I can get those sketches to Brian.
Do you have a gallery of some of Andre's sketch cards there?
Let me see what I got to pull up here. I have a sketch cards option here. Let's take a look. Yeah, this is some of his stuff. We saw also this some of the stuff on the Sleigh by Sleigh.
Yeah. So these are some. Andre Garcia just might be insane. Sorry, Andre. I don't mean to,
Not insane in the bad way. Insane in that your level of talent is
incredible.
But also insane in the bad way because he has put so much work into these sketch cards. It is crazy. They're so good.
That I think is my favorite. So on screen right now is you are seeing the boss reflected in the eye of someone who is about to get clobbered.
All right, we got a question here. Someone said, as you release future sets, will there be opportunities for promos or metal cards that don't require attending distant in-person events?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. There are going to be.
Well, there's a prize pack in every booster display in every set.
Right.
So just starting from the baseline that every booster set release has a prize pack in it. That prize pack is unique to that booster set. And so when we said that the alt arts in this prize pack for Founders Edition is exclusive, just the same way, each of the booster sets will have their own prize pack.
We expect metal cards to be available at store level events as prizes.
Yep. And the OP kit, the retailer bundle that's on sale now for retailers who have accounts with our distributors, has 4 metal cards in it, 4 playmats exclusive to the kit, and those 4 metal cards are different from the ones that are in the Kickstarter. So you can get these from play in your store, because we think that the coolest thing you can get from a trading card game should happen either in packs or in store. So, you shouldn't have to travel, to your point, to a distant tournament or win nationals to get the coolest possible thing.
Right. Yeah, we are, all of our organized play efforts out of the gate, we are going to be built around creating destination events at the store level.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about one of those destination events. In the OP kit, I already talked about this online.
Okay, all right.
In the organized play kit that's currently on sale, there are 4 organized play booster packs. They don't have any new mechanically unique cards. We don't think that you should have to travel to distant events in order to be able to get mechanically unique cards. But what they do contain is each of the packs has the same each of the OP kits has the same 4 packs. They are for a storyline event. You play Constructed or you play Packmaster, however your store wants to run it. Swiss rounds cutting to a top 4. The top 4, as their prize, get these 4 packs. And the 4 packs help us, or help Brian specifically, resolve one of the narrative questions in the story of Cataclysm Arcade. Because we can have exceptionally fine control over what's in a booster pack. So, for example, let's say, and this is just a hypothetical, let's say there was a civil war inside one of the factions. Well, we could tailor the 4 organized play booster packs for that storyline event to be the 4 bosses from that faction and the fighters who support those bosses and stack those packs. So they're almost like little constructed decks. And we've been planning this for a long time.
Yeah.
So, yes, there are the destination events are at your store. Someone else asked an important question about redemption certificates that I wanted to answer, which is, do they ever expire? And the answer is yes. Eventually, redemption certificates will expire, and it will take a couple of years before the expiration period, but it is all best practices for redemption in packs, whether this is the sports card industry or us, that there basically has to be a redemption period. So you have a couple of years to redeem your prize pack card redemption certificates.
Yeah, I don't expect a lot of prize packs to remain unopened.
I don't either.
A lot of value in those things.
Yeah, no, the sketch cards I think are going to be super cool. I also think just getting a foil reproduction of a Klug, this is not something you've ever been able to do.
No, so 1 in 6 prize packs on average. So when I talk about the pull rate of cards, I always mean on average. It doesn't mean a guarantee, but on average, 1 in 6 prize packs will have a foil reproduction of a Klug card. Evan, do you have any of those images?
I've got a bunch of Klug stuff here. Let me see if I can find those exact ones.
So that's the original.
Right, here's the decommissioner.
And we've taken this art and we've done card reproductions of it. So it's not the original painting, but we wanted to make sure that more people had access to this insane, amazing art by Eric. So we turned them into cards with a actual sort of bottom card frame. And those appear 1 in 6 prize packs. So if you ordered a case, on average, can't guarantee ever, but on average, you should get 1 Klug reproduction out of the 6 prize packs in your case.
Yeah, and Klug alters have never been reproduced before. He's never worked with a Klug has done art for games at different times. He's an illustrator, but the idea of a altered 1-of-1 original Eric Klug has never been available out of a pack before, and there's never been a reproduction of a Klug altered card before.
No. And someone asked, why are we doing redemption certificates? And the answer is because Eric puts an enormous amount of time into this. Each of the artists doing sketch cards puts an enormous amount of time into their physical art. And after doing tests, we determined that we could not guarantee that if the original art cards would remain unscuffed if we put them in booster packs.
Yeah.
They don't have the same
finish. When you get a CGC graded 7 redemption certificate, you will be very happy we did this.
Right? Because actual cards that are printed, not hand drawn, have a finish on the top. It's a coating, and that protects the card from getting scuffed. But the original art cards that we did, they either have paint on them, or that our artists did, or they are an uncoated piece of printed paper, so that it will accept ink for the sketch cards. So we wanted to make sure that the cards got into your hands undamaged, which is why we ended up with the redemption certificate model.
Yeah, I'm always a big fan of the redemption ticket thing, not putting the super duper valuable thing just raw in the pack, but it does happen. All right. Let's see. Is there an artist that you guys want to work with on future stuff beyond clearly our current artists and Steve Ellis and friends who are fantastic?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people. I don't know. Yeah, like there's a lot of people that are on my super wish list. There are people who are signed up to work on over the next 2 sets. There are some. I saw some names of some magic artists scroll by in the text. We've certainly talked to some other.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to tell you. I have an artist for synth faction stuff in the future.
Okay.
Yay.
But so yeah, there's a lot of artists that are on my wish list. There are a lot of artists that we're going to be working with coming up where maybe the contract isn't signed yet, but it's like, holy crap, we're going to work with this person.
Yep.
But also one of the things that I love about working with artists and working in a creative space is finding and nurturing new talent and giving people an opportunity to do stuff that maybe, we haven't seen them. So like someone like Samuel Alexander is a great case, right? This is someone who had not done a ton of gaming work before this and has been just a, really just kind of a revelation and just like has his own really unique stylistic corner of Cataclysm Arcade and has now gone on to draw, like one of the most like popular and iconic characters in this universe very early on.
Yep.
So
Well,
and did that sick the sick Blurg Day promo card.
Oh wow. Well, look, I am a 90s Image Comics kid, okay? So Jim Lee, Robert Liefeld, like Todd McFarlane, those are my Mount Rushmore of comic artists for me personally, just growing up. So I know you got to be more diplomatic, but me personally, I'm an Image Comics kid. I get it.
I haven't talked to any of them, so I'm just gonna put that out there.
Dang it, we need to get on the phone, man. I know maybe they don't all work these days, but it'd be
great. It's funny. The person for me, I was thinking about this today actually. Someone I would, and he's out there, but it's like probably the first person that like where I cracked open. And as much as I love Kirby, right? As much as I love Ditko and like some of these great like iconic Silver Age artists, the artist that like blew my mind early when I was looking at comics was Jim Steranko, right? Jim Steranko did like Captain America 113. It's like a Death of Captain America 2-part story. It's like these incredible 2-page spreads and like these crazy dynamic artwork, Nick Fury, Agent of Shield. I would love to get like some peak Jim Steranko. I don't know even what he does, if he does anything close to that now. I know he's still kicking around, but that's someone who would be like, 1969 Jim Steranko would be my like.
He's probably going to be a Comic-Con.
Probably.
Oh, we're going to be a Comic-Con, everyone, in case you haven't heard.
Yeah. And you'll be able to play the game there and get demo packs.
Nice. There you go. Yeah, I mean, others would be like Joe Quesada, loved his stuff back in the 90s. Jay Lee was really cool. And I saw him just releasing a new book recently, which was cool. Really,
I know Joe. I can ask Joe. I know Joe.
Yeah, Quesada? That'd be really cool.
Yeah, I've known Joe for a long time.
Oh, wow. That'd be rad.
Joe, when I did a comic for Marvel, Joe was the editor-in-chief of Marvel at the time. So, and I know Joe going back way earlier than that. So,
and one of the cool things about the sketch cards as a concept and part of our packs is they're a completely different level of commitment, right, for the artist, right? And it allows us to go to different artists. Like today in the Discord, you were talking about Evan Dworkin. We approached him, he was happy to do it, but unfortunately he had an injury to his arm and he was unable to draw in time for Founders Edition, right? Like Evan's for folks who may not know, Evan Dworkin does a comic called Milk and Cheese, enormously influential comic book.
One of the great indie comics of all time.
So the sketch cards allow us to get people to imagine their take on our world in a way that's completely different from the level of just time commitment that asking them to do a full fully done and complete illustration. Not to say that people don't spend a lot of time on sketch cards, but it does gives us the ability to get more people in.
And they're two very, very different things. So, I mean, which is not to say that people won't also do a set of variant cards and do sketch cards and do main set cards and other stuff. Man, I love seeing people talk about all these shows, Comic Palooza in Houston, GalaxyCon in Columbus, We've been talking about the Cleveland Gaming Classic, if the timing works out for that. I think we're going to go to SonomaCon because, well, I just want to go.
Yep.
Sonoma.
So folks,
we're getting close to 19. If so, someone talking about pulling the trigger on a haymaker. Now's the time.
Heck yeah, let's go. One of the things you can get in the Kickstarter that is unique is a series of products. And
I'll see you Friday, Eric, at Hex & Co. What are you talking about? We're going to play on Friday.
We are?
Nice. Well,
yeah, I'm going to Hex & Co. Friday afternoon to play Cataclysm Arcade.
Oh, cool.
Now it's one thing. First of all, actually, I want to address this really quickly. Someone brought it up, which I think it's a good segue here. Someone's like, "What is CADE? What is CADE? What is CADE?" And it's like, there's a few ways you can look at it, right?
All right, I'm gonna tackle this one. You know that MTG is Magic the Gathering. Well, we tried to come up with a internal acronym just to shorten Cataclysm Arcade, so we didn't have to type it out every time. So I was starting with Cat Arc, and that doesn't flow very well. But then some folks in our Discord came up with CADE, CA, Cataclysm, Arcade, DE, and they just truncated everything in the middle. And that's how they got CADE. And now that's actually starting to catch on in the office.
I really like it. The other alternative was Clism, which I'm just not gonna. I don't even feel comfortable saying it out loud now. I hate it. Sorry, whoever is on Team Clism, but yeah, Kate has been. Kate is really just like pretty easy and feels kind of like very 80s too. It feels like someone who's like in Megaforce 1. Right. I'm Cade from Megaforce 1.
Oh, see, that's funny. I thought of it, the heroes of Mask fight the evil forces of Cade.
And I just thought it was like a shortening of arcade, right? Like, I'll meet you at the Cade, right? That type of thing. So it works in a lot of different levels, which is why I think it's been able to catch on, I think, pretty quickly in the community. So I thought that was really rad. But yeah.
Hey, okay, whoever posted that GIF, hey, Kevo Pavo, please DM me that GIF.
Do know we have a Kickstarter-a-thon Discord channel that we're looking at, as well as the chats here in both Twitch and YouTube, trying to keep track of all that stuff.
So I'm looking at something that he posted in this is Kickstarter-a-thon. Just do me a favor and DM me that GIF, please.
I love it. So one of the things I was trying to...
Drew just wants that for every time I come up with a new character name.
Right. One of the things I was trying to pivot to earlier was that we in the Kickstarter, sort of by default, what we had were a lot of tiers and sort of things went upward or whatever as you spent more and so on, and you would get more playmats and deck boxes and products and accessories and things. And then there was this kind of callback from the community, like, hey, that's cool, we like that, but how about just the cards? And when we did that, there was a huge, I think, response to that as soon as we posted these cards only tiers. How did that decision process kind of happen internally?
So, I mean, I think that one thing that people have said about us, I don't want to toot our own horn here, but we intentionally go into this process listening to what you have to say.
Which is why he doesn't want to toot the horn, because it will overpower what you're saying and they won't hear you.
Right? Like we are here to listen. We can't take every suggestion. There are some suggestions that sound fantastic, but for behind the scenes reasons, often manufacturing limitations and costs and things like that. We do live in New York. We do live in non-underground New York, which means we have rent to pay. But we listen, and the thing that we kept hearing is, I want more cards. I want more cards. I want vehicles to get me more cards. And so Brian and Jay Van Hoy, who is the other founder, and the team did a bunch of work on what would this cards only path look like, excuse me. And we looked at what people were asking for. We did the math on where are the gaps in sort of like pricing tiers, and came up with the local and express as two card avenues to get for folks to just get more cards out of their pledges. And that went over very well. That went over spectacularly well. So first, thank you to everyone who said, "Hey, I like what you're doing, but I need you to do something different." We always want to hear that.
But by the way, though, hand me that purple folder here, because I think there's been a lot of, we talked a little bit about the accessories, and so I wanted to show off the heavy play mats, which we actually have some prototypes for. I had these with us in at Larg Day, and people were like freaking out. So get a look. These are rigid. They you put it in your laptop slot of your bag. So a really easy way to carry playmat. They are magnetic. They seal, and they are kind of gorgeous.
Yeah.
I just love these.
Yep, I got mine over here. I got the synth version, I believe it is, with Shiner.
Oh, you've got Shiner.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's my favorite. That Shiner one reminds me. You know the meme of the little girl standing in front of the burning building and she's turned and facing the camera. That's what that Shiner image on that plate reminds me.
I think my youngest niece is going to cosplay Shiner at an upcoming Comic-Con.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we could not convince her to cosplay Blurg.
Wonder why. Yeah, so these are really cool. I don't think we have any deck boxes.
I do.
You do?
I have deck boxes.
Me too.
Next room. I should have had them in this room, but
I can show mine off in the meantime. I've got the synth deck box as well, which is rad. Obviously, it's backwards because it's mirrored or whatever, but the embossing here, which is great. You got the synth marking there at the top, which is fantastic.
Which are all foil embossed, and they're foil embossed with our logo and with the faction. Brian's gonna go grab some of some of the other deck boxes that we have, and yeah, someone in the chat was asking, "Can I see the magnetic stuff?"
It is
there we go.
Incredible. Like
Evan
some people
is magnetic.
Oh, okay.
Some people are like, these magnets are not very strong. I'm like, dude, these magnets are strong.
Yeah, they really are strong.
They're not weak magnets.
I do have a Survivor deck box, and then
Yep.
It attaches.
It's exceptionally strong. It's not going anywhere. So yeah. And there's a larger line of heavy play accessories as well. So the two deck boxes will snap together magnetically. And then there are some other accessories like dice trays and stuff that heavy plate makes, and they can snap in between and onto things as well. These things are this survived a fall off a very high place, which I was very impressed by.
Yeah, just put those over there.
I've got them on the screen right now, so you guys can check them out for all the different 4 factions and the Kickstarter. We got Charlotte, which is brilliant, and I believe all this art is Andre, right? Andre Garcia.
That is correct. This is all Andre Garcia key art.
Just gorgeous stuff. And it just sort of shows you how it can fold up right there. It's just as big as basically a 15-inch laptop. It gives very sort of old school Trapper Keeper. If you're old like I am, you know what Trapper Keepers are. But yeah, fold right up, easy to store, easy to carry, super high quality. Like these things, they do not, they spare no expense when they make these things.
A Trapper Keeper is when you open up a synth boss and don't trade it away, right?
Exactly.
So someone in the so there's, speaking of listening to people, there have been a lot of requests for tokens. We can do tokens, but if we're going to do arcade tokens, we want to do actual arcade tokens. So we're working to identify a manufacturer of actual real arcade tokens. We don't have anything in play yet. It's certainly not going to be for the Kickstarter. There are very few companies that make actual arcade tokens in the style that looks and feels like an arcade token. And given some things in the world, the price of brass is through the roof right now. So we're gonna do this at some point. We're gonna do it right, and we're gonna do it at the quality you expect the rest of our stuff from. So, stay tuned. And while there are lots of other things you can use to as tokens for when you're playing until we eventually announce something. But yeah, I'm working on it.
For sure.
Turned out to be much harder than I expected.
Stupid coins. Well, beyond the heavy playmats, we also have the game head playmats, and I'll bring them up here on the screen. And Brian, tell us a little bit about sort of how these came about and why they are the way they are.
Sure. These are the Blood and Steel game head mats. I love working with Gamehead. They're our traditional playmat partner. They make just insanely high quality playmats that you think of in the really traditional way. I mean, honestly, Alan from Gamehead kind of invented the modern rubber playmat.
Yeah, and
he did not patent it, unfortunately, but he did kind of invent them.
And the stitch edging is very good. So some folks in our Discord have actually gotten a chance to see these, either because they were at PAX Unplugged last year, or some folks have gotten them. Some have filtered out into the world. These are the movie poster style. These were inspired by New York City movie posters that you see in the subway, right?
Yeah. The idea is like, you think of movie posters always as this kind of portrait mode, but when you see movie posters on the subway, the panels that they would paste those up in were always landscape.
Yep.
And then of course the Trip Klug Alters playmat.
And there's the F Klug Alters playmat. Yeah, so these are super high quality. We're going to have a lot of selections for folks in the Kickstarter. I think at this point there's at least 8 different selections of playmats. And one of the things that you can choose is whether or not you want the playmat with the game stats, the game trackers on them for the Blood and Steel, or if you want the version with just the art. The boss playmats, the boss versus boss, all come with the game stats on them.
Very cool.
Who's the best boss?
Me.
Honestly, Brian's the best boss I've ever had, easily. Because of that, I've worked with Brian a couple of times in my career now.
Well, this is my first go, and he's pretty awesome. So I've just known the guy as a friend / guy on Pro Tour. Yeah.
I think the best boss is honestly, I think it's Decommissioner. I love that design. I love the play patterns with her. I like the narrative arc that she's on, right?
I like Decommissioner a lot.
Yeah.
I think she's my favorite.
It's just super fun. I love that when you play with her the first time, you start to do some stuff to be like, oh no, she's broken. And then the next time you play, people start to figure out some ways, and then you have to make, some decisions and some adjustments around play patterns to make it work.
I remember having an argument with Brian much earlier on in the design process, where I was vehemently arguing that the Decommissioner bringing back an enforcer every turn was just unbelievably overpowered. And turns out it's not. It's strong, but it's not game-endingly overpowered, because you're spending a lot of resources just to get that character back, and it's often not advancing you to the game.
Yeah.
Well, so I've spent some time with quite a few of the bosses now, and I like Construct a lot. So at the beginning, I thought it was Decommissioner / maybe Sky. Sky was up there because that reducing the cost of his attack is super powerful. I had Blades there for a minute. She was really, really good. When she attacks, she draws a card if you have 3 fighters. That's great. She digs for 2 fighters. That's also incredibly important. But I think the one that I feel right now, personally, I think it's See You Later Gator. I think there's a reason, like he punishes you for attacking him because he's got the trigger to possibly draw cards from that. So people don't really want to attack your boss as much. And then once you got 5 fighters, oh no, well now I got to deal with the fighters. I can even deal with See if I want to. So I've seen some real gains in using See.
It's funny. I think if people have the cassette bundles and they've opened them, which maybe you don't want to do at this point, but the See You Later Gator in those cassette bundles for PAX Unplugged was a little different.
Yeah, so Sia, as you all know and love him now, has a limitation on the number of cards you can draw each turn when he is attacked. The original version of Sia did not. And that actually is format warpingly powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, as was pointed out to me very early on by Magic Hall of Famer Bob Maher.
And
But
no,
yeah,
it's-
but the funniest thing about it is when we were playing at PAX Unplugged, one guy, I don't remember who it was, just kept complaining that Sia was the worst boss. He's like, this boss is terrible. He's terrible. And we're like, what are you talking about? It's kind of really good. Actually, you know, it's so good we had to change it. Like we knew it was changing. Yep. And he's like, it's terrible. And so he goes back to his game. He's like, whatever, you know. And so someone attacks him and he reveals the top card of his deck and it's like a weapon. And everyone's like, get him! Because now, you know, at a time where it was like, you know, you would keep hitting cards, but once you don't hit a card, it would stay there. And so people would just bum rush him for the next 3 turns, for the next 3 actions.
Dogpile on him.
He's like, see, this card is terrible.
But what was interesting is, and we just hit 8,400 backers.
I was just going to say we had 1 to go, but then we had 3 more people, so now we got 97 to go to hit 8,500. Let's go.
And we're getting really, really close to 1.9,
1.9,
which is exciting. Right. That's a really exciting number.
All right, so that means we need 97 more backers to unlock the Apex preview pack.
Right.
And a little bit over 100,000.
Right. And if they all go 1K, maybe a few bump up to the end boss, and we're there. And that's all it takes. And then we're done. We did it.
Going back to the Sia story, I think what the player didn't realize is he thought it wasn't doing anything, but no one was attacking him because of the defensive, the threat.
Right.
So the boss wasn't doing anything mechanically, but it was doing something tactically at the table. It was keeping him alive.
Oh, that's a great question. Someone said, any chance of getting a card listing for those cassette decks?
Yes, it's public.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the way you can find it is go to cataclysmarcade.com and then click on card gallery. And then from the drop down, you can choose what set you want to take a look at. And the the PAX Unplugged cassettes are in there under the demo set listing. They're the demo set 1, I believe.
Do you know which pack each one is if you sort it that way?
Oh no, it doesn't show you which is in which pack.
Yeah.
All right, we can probably
we can figure out a way to get those, or I can post a picture. I have some loose packs of those still.
And then for those who don't know, if you click on an individual card in the card gallery, you can select which version of the card you want to look at. So yep, there you go. So Evan is showing right now on screen how you can toggle back and forth between the different printings. And it's really interesting showing how our card frames have evolved as we've gotten more and more player feedback.
Yeah. And then again, and that will, as we have variant art versions and those will all be
absolutely
in there.
And Scott Collins did, right now we've got F and Slingshot, and Scott Collins did this absolutely amazing.
Oh, hand me that envelope there.
What?
So,
you guys are going to think this is planned. It's not.
It's not actually planned. So
the happiest of accidents.
An amazing alt art of F and Slingshot, and Brian said, "Look at this thing on the table." Oh my God, that's the original art.
Yep. I one of the things I love, I can put those over there, but one of the things I love about this game, and it's so funny when people are like, "Oh, is that AI?" Which drove me crazy. Is
are those the original inks?
Yep. I have
the
original art.
The alt art, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the Scott Collins F and Slingshot original art.
I swear to God, I randomly clicked on F and Slingshot. People won't believe it, but
This is completely random. We did not actually plan this.
That's emergency break.
Yep. There's Astuda.
Astuda.
Yeah. She's really good, by the way.
Yeah, she's really good.
She's very strong.
And of course, everybody's favorite, Tube Steak.
I didn't realize he did these on comic pages.
Yeah, that's what.
I knew the intent was to make them look like they were done as comic pages or panels, but I didn't realize he actually did these on comic board.
Yeah, then shrunk them down and then digitally added some blue line, because his line's actually way cleaner than what they look like in the reproduction. And then he went in and added some blue line and some other.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah,
that's really, really cool.
And you know, we're so close to that Apex preview pack. I can show you an original concept sketch by me for a future Apex boss.
World premiere, everybody.
That is Baron Clacker.
Nice.
Future.
Hold on. Yep. I think these need to go in there as well.
Yeah.
But, okay, now there's an auction going on for your sketch.
Yeah, I have I needed to be a writer because I cannot I like to say I could not draw flies if I died and laid in the sun for 3 days.
So I don't think I've ever actually seen your sketch in all the years we've worked together. I don't think I've actually seen a hand-drawn sketch by you that you gave to an artist. You've always written it out. So someone was asking, how can they get the alt arts? So Tube Steak is insane. Well, the great news is Tube Steak is a common card. And so every prize pack has 2 alt arts in it. So you've got 2 of 8 of the common alt arts in every prize pack. So that's where that art, all of that original Scott Collins art shows up in prize packs.
Right. Oh, but by the way, Flips, yeah, we should probably do some treatment at some point for Tube Steak before he was synthed, but he was called T-Bone when he was just a survivor fighter. So that is actually that's
And
just,
now you see what my day is like.
your day is awesome.
my day is awesome. But Brian's like, there's this character I have, and his name is Tube Steak.
But it used to be T-Bone, so
no, very exciting. Bad. So Greg, Gang wants to know if that can just be the art for Baron Clanker.
You know, maybe a variant art, you know.
variant art, best art. Let's go. Cool.
Okay. How did the Hot Mike character come about?
Hot Mike's actually one of the first characters in the universe that was created. It's like within the first 10 characters, he goes back to the original graphic novel proposal, which was, you know, which starts with Blades going down to the subway platform. In the original graphic novel, he fights Monsieur Mayhem, who is the second character we introduced. And then, so I guess the third Tube Steak, Hot Mike and Tube Steak were actually, I guess, the third and fourth characters that were introduced narratively. And the idea for Hot Mike was this character who could be this expositional voice for the universe, who, you know, talks about the characters, helps give them some of their crazy names, you know, as Evan knows from doing Magic coverage and other events, the bane of every live event is the Hot Mic. You know, we've all had some experiences with it, and so I just like the idea of a character with that name who is both, you know, really pleased with himself all the time, and, you know, he's Hot Mike, but also he's just always a Hot Mike. You know, he's like, you know, and will say anything, and according to the lore, the reason Prime Rib got tube staked is because he antagonized Max, and Max took it out on T-Bone. So,
And then became the tube steak. That's right.
Max being Max Homicide King, who is the character on the front of the booster demo packs, but awesome art by Andre Garcia. And based on why is his flaming sword disappearing into his head?
Sure. It's actually emerging from his head. So this is a group of synths who have trapped in this world, and as they are here, and a lot of the characters from that group have become more and more expressive, and so hell yeah,
1.9 baby,
1.9 million.
We did
nice.
it. Let's go.
It's exciting. Thank you.
Yeah. Almost halfway through.
We, as these synths have become more and more expressive, they've looked for ways to identify themselves. There's a group of characters called the Marked, and they've taken on the visual presentation of trading cards, right? Like playing cards, not trading cards, playing cards. So, the King of Hearts, the Queen of Clubs, the Joker, or the Jack. Fish hooks is off of Jacks. Some of their names are slang, for some of those card names. But Max is based off King of Hearts, who's sometimes called the Suicide King, because on the traditional playing card, he's got a sword that is, I guess probably the drawing is probably behind his head, but it looks like it's going into his head. And that's not really the vibe of our universe. So he is pulling a flaming sword from his head that he's sort of sheathes there, this virtual sword, and he is the Homicide King.
Yep.
So yeah, I love him. And it's so funny because, when we were sort of pairing up narrative and card design, right? Like, and they ended up sort of together. It was like, oh, kind of wanted this card to have a more flavorful ability, but it's like, no, turns out attacking for 4 for 2 is pretty good. It's a pretty flavorful expression of the Homicide King.
And it's even better when you have used the Decommissioner to get him back into play on turn 3, so you can attack with him on turn 4.
Yeah.
It's even better.
He's great. Or it's even better when you kill him with Charlotte.
I was just about to say that. I was literally about to say that.
And steal no abilities. I would like to steal no abilities from your Max.
Instead, I will steal +4 attack.
Yeah, I won that game when I did that, by the way. Shocker. I can imagine. But yeah, so interesting, for me, when I like... I'm always curious when, any kind of new game comes out, and there is, there's always going to be sort of an average game time and average length of a game. Were there things that you tweaked to make the game faster or a little bit slower over time? Just curious, how that
the amount of cards you draw and card fill in your left.
Yeah, we've done a few things. I would say, certainly played around with the number of cards in hand. I think drawing the 5th card at the start of level 1 is a fairly recent addition to the game.
It is, and we tested a variety of different starting hand sizes.
Yeah.
There was a lot of work done on what's the appropriate number of cards to flow in and out of a game. Originally, it was a much lower number, and there just wasn't enough actions, not enough stuff to do.
And once you were out of cards, you were out of cards.
Yep. So yeah, that's probably the thing that we did the most to regulate pace and speed of the game.
Yeah, I think if, it's funny, if you go back to where we recorded, Brian and I had that gameplay video, like the second video we ever made for the YouTube channel. You mentioned, you draw a card at the start of level 1. And if you can listen to me, like, I'm surprised because I didn't know that yet. And I went with the flow and all, but I was like, oh yeah, you draw a card. Of course you do. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm happy to draw more cards. And that's what it takes. That's great.
Yeah, we just want people to be able to find their things and to just have enough action, especially early on. I think we noticed that people had a tendency to play their hand out maybe sometimes too fast.
Yep.
Right. You're always going to be gated by a lot of things, like your resources to use your card abilities. And so, but running out of cards and not drawing, not having ability to draw cards just felt bad. And so we wanted people to have enough action to carry them into the game and find their cool stuff.
Someone's asked what the difference between late pledges and regular pledges are. So late pledges, they don't have the same discount that Kickstarter pledges have during for the next 6 hours.
6 hours.
8 hours.
Yeah.
6.
Secondly, not all options are available. Right. We stream down the options, so there's not as much flexibility. So people can just have simplified. They just come in late. They just get one of the options that's available. And then lastly, your early bird bonus, if you're an early bird backer, only applies during the Kickstarter period.
Someone asked if I'm at the Challenger tier, do I need to add the Scrapper tier items for that variant, for those variant boss cards? And,
the 4 Ciro Nieli variant boss cards that come with the Scrapper tier. Yep. Just go grab into optional buys, grab the Scrapper tier. You can add it on. You can add on multiples if you want. And quite a number of people have.
Yeah.
I was looking at the data earlier, and there's quite a number of people who have picked up more than one Scrapper tier, which I think is really interesting.
Hey, Evan, do you have the Ciro Nieli gallery?
I do. Let's bring up some Ciro Nieli art here, and I'll go ahead and just get this rolling here.
Yeah, Ciro stuff is so cool. He's someone we met through Matt's Mortuary, actually, from our Discord. They know each other well. Matt is, Ciro's a fairly legendary artist in the animation field, and then he's a highly sought after comic book cover artist.
Yep.
And
he did a really popular TV show.
He was a showrunner for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle show in the mid 2010s. And I was like, okay, well, maybe he'll do some art for us, Matt, Yep. And he did, and he's just killed it, right? Like, just absolutely
he brings so much character to the bosses.
Yeah. And it's funny because so much of like the of the boss cards, you have this like, you tend to get this like static shot, right? Like you want to establish the character, you want to do this thing, but once you get past that, then you get free to tell stories. So like the blades the sky piece where he's leaping up with both swords, and there's like a whole cacophony of action going on down below. That piece is fantastic. Yeah, look at these. These are just amazing. So
yeah, I really like that sky piece in particular. Going back to what you said about dynamic action, you usually see Sky after the fight.
Yeah.
And that one really is when he's in the thick of it.
Yeah, Ciro is gifted, certainly with his use of colors. I mean, just look at the cat. Look at Murder Countess down there.
Yeah.
And the purple that just shines here on the blades is brilliant.
All right, we're almost we're creeping up towards the Apex cards.
Yeah, 90 more backers.
90 more.
Oh, yeah, we were also going to do that triptych of. We've got that triptych unlocked for Gizzard.
Yep.
So I feel like people. All right,
I didn't realize that Gizzard was a weird pigeon.
Yeah.
Until the triptych.
Yeah. I will spoil a future card design.
Okay.
Which is his name is Gary. In quotes, it's like Gary, 3 gizzards in a trench coat. And when Gary would be destroyed, put 3 gizzards into play.
Hey, Pete, it's your turn.
It's time to go.
Gary. It's going to be the first card name in quotes It'll always be alphabetically first.
Well, that does practically mark the midway point through the stream. So we're just halfway to madness here. We're marching our way towards midnight. Very
You want to take a
exciting.
quick break?
Yeah. Why don't we do we have any content we can show? We'll take a little break and
Yeah, we could do that.
maybe look at some of the pizza options so we can get some sustenance here.
It's New York. I'm sure we can find pizza.
Yeah.
Right. I'll take a look and I'll go ahead and run the Kickstarter video. If you guys can check that out if you haven't seen it yet. And it'll give us about 2.5 minutes, I think, or so that we'll have to, about 2 minutes and 16 seconds that we can, use the restroom, come back here and see us again.
Cool.
Cool.
So to run the cartoon on loop.
We could do the cartoon again. Don't make me. I will. But
Taking the original art and putting it back on the table. It's the year 2026.
yeah. All right. Let's put you up here. Boom.
It's the year 2026, 40 years after the Cataclysm, an event that wiped humanity off the face of the earth. Or most of it anyway. A small pocket of survivors persevere in the subway tunnels under New York City, where they compete in a brutal blood sport known as the Cataclysm Arcade. Fighters go down to the platform, wait for a train, and fight the boss that gets off. If they win, they get on the train, they're the new boss, and they go to the next station. Their reward? Do it all again. Brian David Marshall for Cataclysm Arcade. This is a huge moment for us. We've been working on this for a long time, and we're finally here at our Kickstarter. This is my love letter to trading card games and to video store rental era science fiction epics. Cataclysm Arcade is a full-fledged trading card game experience. You can play sealed deck, booster draft, constructed. But what we've done that's unique to this game is we've created it so that you can play out of a single booster pack. Every single booster pack of Cataclysm Arcade offers you a ready-to-go gameplay experience. I've been involved with the trading card game industry for a long time, and it has always been a source of frustration for me that trading card games, as amazing as they are, have a terrible first-time user experience. And we've designed Cataclysm Arcade so that you can learn to play the game within 5 minutes, but still spend years learning how to master it. Everything about Cataclysm Arcade and our Kickstarter is designed to give you the best possible TCG experience. Whether it's art from people like Eric Klug and Steve Ellis and dozens of other amazing artists from comics and games, to unique chase collectibles in our prize packs, or our partners Gamehead and Heavy Play with unique branded accessories. Check out the tiers, find the experience that's right for you, and enter the Cataclysm Arcade and start playing. Operators are standing by. Hello?
Hey, Sky. It's me.
Blades? But I thought...
I know. I'm not dead yet. It's getting weird down here, Sky. Freak straight out of a nightmare. If they got a way in, that means we've got a way out. I have a plan, but you're not going to like it. You're gonna have to fight your way to me through the arcade.
Let's see those tokens, Suburbia! anything can happen in the Cataclysm Arcade!
Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. My apologies. Going to go ahead and take a look at this right here. Might run this just for a little bit. As soon as they are back and up and running, I will return us to our main stage, as it were. But until then, let's enjoy this this playthrough. Take a look right here. Bingo. Bingo.
Hello everyone, welcome to one more game on Good Time Society. My name is Becca Scott and I'm here with three incredible friends and we are going to be playing Cataclysm Arcade in a whole different way. Let's introduce who's at the table. Iffy, hello.
How's it going? It's your boy Iffy Whitey Way and we're here to get in that arcade and, you know, cataclysm it up.
Yeah. Over here we have Olivia.
Hi everybody, happy to be here. Yeah, BDM. I just want to support you in your projects, which is the perfect toss to BDM.
Hi, Brian David Marshall. I'm so excited. This is going to be the first time I've ever opened up a Cataclysm Arcade booster pack.
What? Are you lying to me?
No. I had a pack earlier today and I deliberately didn't open it. So this will be the first pack I open up.
So if you cry, we'll know why.
I mean, it's a very high likelihood that I will cry.
As was hinted, Brian David Marshall is the designer of Cataclysm Arcade, a beautiful game about a post-apocalyptic world where we all perform for bloodshed and fun. Yeah. So this is a unique format that I have never seen another TCG have the option of doing, which is you crack a single booster and that is your deck you can play with. Yes. I'm very excited to try this format out. And should we crack them?
Yeah, let's crack them.
Let's crack them.
Oh
big crinkles, big crinkles.
Ooh, good rip.
Oh boy. I got a good one. I'm trying not to look at my cards.
All right, let's go around and shout out our boss.
I've got See Ya Later Gator. This is a shifter boss. He's a were alligator, and you get to draw some cards with him.
A were-a-gator?
Were-a-gator.
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
I don't think you are.
Hilariously.
Oh no. Blades triumphant.
Oh my God, we didn't even rig that.
No, we didn't.
Wait, why is this a thing?
I'm for voice actors.
Amazing! Yes. I saw that video and I was told, identify this voice, and I said, damn, Olivia can voice that. Cut to the tape.
It's getting weird down here, Sky. Freak straight out of a nightmare. If they got a way in, that means we've got a way out. I have a plan, but you're not going to like it. You're gonna have to fight your way to me through the arcade.
So I'll be playing someone I have voice repped.
That's amazing. Oh my God, that's insane.
Love it.
I'm gonna go with, this is the first card I've ever seen from this game, and that's when I was like, oh, I gotta learn more about it. I'm doing F with me ammo.
Yeah, for some reason that feels right with you.
No, yeah, you know, it's buff fella who likes rats. That sounds a lot like me.
Ooh, and you're a mystic. I too am a mystic. I'm Tantrum World Ender, which is me if you piss me off.
That tracks, yeah.
Yeah, a boss illusionist. Tantrum can't be attacked as long as you have Wump on your team.
You should have a Wump token in your pack.
Let's see if we're wumping.
Let's see if it
Oh
works.
Lord, we wump it.
Wump!
You should have a head rat token in your pack.
Ooh, boom, head rat.
All right, you have no.
We're going to transition back here to our main scene. We return here with Brian and Pete. Hey guys, we're watching a little bit of the Good Time Society as we had to burn a couple more minutes and whatnot. But watching Olivia open blades is got to be surreal. Like, right?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And I got to tell you, like, when we shot our play out of a pack video for that really was the first flow wrapped booster pack I opened for the game. We got them a little earlier in the day. You know, like a mission to get them there in time. And I could have opened one, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna wait. So that was my my first one, and so it was super cool. Very, very, very exciting. And yeah, it was really cool. It was very cool to get Olivia. It was very meaningful for me to have Olivia there to do that. So Olivia and I have been friends for a while now. We met through the Magic community, but you know, we're both very close with Sheldon. Sheldon Menery, who's the person who you know, really invented and popularized the Commander format back when it was called EDH. And you know, Sheldon was very much someone. You know, we lost him a couple years ago now. He passed away tragically, but he was very much with me through the process of making this game, and really someone, you know, we talked earlier, Pete, we were joking about that sort of conversion of you from like this spiky player to like understanding the dynamics of multiplayer play and social gaming. And Sheldon was really instrumental in that journey for me. You know, I wrote like a column called Swimming with Sharks for a long time, which was about competitive Magic, and was the Pro Tour historian, and you know, would do these deck techs, and you know, and had multiple columns about trying to qualify for the Pro Tour every week. So funny story about that. Just sidebar, just random. Doing a column where I'm trying to qualify for the Pro Tour. We're playing, it's whatever affinity format, early affinity format it is. And I'm playing in a Ravager affinity deck. And my deck's, you know, pretty like good, but fairly, you know, nothing crazy, but there's some specific things about it. But I'm writing every week about my experience. And so everyone knows what I'm playing, but it doesn't matter because everyone's playing. Sit down, like maybe 1-on-1, you know, third round of the thing. We sit down and my opponent is just like sitting there like this through our whole game one. He's just like, you know, I'm like, okay, what's going on? And we play, and then I think I win game one pretty easily and do some Disciple of the Vault math, you know, whatever. And then he's like, oh my God. And he's like, I'm so excited. And I'm like, what? He's like, oh, I read your column and I was hoping I'd get to play you. So I have a 15 card sideboard for you. And I'm like, what? You mean like an anti-affinity sideboard? He's like, no. I have 15 cards that are in my sideboard just in case I played you. And he just jams 15 cards into his deck, pulls out whatever other 15 cards, and he just like, you know, oxidize my land and do this thing. And, you know, it It was insane. It was the bad. He just wins the next 2 games super handily. Nothing I could do. Really funny, but anyway. But I was a very competitive player. I was trying to, do that thing, and really Sheldon, having conversations with him and Scott Larrabee and Toby Elliott and all these other folks, and getting to play with them, really was like, oh, there's this different way that you can experience a trading card game, right? And by the way, also Ron Foster, who's someone who doesn't get a lot of credit in Commander circles, but is really influential and probably handed me my first Commander deck that I wanted to play. But really, that idea about playing with your friends, playing with cards that you love, telling stories through gameplay, whatever those stories are, and building those memories, and not having to, lock the table down on an infinite combo, which is definitely my initial approach to Commander.
Yeah.
Like, oh, and then my unmorph my Brine Elemental and copy it every turn with my Vesuvian Shapeshifter, and none of you can ever untap. Isn't that fun? We eventually came to some understanding. But anyway, so here's right. Anyway, so Olivia and I talked toast to Sheldon quite a bit, and so it was really cool to be able to share that first like public, really like produced gameplay video, and have her be there for it, and have her be also the voice of Blades was really cool, and I'm so grateful to her for coming along on that ride with us. So she's awesome.
Yeah, I had a lot of great interactions
work with her. Work with her. She's amazing.
Oh yeah, and I had a lot of great.
If you ever get a chance to play with her, don't play with her. She's going to destroy you.
She will crush you. I have seen her crush many a person. The one thing I learned about Sheldon, particularly from the Spikes who like to play Commander or try to get into the Commander CEDH stuff or whatever, and they would try to like show off. You know what I mean? They'd be like, "Oh, I'm going to pod with Sheldon. I want to go off on turn 3 or whatever." So they do. They go off on turn 3 and they go, blah, 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 you're all dead. And then Sheldon goes, "Okay, thanks, bye." And he just keeps playing with the other 2 people. And the guy's like, no, you're all dead. He's like, yeah, you won. Good job. All right, thanks. All right, we're going to keep, we're going to do this right here. And then they just play and have a good time. And the guy's just completely bewildered, cannot figure out what's going on. He's like, you guys are supposed to be like shuffling up. What's going on? And he's like, we're not here to do that. That's not why we're here. We're here to have fun and enjoy ourselves and so on, and not 3 turns and you're done. So
yeah,
little lessons like that.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it's great. I also recently got to play the game with some of Sheldon's friends down in Florida, who actually didn't get to share Commander that much with Sheldon. Right, they were friends, and I met them through Sheldon, and we got to play on Sheldon's gaming table.
Oh wow!
That they own now, and drink a bottle of wine from Sheldon's cellar. And got to share that kind of like multiplayer game experience with that family. It was amazing. Anyway, I miss him. I wish he could see this, and I'm glad Olivia was able to hang out for that early reveal of what we were doing.
I would say the spirit of Sheldon is strong in our multiplayer environments. It really feels nice that way.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like, honestly. You have Richard Garfield, right? Richard Garfield comes along and he has an idea, right? He's like, oh, I have an idea. What if, like baseball cards, but with D&D, and it's like, oh, and it's random, and, blah, blah, blah. And then boom, $13 billion a year industry 33 years later, right? Yeah. But also in there, Magic was chugging along pretty well, but it was kind of like at a glass ceiling. And it's really not until Sheldon was like, oh, I've been playing this fun format with my military buddies. He was stationed in a remote area and had, just a small group of people, and they would all play EDH, Elder Dragon Highlander, when it was like the 5 Elder Dragons. And, started playing it with judges and popularizing it and writing about it, and really propagating this idea of playing a game with, like, doesn't have to be just it could be accessible. It doesn't have to be like all these crazy cards. At the time, Commander was accessible. and you could just be like, oh wow, I love soothsaying. Let me play with soothsaying. Oh, I love this card. Let me play with this card, right? And but Sheldon, his vision for this social structure around gameplay has added, and this is not an exaggeration, billions of dollars to Magic's bottom line. Right? Like, I think Sheldon is as important in Magic's trajectory as anybody who was there at the start of the game. I think he is AS after Sheldon, right? Like there's this timeline, and literal billions of dollars in sales come after people are like, oh yeah, that's a cool way to play, and that's different than revealed this massive player base that lurked below the tip of the iceberg. So, pretty crazy.
Yeah, I worked at Star City Games back in 2010, 2011, and that was when the first Commander product came out. And there was always this sort of there were these people out in the world that Wizards would talk about, and they were the Invisibles. I don't know if Pete, you're around when they had that term. I know, I'm sure Brian heard it, but they're always talking about the Invisibles. And how do we reach the Invisibles? The people who don't interact online, they don't fill out surveys, they don't go to the website, they just buy product. We don't get it, we don't understand it. And the idea that, and then slowly but surely EDH, as it morphed into Commander, not only did it give retailers the ability to sell all of these cards that weren't selling because they weren't tournament staples, they weren't tournament sideboards or whatever. All those cards started selling, which was really cool. Well, suddenly it was like, well, I only need one of all these cards. I don't need a whole play set of these cards. So then it became sort of a value proposition for people as well. And then the social angle on top of that. So it just it stirred this really magical amount of forces together of, community, social, it's affordable, it's fun, it's interesting, it's different every single time because it's singleton. And yeah, he just kind of forged it out of nothing from that. And not only that, but to sort of herald the format all those years and the ban lists and all this other stuff that, took a long time, and then have to go out there as the face of it and be like, no, we're making these changes and here's why. And, sticking to his guns and so on during those years as well. It was really incredible to see. There's definitely before Commander and after Commander when it comes to Magic, and that didn't happen without Sheldon.
Yeah. And one of the things that I've been really surprised and maybe a little disappointed that more games have not fully leaned into that multiplayer. And it's not for every game, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't make every game multiplayer, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't always work.
Right.
Right. But it is hard for me to imagine making a game right now that doesn't account for the way the most people who play TCGs play games now. That seems ludicrous to me. I'm sorry. I'm getting my hair cut tomorrow morning. Poor sequencing on my part. I am sorry. It's crazy.
How dare you?
I know. But it's wild to me. And you see a lot of games that are like, oh yeah, and it's if you've been to any kind of retail trade show or distributor conference, you'll see a publisher and they'll be like, and yes, it's playable in multiplayer. They do this thing.
Yeah.
And I've made that comment to a couple of distributors and they crack up laughing because they're like, yeah, that's actually what they say.
I would guess where it's in there and there's a rules variant or something, right? So was the 1v1, did you make sure that kind of was on, did that feel good to you guys before you went multiplayer, or was it vice versa? Did you just try multiplayer and then 1v1 works?
No, I think it was always very intentional for us that you could do both.
Yeah.
Right. And I think, especially when it's just me and Pete working on it, right? It was like, Pete's thinking about that 1v1 experience and thinking about that play pattern a lot. And I was thinking a lot about that multiplayer experience and really wanting it. And I think we were both shocked continually as things worked
together.
Worked really, yeah. the first time somebody blocked for someone else other than themselves was like this really cool moment, right? And like I still love that when I'm doing demos and I'm like, oh, I'll block that attack for you. Just don't attack me later. And people are like, what? You could do that?
Every time.
Yeah. So and I've been so surprised, I think by how well so many of those things translate across both play patterns. And I was really worried, I think, that it would come at the expense of sort of the integrity of one of the play patterns, but it doesn't, and we can fix it if it does.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it was always, there was a moment, because I've been interacting with quite a few retailers now at various trade shows, and I'm able to say like, look, we're here for social gaming, we're here for multiplayer gaming. I'm like, there's no special rule sets. It's the same game, 1v1 versus free for all versus 2v2. Someone mentioned two-headed giant in the comments there, and it's like you just get two-headed giant rules and play two-headed giant. You trade actions like you normally would, and you can play like that if you like.
We've done a little bit of play testing on two-headed, 2v2, whatever you want to call it. It's super cool. We do something a little different. Pete and I would not be on the same team if this was our table configuration for 2v2. We actually do like bridge seating.
Oh, interesting.
So my opponent, my teammate would be diagonally across from me, and you would still have that. You would still have that turn sequence be the same. So Pete would go, I would go, Pete's teammate would go, my teammate would go, Pete would go. And so it's really cool.
Well, that's really interesting.
And it feels very different. And, it makes you think about the cards a little differently and the sequencing a little differently. Yeah. So.
Very rad. I'm curious, just a question of mine. This is only me. Pete, I think there's this natural progression of like, what's the largest fighter, right? What's the highest level fighter? What's the highest numbers on the level of fighter and things? And like, how much stock do you put in that? Like the numbers need to be, you need to have a level 8 in this one, you have a level 9 in that, or level 10 in this one, or the number has to be whatever.
Yeah, I mean, so currently their highest level is 7. And you really have to like ask yourself, like, okay, on average, how long do games last? Okay, level 7, level 8. I definitely think, higher level than level 7 fighters are on the table. As to what they do and what they look like, not sure yet. But yeah, they're going to have a good amount of health. They're going to be really powerful because you've managed to stay alive until level 7 or whatever level.
Would you could you see a fighter that is gated by a high level? We're just going to do a little design stuff here. So a level 10 fighter.
Yeah.
But reduce the level to be able to play it based on some number of fighters that died this turn.
Sure. Yeah. No, I could see that. I could also see a level 2 fighter that gets a bonus when it's played on level 7.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
See, that's what I like. That's rad as well. I love the other way around. It's really cool. For each level that is above it.
On level 2, then you reset it on level 7.
Then you get the bonus.
You would get the bonus. Okay.
The bonus, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So there's a lot of room to play with stuff. It's been really interesting. I've been it's one of the funniest things that ever happened. I think we go to pick up some playtest cards that we were printing locally, and we and the guy who was working there was like, oh, I really like games. I'm like, oh, just print yourself a set, kind of like print and play, print yourself a set and just play with your friends, right? Like there's a QR code, it'll tell you how to play. He's like, awesome. Okay, I'm going to do that. So I go back the next week and I'm like, oh, how was the game? What did you think? He's like, oh man, it was great. It's like I won, it's like, I mean, we were getting to like turn 21, 22, but then I managed to win and we're like, what the like turn 10 is a rarity.
Yeah. Like I couldn't even imagine getting to level 20. I couldn't even imagine.
He's like turn 20, 21, 22.
That's when it's really getting hopping. Yeah, your turn 20s,
Yeah.
turn 21s. I've played a lot. I played a whole lot. I don't think I've ever seen. I never made it past level 12. I think we got to 12 once, and that was.
Yeah, I think I've gotten to maybe 11. Like I think a weird game where everything gets kind of wiped out.
Yeah.
People are just drawing like one card a turn. And
Right.
nobody has like a recurring action that they can take.
Right. Everything got derailed or whatever. And you're like, okay,
Yeah,
we're kind of
yeah.
rebuilding. It's taking a minute. And then
Yeah.
you're kind of, blinking everybody and something. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't know how you get, but it is kind of cool when you get to tell people there is no max level. We can go to the moon in levels.
But by the way, I've been informed our viewer numbers are a little bit of a lie.
Oh.
For this, we have people watching in at least one store. So Hyper Collectibles in Tampa. Someone sent me a picture. It's up. They've got it up on their wall, and people are watching and hanging out and playing games. So that's awesome. It may or may not be true that one of those people is my niece. Not the point.
It's not important. It's really, really not important. The fact is they're watching. We appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. We are 3.5 hours into this 6-hour extravaganza as we continue here. If you'd
we're
like,
at 1915 right now.
Yep,
and
we're
we're right around 66 to go for the 8,500. So we're going to get really close here.
Now, if we do hit the 8,500, we have spoken about previews of Apex things. I mean, you even busted out a name earlier, which was pretty cool. Like Vector the Arcade God's pretty rad. I don't know if we have any plans. I'm just asking questions.
I can show. Let me see if I can show something for Vector. If we get there.
No promises. I'm not saying it.
For Vector.
But I just thought it was kind of cool. We got a lot of momentum. People are very excited. All right. Jamal Eigel is a artist that we have on many, many cards. And I've got a selection of some of his stuff here. If we want to talk about his stuff here for a minute.
Sure.
Yeah.
So Jamal is great. He's a comic book artist who's done a lot of different books over the years, done a lot of work for DC, done a lot of work independently. I actually know him going back to when we both worked at the same comic book store. And he was always great. And in fact, we worked on, I used to edit a comic book called She, the Way of the Warrior. And we brought Jamal in there as an artist to work on that book. So we've worked together in the past, and he and Steve Ellis are really close friends. In fact, I think I met Steve through Jamal in the first place. Wow, look at that decommissioner piece. That's so good. But that's my favorite piece right there. I love that Sen Yang.
Sen Yang. So
and I love that piece book too.
Yeah.
But it's funny. You know who else worked with us at that comic store? Stewart, who saves the world. The guy from The Big Bang Theory who runs the comic shop actually worked. Kevin Sussman, the actor, worked at that comic shop with us.
That's wild.
He actually worked at the first 2 or 3 Gray Matter conventions as well. My first couple of Magic tournaments I ran. He was part of the staff at those events. So it's always really funny to me whenever he's talking about trading card games or comics or being super nerdy on that show. I'm like, wait, how did you get into character?
I absolutely love.
By the way, he's also, I think, going to be one of the great actors. Like, especially now that he's gotten a little older and a little less baby faced.
Mm-hmm.
I'm calling my shot as he is the next Paul Giamatti.
That's great.
He's fantastic. He is a fantastic actor, but next Paul Giamatti.
Nice. I've paused the slideshow here on this decommissioner, which I absolutely think is brilliant. How would someone get this decommissioner?
My PayPal is
checks payable to cash. Yes.
So this is an alt-art treatment that is going to come in the prize packs.
Oh, rad. Yeah, this is gorgeous.
So, this is something that you can get there. Same thing with the gates, the San Young. Look at that art, man. That is a great piece.
That's so good. So cool. So you've been stuck up. You've been stuck in a room writing art descriptions for a minute, haven't you, Brian?
Yeah. We're working, well ahead into our world. Yes, Elias. Congrats. Thank you. That's amazing.
Wow.
All right.
Amazing.
I'm going to send you a decommissioner card. That's how you get one.
Just got to go deep. Got it.
That's amazing.
Fantastic.
Just been, we're working ahead. We're doing, narrative design, graphic, game design, we're working multiple sets ahead at the same time. It's been fun getting to tell the story of the world, starting to get the comic book project off the ground. I would love to hear what people would prefer on the comics. So this is actually a great opportunity to source
live feedback.
Yeah, feedback. By the way, my favorite boss, someone in chat asked, it's always going to be Sky. I love Decommissioner. I love all of them equally, but I love Sky more just because Sky is he is the first character to appear in this universe. Like, he literally steps out into the top of a staircase, walks down, dragging his axe, and that's all I knew. So I always have whenever I open Sky as my boss in a pack, I don't look at the pack. I just play blind because that's kind of my experience with Sky narratively.
I think in that sort of animated short there, I know I guess it's weird, but I don't know. My favorite little part of that whole thing is Sky walking down the steps, just dragging the axe, and it just clink, clink, clink down the steps. It's just so iconic, it's so cool, and it's just one of the best characters, and I just love that so much. And I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but I sure as hell did. I thought it was great.
Thank you. That's awesome, because that is right there from the first telling of the story. There's two things in there. There's also one thing that I loved so much that's in the animation, because it makes me think of my dad, and Sky is someone who's really thinking about the loss of his dad a lot. Is when I would ride the subway as a kid. I grew up on the New York City subway system. That was how we got around. That was, my dad would teach me the subway stops and everything. But I was an impatient kid, and you'd be waiting for the train to come. You'd be like, "Oh, is the train coming? Is the train coming?" And he would say, "Oh, if you can feel the breeze, that means a train is coming." And so even in that first original comic treatment, there's a scene where there's just Sky's hair rustles a little bit from the train coming down the tunnel, and they got that in the animation.
Oh wow!
And man, I was so happy about that. That was so special, and very much like a thing kind of just for me. I mean, this is all just for me.
We're all just in your head, Brian. It's all
yeah. But yeah, I love that. So
sweet.
Yeah, super cool. I think there was a question before all of that though that I got sidetracked from because I started talking about the boss.
Oh well, yeah. What was your favorite boss, and kind of went from there? Unless there was a different
something
one
before that, but that's all right.
Sure.
Look, folks are trying. By the way, always exciting when someone backs at a high tier. But honestly, I'm just as excited when people back at scrapper tier.
Right.
I'm really excited that people want to play a game that we made and be involved with the story we're telling. Again, the idea here is not about, look, yeah, right. It's like a little bit conflicting, right? Like, obviously, I want people to buy a lot of product.
Yes,
but
please
also
buy
I
all
want
the
people to
things,
buy the
but-
product. I want, to sound like I buy product responsibly.
Don't go too deep, but just deep enough.
Yeah,
Brian,
yeah.
there was this great bit that you actually wrote, I believe it was this morning, where you talked about how this game does all the things they said wasn't going to work. Like, you can't use this kind of style. You can't use this kind of this IP that no one's heard of or whatever. You just can't do it. Like, there's not going to work, Brian. I don't know if you knew that, but
It's so funny. Jay and I took so many meetings, and we had so many talked to so many people. And people are like, oh, this is cool, but what if you got the license to She-Ra, or whatever, right?
whatever.
Cool, but that would be a different game. What if you used AI art? Wouldn't you save a lot of money if you used AI art? Like, oh, yeah, but that's not. That would be disgusting, but
it's a choice.
Morally reprehensible.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
whatever, potato. Or people who were also like, you can't, people who are very like inside baseball in the trading card game space.
Right. Well, they've got it all figured
Hello.
out. Like,
That is pretty spicy, Rashum. And a little disappointing that you weren't there already. You've been here for a while, man. What's going on? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
that's
Rashum pushed to
amazing.
1.1K. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's great.
But yeah, people were just like, you can't make a trading card game that people can just play out of a pack, because they might just only buy a pack.
That's not enough buy-in. They gotta.
You gotta. I'm like, yeah, but how do you get people to in the door? Like, you're leaving people at the entrance to this adventure without being able to do anything, because it's not like someone who is gonna spend $25 on a game with their friends is gonna ever make that jump to spend $175 on a box. Right? Like, they're not going to go from 0 to a box. They might go 0 to 25. They might go 0 to $7, 0 to $6, whatever, and try a game out and enjoy it. And then, it picks up steam. And if you don't like it, then don't buy it anymore. Right? If it's not for you, that's also totally fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was very amusing to me, the people who were just like, all right, Elias, if you start giving away packs at the LGS, we'll talk. I'll get you some demo packs to do that with. Just send me a DM. I just want people to be able to play games. I love trading card games. I love this medium for both gameplay and for storytelling, but most importantly for building a community, right? Like, and this, Evan, you've done this at various stages in your career. I've done this, whether it was convention business or a retail location or doing organized play or working on other games. I love that idea of building community, and they're so good. And if you just make that community so gatekept that it has to be like, oh, dude, you need to get this many units of product to be able to do something, I just feel like you're cutting yourself off from the richest, most vibrant community that you're going to be able to form. And I feel that, super strongly. And there's one thing I like more than making games, it's being right.
Boy, it feels good, don't it?
And it feels so good. And there's only a few times in your life that you are really, really fucking right, you know? And this feels like one of those times. I'm going to be honest, and I don't call that shot very often, but I feel it with this. And all of everybody and all of this engagement and all of this support and all of the enthusiasm has definitely borne that out. So
it's been really exciting to watch, you know, because I remember when we were just like, man, if that Discord gets to 400, like, what are we gonna do?
Right, right. Remember, I'm begging people every day on Instagram to get to 500 people in the Discord.
If we could just get to 500, I checked it there. It's like over 4,000 or something. I'm like, goodness gracious.
I feel bad. I kind of miss those days. I love this number, but I just feel like it's so hard to. I feel like I just like kind of
get lost.
Skim the top of the Discord and reply to people
Mhm.
and engage with people. But like back when it was like 400 or 500 people, we would just have like discussions about pizza for 2 days, right? You know, and we would talk about our favorite 80s movies. You know, what are other people's, like, people have been asking us questions.
Yeah, way back in the day, I
wanna
believe
know
the
what
first.
other people, whether you're in the Discord or in the chat, or what are your favorite movies from the 80s? Like, what are the movies that really move you from that era? So, you know, please let us know.
Oh, I do love chitter chatting about movies. I'm a big movie buff, which is fun.
So,
And
but,
I mean, I don't know. And it's while I love RoboCop, I think because, you know, there's the it's almost, it's not, fairy tale is not the right word, but it's like it's such a sort of classic story to kind of when things are taken to the extreme and so on. And in the other half, I'm just like, Back to the Future is arguably the greatest movie of all time. Like, it's just, you talk about a perfect movie with like just hits the notes every time, great characters, amazing soundtrack. Like, who doesn't like back, you know, like they teach Back to the Future in school, you know what I mean, in film schools. Like, this is how you should have a movie paced and so on. It's like, you know, and it's still around. I just bought a Back to the Future Lego thing like 3 weeks ago. Like, you know, like, it's in my blood. I don't know if I can get it out, but it's not sci-fi. Kind of. Well, it is kind of, but yes, it is sci-fi. It's not quite dirty, you know, guns blazing sci-fi. But Blade Runner is up there. I'll take that. Inverted Shadows.
I love Blade Runner. Blade Runner is a favorite for me. Yeah, we're talking about movies.
You do it. We like movies. I mean, part of the game is here because we love movies and the way they portrayed the world and that wild grittiness that they had and that really unique kind of feel that a lot of those 80s movies did have. I mean, Running Man.
The Thing is a perfect movie bookworm.
Oh, The Thing's brilliant. The Thing,
yeah, easy,
you know,
easy 1,000 times.
My comfort watches is I will go back and watch old Siskel and Ebert episodes because I just love that stuff.
Oh, wow.
It's so much. I swear to God, it's just like, it's like a cup of tea or something. It's just so calming.
Right, wait, we gotta stop. We have a person of incredible class and distinction in chat here.
Oh yeah.
Night of the Comet has been dropped. By the way, Time Bandits is my business partner Jay's favorite movie.
Oh, sick.
He loves that movie. It's like a super influential movie on him. But Night of the Comet, super underrated. 80s like action horror comedy-ish thing. Holds up super well. And is should be a TV show. Honestly, someone should reboot it and do a prestige TV show around it. It's fantastic.
Oh, man, was the Princess? Oh my gosh, The Princess Bride was 1987. I mean,
yeah.
You want to talk about movies? Like,
yeah.
Also a movie.
Rob Reiner didn't miss in the 80s.
Oh, he did not. And it was a movie, just like I was saying, The Thing. Siskel and Ebert hated The Thing. They thought it was terrible. They didn't like it at all.
Oh, I remember that. People got really mad because they felt like it was disrespectful to remake the Howard Hawks The Thing.
Yeah, the old school.
Right.
Yeah.
And so.
And I was just, you know, you're just like, what, huh? And The Princess Bride didn't do well at the box office, but was an absolute monster in video. And, you know, and it's wild to see the actors at the time. They were all super excited and they couldn't believe they were working with this great cast. And Rob Reiner was just absolutely killing it. And then it came out and it was like, meh. And you're like, no, this is brilliant. And thankfully people did find it, and it lives on to this day. Did you see that bit during COVID when they remade the Princess Bride with all these different famous people at their house?
Oh, they did the table reads.
Well, they like recreated the different scenes in like their yard, and they had like these little like janky costume things they put together for the characters, and it was just hilarious. And you can still find it if you go search for it, but it's brilliant.
Amazing.
Oh man, Akira. Must we list Akira?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of movie soundtracks, like a lot of movie scores. I should say I have a lot of movie soundtracks. I don't have a lot of movie scores, but the Akira score is one I still have. I still own the CD for that.
You know,
I don't know that I actually own a CD player to listen to it on, but I do have an 8-track cassette player though. So.
Nice. I think my daughter was about 16-ish or so, and I was like, and it was probably around COVID times, or whatever, because we didn't have anything else to do. And I was just like, you know what? You're going to watch Akira with me. And she was like, huh? And I was like, let's go. And I put on Akira, and I'm over here just gushing at all these different scenes and saying all this stuff, explaining stuff. And at the end of it, she goes, Dad, that was really weird. Like, yeah, I know.
Oh,
But it was awesome.
Adam and Matt are going to jump in with all the movie, the deep cut 80s movies, and they're gonna win this movie battle.
Oh man,
Night of the Creeps, great choice. I think I have a Night of the Creeps movie poster, Adam. If you're interested, I'm pretty sure I do, and if I do, it is yours. So.
Oh man, I mean, the Never-Ending Story, like that was so huge as a kid.
My favorite 80s movie might be a movie I've never seen, just because of like vibes. It's a British horror film called The Lift, and it's about a possessed elevator. And the movie poster is this like really like exaggerated illustration of a man with both hands up against the elevator. The elevator doors are closed and they've closed over his neck. And the tagline for the movie is, "For God's sake, man, take the stairs." The lift.
That's brilliant. I love it.
Like very like that poster was in every video store that I remember growing up in. Yeah.
Goodness. Yeah. I mean, just there's so many good movies from back in the day. I mean, this is Spinal Tap. I mean, this is another Raw Rider. Just not miss, not miss, not miss. Just over and over again. Beetlejuice. I mean, even though they made a successful sequel 40 years later, wasn't it? Crazy.
I think we gotta get back on track here.
Back to the packs. We're going back.
Yeah, we gotta get back to cracking.
We've gone too deep in the movie hole. It's too rough.
Crack another demo pack.
Let's go.
Let's see. All right. So
design stories. Let's hear them.
We got a tool shed boss.
So why does Tool Shed have the numbers that Tool Shed has on him?
So Tool Shed went through a lot of changes through its design process. It always had the first ability, except I actually don't think that it had a token gate at one point, or a coin gate, and it would just simply draw you a card when you play a weapon, which is obviously very powerful. And then a common play pattern that would come in with Tool Shed is that you wouldn't have any fighters to put your weapons on because they'd kill them all, and you just have a whole bunch of weapons in play, and that wasn't very fun. So I thought, all right, well, what if Tool Shed makes a? Oh, is that the old one?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the specs on it?
Whenever you have a weapon enter play, draw a card.
Wonderful.
Tool Shed deals +1 damage for each enhancement on him. And then for 3 resources, you may have any number of unique weapons from your hand enter play wielded by Tool Shed.
Yep. So that was back when bosses could wield weapons.
I also don't think anyone's ever seen this.
I don't think anyone's ever seen
it. I gotta come around and hold this up for the camera.
Incredible.
I don't think Evan has this in his gallery. This is an early version of Tool Shed playtest card. Is that showing?
You want to tilt it a little bit? It's kind of.
I can take it out of the wrapper.
Yeah, if you can take it closer to the lens, yeah.
So with a Steve Ellis concept sketch.
It's still a little rough.
Back when all the synths still looked human, we went a little more visually out there with them as we moved along with the game. But
can you bring it closer?
Yeah, and Toolshed also used to be able to have weapons enter from your hand. And while that was cool, it was just a little too powerful, too early to be putting in like Swiftback 1999, right? Like it was just a little too crazy.
Yeah.
So we ended up relegating it to just weapons in play, and I'm pretty happy with where Toolshed's at now.
You want to see a playtest card for push?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
There you go.
I wish it weren't so bright. It's just so hard to see.
So yeah, Pete and I joke we have lots of boxes of very early playtest versions of these cards.
Yeah, maybe we'll get them scanned in and we can show them off a different way. It's fine. But well, speaking of the jetpack, right, the 1999 thing, that is the most expensive weapon, correct? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's a level 6 weapon. I think
Right,
that's the
and it's like
most
rare, more mythic.
highest.
I think it's rare.
It's a rare.
It's a
yeah, I
rare.
think it's a
Now
rare.
that is right now currently the top line weapon. And why is that? And why does it have the numbers and abilities that it has?
So Brian wanted a jetpack and then a jetpack like that was enhanced, right?
Mhm.
So that ended up being Swiftpack and Swiftpack 1999. Just kind of playing around with the idea of like, what would a really powerful weapon in our game look like, and what would the numbers be to get that like to a place where it wasn't necessarily broken, but it would get you over the line to like hopefully see play. And agility is obviously an incredibly powerful mechanic, and or ability rather, and the ability to block is also very powerful. So you put those two things together, and you give 3 power in addition to 3 attack, and you hope that it's good enough. I think it is. I think it
Really
is.
I always want that. I'm hoping that's going to be the rare in this pack. I've opened it so I can't see the rare. Okay, so the commons that come with Toolshed
Yep.
in the demo packs, again, this will be a wider pool of cards in the Founders Edition, but Whiskers of the Ancient, Shiner the Unruly, Mana Soft Speaker, Sky Axe Restored, and Effin Slingshot.
Yeah.
Any of these cards stand out to you as more powerful than the others?
Yes. Whiskers of the Ancients has really been really powerful, specifically in pack play, but I think the card might actually also be good and constructed. And it's kind of the design was a bit of a relic from when Mystics really cared about having different types on your teams.
Yeah.
But we kept it because we were like, okay, well, this card's still really cool. It's going to be good in pack play, and it still is fun.
Narratively, it's important too, which is always dangerous for design.
Yeah, and the card is pretty powerful, especially in pack play where you're able to play with all of those factions, right? Like you're on average, you're going to have like 1 of each faction, maybe, or maybe you have 4 or whatever, and then that card's giving +3 attack on level 2. And yeah.
Yeah, this card's cool. I love Shiner, by the way. It's one of my just favorite cards. Just bought the original art for this too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Oh,
I bought all the Joneses.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
I want to do an art show.
Oh, okay.
I want to do some kind of thing.
That's super cool.
I
I
love the
Shiner,
actual original art. You know,
I have the Shiner
playmat. Yeah, I noticed it was gone when I got here that day.
So you're keeping up with the Joneses, you say?
All right. Oh, we also have Motrina. Oh, is Motrina in the?
Motrina? No, I think it was these.
Let's see. Oriana, Mumbly Peg, Steel Swipe, Bobby Brushbacks, Flank Pack Leader. Flank is really good too.
Flank is
if you haven't got a chance to play with Flank Pack Leader, man. Tooth Extraction, also very, very good card.
powerful.
Gameplay tip, always split your damage on Tooth Extraction. So you don't get
so you
Signal
don't get
Jam.
Signal Jam.
Yeah. Unless you play me
Ooh.
and then just do one thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Blast Scanner. Wow, this is a really good
This is a
equipment
nice little pack.
weapon pack.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, Evan, you're going to be very excited about the rare in this pack. It's an EV.
Oh,
You
it's
need
an
me to send
EV!
this to you?
It's
You
an
need
EV!
another EV for your
I'm
constructor
so
deck?
excited. That is an absolute 3x, not close in your Survivor aggro decks. Just play it. Thank me later. It's brilliant and I love it. Yeah. And when can people expect to see the product? Ideally before the end of the year. Certainly.
It's going to ship in Q4. We're hoping to get it all in November. That's kind of the goal. Obviously, forces of nature, apply, but I think we're going to do it. We were, it was a real challenge to get the early birds to people and I know some people, there are a couple people in various parts of the world that might still not have them, but it was a real challenge to get those out, and we learned a lot, like Drew said earlier, and so I expect that we'll be able to do this. The game it's all ready. We're just waiting on a number so we can push the button and get it printed and shipped. And we are definitely opting to bear the cost of getting that to people over saving money to not get it to them as rapidly. We're committed to getting this into people's hands as soon as possible. We really appreciate everybody being here, and we want you to get these cards as quickly as is possible. So
yeah, I mean, Drew was talking about the warehouses and the pallets and getting the stuff, and we got to put this stuff over here for a while this other stuff produces, gets the production happens, and this goes in and once all the stuff is in the warehouse, then you can send all the stuff from the warehouse, and all those logistics are not easy. I've helped out people in logistics, and man, it gets crazy really quickly. So stuff is not easy. Cool.
Yeah. What else do we have to show off here, Evan?
I kind of ran out of
time. By the way, we're like 51 people away from 8,500 backers.
Heck yeah. I ran out of time a little bit to put the alt art stuff in here. I meant to, but I just couldn't get to it. But I do have a collection of artwork from Silas Goway, and this guy is really crazy talented.
Yeah, he's someone that our art director introduced us to, and he's really just like a perfect example of things you can do with the alt art cards, right? Like maybe the style doesn't always work within the context of a main set, but for the designiness of it and the look at that. Yeah, the aesthetic of it is so perfect.
That's one of my favorites.
I can't wait to see the foil of that, right? By the way, also one of my favorite cards. Love Cleef. Cleef is just
great.
A house.
And that Pro X is just unbelievable. Like, wow.
Yeah, the Pro X one is really pretty good. I would do that as my tattoo, but it would hurt too much. There's too much going on.
Too much color.
Full back piece, right?
So yeah, super cool. I'm excited to do more work with Silas in the future.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to take a little food break here, Evan.
Okay.
We just got some pizza.
Okay.
How's that pizza look?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I bet it smells just as good as well.
Oh, and it smells insane. Otherwise, I was gonna like I've worked through into cold food, but this smells really good.
No. We'll take us back here to where you were playing with the Good Time Society. Run through a little bit of that, and just hit me up whenever you guys are ready to come back to the broadcast.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna house a slice really quick.
Sounds good.
So.
I'm probably only gonna have one of these. These are huge.
Remember to mute that mic, by the way.
Tokens.
It worked. It was so exciting.
That
Did
is
you cry?
amazing. I'm gonna cry soon.
Yeah.
When you all beat up on me again.
Yeah, that's coming.
Crying adjacent, yeah.
They have no idea about that, but if you'd like to, you can check out the link in the description below to check out a video of us playing constructed decks in the world of Cataclysm Arcade.
Well,
You can also also wanted to shout out that we have a how to play video for Cataclysm Arcade. You can find that link in the description below as well. Well, all we need now is either dice to track what level we're at and how many tokens we have, or a handy companion app.
Yes, you're gonna be the first player of this game, Iffy.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
Look at that.
All
So
right.
we shuffle up, right?
I'm not even looking at my pack. I'm just shuffling.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so they each have a different starting health, and you've put in the name of our boss, which automatically the app does all that work for us.
I love that.
If he's going first.
And we can see that we have one token to start with. And then same thing, we're gonna pull up 4 cards, and then you can mulligan. So you can put any number of those cards aside, draw that many cards back, and then shuffle. And then at the start of the first level, which is now, then we'll draw a 5th card.
So it doesn't matter that we don't take the 5th now because it affects the mulligan.
Yes. When you play constructed in Cataclysm Arcade, you're restricted to 2 faction colors, no more than 2. But when you play out of a booster, or when you play any of the limited formats like sealed deck or booster draft, you can just
What you
play
got
with.
is what you've got.
Yep, you can just play with all of the factions. The resources in the game are generic. So
Everyone ready?
yeah.
Ready.
All right, I'm going to begin my turn and draw. And I think I'm going to just kick this off with playing Skell, Nimble Adversary. It's a 0 attack cost and attacks for 1, has 2 health. Hot Mike says, the Heralds, so far down they're not even on the subway map. Real low class.
So for those of you who chose not to pause the video and watch the how to play, in addition to our health, which when knocked to 0, you're out of the game, we have tokens. Now playing things that stay permanently on the stage, such as fighters and weapons, that you don't pay a cost except for the action that will pass around, and you can play anything at the level we're currently at or below. And I say that because I have no level 1s in my hand to play, so I will be passing for the entire rest of the round.
Okay.
I have something I can play, but I'm gonna pass.
Wow.
I'm waiting.
Well, I'll just be out here and do the thing. Eliza Doolittle. She's a fighter, and she gets +2 attack as long as I have a shifter on my team.
Ooh.
So right now she actually does Doolittle.
Yeah.
I get it.
All right, check this out. Check the sequencing out. Next, I'm going to play Turner Strap Hanger. When Turner enters play, put a +1 attack counter on target survivor fighter.
Hey.
Oh, don't worry. Each pack comes with one, so I'm able to just use these little tokens. Boom. And now it has +1 attack and attacks for free. And
Brilliant.
That's my action.
All right, well, it's going to come back to Olivia because
That's right.
we've both
Now it's
passed.
passed. I will also take this opportunity to pass.
All right. Well, I'm going to take my free attack, and I think I'm going to go ahead and do damage to the creator of the game who knows it better than us.
Okay, so let me just... That's great.
Okay.
But when Sia is attacked for the first time each level, I do get to reveal the top card of my library. And if it's a fighter card, put it in my hand.
Must be
I think I'm going to take that risk.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right, so that's going to happen. It is just Elias Protector. It's a 6-drop. It's going to come into my hand.
Okay. I'm not going to see that for another couple turns.
Yep.
And then I think my other one, I will...
Oh, and I take some
you
damage.
for one,
Yes.
Olivia.
I accept the poke into my heart. I go 15.
All right.
I had to say it like that, didn't I?
Yes, accept the poke in your heart. All right, and then I will finally pass.
It did take a token, but it doesn't matter because it was the end of the round. It took your token to get that attack.
Yes.
Becca, you're going to go first.
Ooh, and we all draw a card. Okay. Here in this level 2, I do have some things I can play. I'm going to start with Coney Tooth Fighter. This is a 2 health shifter. And what's the waddle? That's me.
Yes, it's a group of pregnant fighters in the Cataclysm Arcade.
Okay, I mean, this is giving you ideas for future sets, right?
The Waddle is a gang, so all of the subtypes in here are generally either gangs or specialties that the fighters have. It is not game-relevant information for the first set, but it will matter in the future.
But it's fun.
Yeah.
All right, attack cost is 2, attack is 1, armor 1, prevent the first damage each level that will be dealt to this. And when Coney enters play, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. If a fighter was discarded, put a +1 attack on Coney. Let's do it. Let's discard a fighter I won't be able to afford for a long time. We're going to get rid of Galen Nurturer. And I'm going to put a +1 on Coney, and I'm going to draw a card.
Wow.
And that's it.
I am going to play Det Quickener. Det is a mystic. When she becomes phantasmal, target fighter on my team gains 2 health. She has 3 health, and she costs 1 to attack and does 1 damage.
Freaking sweet.
That's your action.
Very quick game with 1 action per turn.
Yeah.
Per
Turn around the table.
turn around the table, yeah, because the turn is the level.
We're going to play Bobby Brushbacks, the survivor. He has determination, so if he die and doesn't have a counter on him, instead set him to 1 health and give him a +1 attack counter, and he can respond to block by 1 and tapping.
All right. Cool. I think I'm going to go ahead and tap F with the ammo and pay 2 to create a head rat. So now, boom. It's 0 attack costs and attacks for 1. Hot Mike says, sometimes in the middle of the night, I can hear their whiskers rustling in the tunnels, like they're saying something. I can almost grok it, but then my screams drown them out.
I think we need to re-record some of the video.
You might want to check your casting on,
Okay, it's me. I'm going to play the first weapon I've ever played. Whiskers of the Ancient Mystic. Its wield cost is 2, but it enters wielded to a fighter, so it's going to go on Coney. And when the wielder attacks, it becomes the faction of your choice for the rest of this level. The wielder gets +1 attack for each faction among your boss and fighters on your team. So right now I've just got Mystic and Shifter available, but when on attack, I'll add a 3rd. So right now it's got a little +2 on there.
Sweet.
All right. I am going to Phantasmal Det. She's going to gain 2 health, so she's going to go up to 5.
Neat. I will play Goodstead. Sandhog. A shifter. Whenever a fighter dies, he gets a +1 attack counter on.
Any old fighter. Anybody's
It
fighter.
does not say one of my fighters.
Interesting.
Jinx.
Hey.
Everybody calm down.
I only have 2 attacks left this turn.
Yeah, the 0 attacking
is nuts.
Is really nuts here.
I know, it's delicious. It's delicious. So I'm like, do I deal with this Coney Tooth Fighter who seemingly now can smack for 3 very dangerously? Or do I,
I'm seeing this thing that's going to get out of hand getting real big real fast. So
You mean
that's
at nothing?
So
At 1 right now?
when Blades attacks with 3 fighters in play,
I
you would
understand.
draw a card for free.
I would draw a card.
Thanks for letting that be known. I didn't even think of that. Now I know. I know Blades. Very dangerous. Great voice. Dangerous. Dangerous. Okay.
Lovely singing voice.
Lovely singing voice. Dangerous. But everything has 3, so it's I can't do it myself.
Becca says it.
Yeah.
It does sort of. It has armor 1.
Okay.
Armor 1, so you can't.
let me hit with it first and it's not hit either.
Okay.
How many times has Becca kept her word with you?
Always and forever.
Oh, great.
As long as you control the edit.
Yeah,
that's true. Always.
I think I'm gonna just tenderize this beefy person right here. Just
Okay.
bring it down to size.
All
You
right.
know?
Yeah.
That's 2.
Deal
That's
with
2.
the ball.
Ooh, yeah, it's got a
Yeah,
plus
'cause-
one on it.
Oh, I didn't see the
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. See, now everything's, around the same department.
I don't think Coney's going to stick around for that long with only 2 health, so I need to get in this attack while I can. I'm going to spend my 2 tokens to attack with Coney Tooth Fighter.
Yeah, it's like
and
we're in
we're-
2012 again.
Yeah, right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to send that straight at Blades.
Oh, man.
I'll take 4.
Okay.
Ooh.
Now no one's coming for you.
I don't believe that for a second.
I'm going to play Ebb Balancer of Scales. When Ebb enters play, I may add a counter to a boss or fighter on my team of a type it already has or remove a counter from. But I'll go with add, and I'll put another +1 attack counter on Det. So she now attacks for 3.
I also shall Whiskers of the Ancient.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Cool.
Okay.
Let's have our survivor friend wield it. Who can block?
You got Mystics, you got Survivors, and
And
what
I've got
other?
Shifters.
Shifters.
Wow, that's going to hit hard.
+3.
There are a handful of cards that deal with weapons in the set.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They're pretty cool.
You're talking to me about artifact destruction?
Yeah. Get away from me.
I'm just gonna pepper. I'm gonna just, put a little sauce and bring it down, because
You're going to spread it around the table?
Yeah. Three is a big number, so
11's not.
Oh, when did you get smacked like that?
Last cycle.
Oh, they went straight to Blades instead of. Okay. You know what? I'm staying out of this.
Oh, wow.
I'm staying out of this.
Oh, wow. I will pass as well.
I'm coming for ammo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, ammo is Iffy's boss?
Yeah.
Wow.
How much am I getting hit for?
3.
Okay.
I do have 2 tokens. And everyone else has passed. How fascinating. Becca, there's
I
no
understand.
reason for you to be as high as you are.
Yeah.
So let's hit you for 4.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, great. That's gonna go right to my face. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, we'll pause the video here. We will return to our main scene.
Who will win?
Who will possibly get away with it? Who knows? But that said, we have had a little bit of sustenance in us and feeling good here. We are 51 people away, a mere 51 from the 8,500.
Yeah, and I mean, really
stretch
within,
goal.
like, you could see 2 million on the horizon here.
You can see it. We're so close. 4 hours to go, everybody. We're out of here at midnight, and you only have a couple hours after that. But it's getting close. We're getting down to the wire. And this is one of those things where this is an opportunity, Does one let it pass by?
Now, someone else is saying that they're seeing 40 to go.
Okay.
Like, maybe I'm.
Well, it's the way that I'm making all of this work magically behind the scenes is I've got the Kickstarter page pulled up and I'm reading it live or whatever. And so sometimes it's a little bit delayed when it updates,
Oh,
but
there you go. That's even better.
so yeah, so
38 people.
48 people, I will take it.
Nice.
Even better. And 1.92 just cruising right along.
Yeah. This is awesome. I mean, it's really like, just exciting.
Yeah.
Getting to make something. Did a lot of time doing digital games, and it's like really like eating cotton candy. It's like it's fun sometimes, but you don't have anything to show for it at the end of it. Worst case scenario, we have boxes and boxes of cards.
That will always be with you forever.
Yes. Oh, please. I do have some boxes of cards in my garage. I have some Twilight board games if anyone wants some.
Them Twilight board games.
So one of my original, I used to have a company called To Be Continued, which did game design. We worked on the Chaotic Trading Card game. We worked on a bunch of other gaming projects, but one of the biggest things we did was we did a Twilight trading card game, a Twilight board game, based on the movies for a company that had an opportunity to get the license at the last minute. This company Cardinal Games, and they needed something, and we did it, and it was awesome for us. we got a royalty on every Twilight board game sold.
And
as
the
it
Twilight
turns
fans,
out,
they go
was
hard.
A lot of board games.
The Twilight fans, they love their stuff, man. Let me tell you.
Yeah. I would not call it the highest complexity game I have ever worked on.
Was it figuring out what team you were on, Team Edward?
Yeah, that was it. It was flip a coin. No, it was funny. It was a game that had to be. Actually, it was a really valuable lesson about product design, game design, because another company had originally had the rights to do the board game, and they just did this they kind of took their fighting game that they had already had and reskinned it as vampires versus werewolves. And it's like, oh, your vampire army faces up against your werewolf army. And was it Stephanie Meyer? Is that the name?
Yep.
I think so, yeah.
Stephanie Meyer apparently freaked the hell out when she saw this thing, because it's not her property, right? And so she pulled the license from them.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like, so the movie was in theaters, and then they were supposed to have a game out, and then it didn't come out. And so it opened up this opportunity for a bunch of different people to pitch this game. And so this company, Cardinal, which makes like the Friends trivia game and whatever, they were like, oh, we want this, but like we need an actual like pitch to Stephanie Myers. Like, we actually need to convince her, and everybody's in on it. And so we went to work. Like, we went to go see the Twilight movies, we read the Twilight books. It was what we came up with was just really this weird idea, right? That the books, while they're about werewolves and vampires and romance, ultimately were about the main character's name again? Bella. Getting to know people and learn about people and find things out. And and in fact, like, she is just supposed to be this character that the reader projects themselves onto. So like when Bella talks about her favorite band in the book, she literally just calls it her favorite band. She doesn't name it.
Oh, okay.
When she talks about her favorite, and she watched her favorite movie again. And so it was really about like you wanting to, as the reader, project yourself onto her, project your favorite things. And so we created this game. I mean, it was super simple. It was a party game that there were 2 tracks of things, or it could be like trivia about the movie, which was like sort of the minimum viable product that anybody wanted for a big, huge blockbuster IP. But the other part of it was like this kind of real party game thing about knowing the other people. So it would be like, close your eyes, who at your table is wearing green. I don't remember what they were, right? Like, or write down your 5 favorite albums, and everyone else writes down your 5 favorite albums, and pick who you're going to have the most in common with, or something. It was all stuff like that. It was just, and she loved it.
Okay.
She was like, yes, it's not vampires and werewolves, it's liking stuff. Anyway. So I don't know. I don't even know how I got on that tangent. But anyway, I have some in my garage if someone wants that.
32 to go.
Twilight Imperium. Twilight Imperium with Bella is very, very different.
Twilight Imperium is quite the board game experience. If you don't know what that is,
it takes. You just said Bella is by design a blank slate. Yeah, absolutely. But everyone was so hung up on werewolves versus vampires.
Right. And then they were like, no, it's the baseball game. It's not a fighting thing. And you're like, no, that's not really.
Yeah. That's why whenever the decommissioner talks about her favorite 80s movie in Cataclysm Arcade, she always says, my favorite 80s movie.
Yep.
Yeah. She never says which one it is. It's the thing.
Let's the player define
Actually,
it.
it's the Terminator.
It's definitely the Terminator. It's definitely the Terminator. Now, Pete, people may not realize that you have an extensive career in the gaming industry. Not to mention, you've won Magic events and things, and you just flew to Vegas to play in that sealed event, which was really cool to see on coverage and whatnot. Yeah. Like, for people who don't know who you may be, how long have you been in the industry, and what have you done there?
Yeah, so I started playing Magic in like, I don't know, middle school or high school or something like that. I played my first Pro Tour in 2009, and then played on the Pro Tour for quite a while. Uh, I got hired by Wizards of the Coast when I was 25 for a year contract. I had to stop playing for that. And then when the year was up, I returned to competitive Magic. Um, yeah, I have like some various tournament wins, SCG wins, GP wins, a Players Tour top 8.
And Players Tour is essentially like the Pro Tour.
Yeah,
But it's just not called that in a way that
not called
satisfies
that
you.
in a way that satisfies me. Unfortunately,
Was that like the
it's a piece of
esports years or whatever is what they called it?
yeah, I think it's high. It's a good accomplishment. I'm proud of it. It's just yeah, would like to have that Pro Tour top 8 under my belt. Yeah, prior to this, I was working on a Web3 project for a company called Many Hands, and then I met up with Brian via a good friend of ours, Corey Burkhart. Shout out to Corey Burkhart.
Man, Corey's great. I had worked with Corey on a previous project.
And yeah, it's been smooth sailing ever since. We are now 31 people away from 8,500 backers, and
31 people.
Hey,
we are slowly and surely we are getting there. Cool. All right. If you guys have any questions, now's the time to ask them, whether they be in our Discord under the Kickstartathon channel, or for those who are watching on Twitch or YouTube. You guys, all of your comments are being placed on the screen. I am doing my best to slap the spammers away. It's quite a thing. I think we've covered this a little bit in different angle. When did you first conceive of Cade? And I think it was sort of this was the origin story of it's just you can't buy into a game without going way deep, and or that experience of I'm here, ready to play a game, and they go, okay, learn how to booster draft in like 5 minutes, and you're like, what? It's terrible.
Yeah, the narrative world's a little older. Like the idea of a playable out of pack game goes back for me 27 years to Pokemon, right? And selling Pokemon, I used to have a game store, and would sell people product, and Pokemon was something we went to great pains to always have Pokemon in stock, and Pokemon packs were going crazy, and everyone wanted them, and kid would come in with their mom, and she'd be like, okay, is this what you want to do? Do you want to spend your allowance on this? Yes, I want to spend my allowance on this. Buy a booster pack, rip the booster pack open, and be like, okay, now what? Right? And not be able to do anything with it, and having it be this really, really unsatisfying experience for the kid, really unsatisfying experience for the parent, and as a retailer, super unsatisfying experience, right? Because I want, just in practical terms, I want customers who are going to come back and continue to engage and do stuff. And, that customer may have been lost forever, and so this idea of a game playable out of a pack has been something that I've wanted to do for a while. And I assumed someone would do. I assumed someone would make it, and I didn't want to make it. I was like, that's not what I want to do. And so, I've pitched it at Wizards to not even oh, I should do this for you. It's like, here, do this, make a game, that does this. I've pitched it at a number of people. So that goes back a long way. And even back when we were doing that, when that time where we were just talking about the Twilight game, there's a lot of design exploration that we did around that that play experience. So, it's been something that's been on my mind for a long time. Cataclysm Arcade, or it was what was originally called the Retroverse as a narrative storyverse, probably goes back a few years now. And it's just been something that I started working on during the pandemic as a writing exercise, and then as a collaboration, as a graphic novel project that I was going to develop with Steve Ellis. And then when we started talking about the game and started trying to figure out what the IP would be, I would be like, at some point I was like, hey guys, what about this? And everyone was like, okay, maybe. And then they saw F with Me Ammo, and then they were like, yes, literally what happened. Everyone was like, oh, maybe, I don't know, maybe. And then they saw F with Me Ammo and they were into it. So that's the origin.
Truly exciting character designs. Yes, sign me up. But remember, Brian, no one wants new IP. I don't know if you knew this, but
yeah,
they're not interested. They don't care.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's probably a much easier path here where we do a licensed IP and we get to, do a $28 million Kickstarter.
Sure. Yeah.
But that's I'm old, Evan. I want to do these things that I want to do. I want to create something. I want to leave it behind. I want to work with people I like, and do things that are, interesting to me first. It's very selfishly. So that sketch is never being shown again, Blaine. Maybe my sketch for Gary. I'll show that sketch.
Well, I think there's a lot of power in that. You do control the creative on this. There's no person you have to clear it with. You know what I mean?
Usually I will have to let some go as
right. But the idea that you can be like, I want this to happen in the story, that's what's going to happen in the story.
Oh yeah, no, that's going to happen. That's
right.
Yeah.
And I think that's incredible.
Yeah. And I love it. And I think you get a taste of, seeing that animation when you start to see some of the comic books, when you start to see some of the other materials that we put out around this game and around this story world. You'll see why. I mean, and same thing, right? It was like, come on, like if you've played Magic for a long time, you really wanted there to be this kind of like Magic story world that existed beyond the games. Yeah, there's the books, but they never felt like there was this clear, consistent. I think Magic started off on a point that was pretty generic.
Yeah.
That made it really difficult for the game to have these defining characters, and then they tried to add them in when they did Planeswalkers, and the Gatewatch and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like they were trying to put square pegs into round holes to some extent.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I recall, they brought in some consultants and they said, "Who is your Mickey Mouse?" And they were like, "Oh no." And so they're like, "Oh, well, Planeswalkers, they're the Mickey Mouse. Jace is. Look, it's him. Jace is the Mickey Mouse." And that was just a thing. Obviously, they tried with Weatherlight and the crew before, but then they learned the versus system lesson where they had these awesome characters, but they weren't like the best characters in the set or whatever, the best cards in the set. So these lessons have been learned by other games over time, and now
they have 1,000 different Mickey Mouses.
And now there's 1,000 different Mickey Mouses.
Everything but Mickey Mouse.
Because when everybody's Mickey Mouse, no one is.
Gerard 4L. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, look, it's an impossible situation with a lot of stakeholders. And I think we are going to maybe see an animated show this year for Magic.
Oh, they've been talking about that for as long as I've been making videos almost.
Let me tell you something.
That's right there with the WoW TCG.
Let me tell you something.
Wow.
If we get a Cataclysm Arcade movie and or animated series out first, I am gonna gloat like you would never believe. I am not a gloater, but I would gloat.
But when you earn it, It's not as bad.
I've got one great gloat in me. The gloat goat.
The gloat goat.
I think the gloat goat was everyone telling you this was crazy and this is never going to work and no one's going to get behind this. And
Yeah.
now we got success problems and, how do we get all this stuff to all these people? And it's great.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a cool. I got a text from someone. We were trying to figure out how to navigate some of the early bird fulfillment issues, and someone's like, "Welcome to catastrophic success." And I'm like, all right.
It's problems, but it's good problems. But it is indeed still things that have to be solved, which is the thing. Oh goodness! Did your younger self, Brian, ever imagine being a part of a project like this?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know that I ever thought I would make a trading card. I always wanted to make a trading card game for about as long as trading card games have been around, I guess. So it's not totally fair, but yeah, I have some. I've always had some aspirations to create IP and to create brands. I've been a comic book writer, comic book publisher, game designer. So this is a synthesis of all those things. But like I really didn't think you could do something of this scale with this kind of like small and nimble a team. I really did. I always thought you had to be a part of a bigger that you didn't have to be part of some bigger megacorp to do that. So there's a little yes, a little no.
Now, Pete, for you in your world, you're still at this point, I guess, ankle deep or knee deep into the second set. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
And so, do you plan on trying to get more ahead of that, or is that a thing where you're going to be
Yeah, no,
set ahead?
we're gonna be working on set 2 and set 3 concurrently. So and then so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Looking currently set 2 and set 3.
Nice. Now, as for our release,
narratively, we've got 5 years.
you got it padded down, sure. Now, for the release schedule, we're doing it every 3 months, right? And why was that chosen as the cadence?
I mean, I think that's the amount of cards you want to put out, the sort of amount of time you want to give people to consume what you've put out into the world, but then also not get bored and move on.
Yeah.
Right. Like there's a little bit of best practices.
How many cards you want in a constructed environment, and etc. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Like there's world where you could do larger sets on a less frequent basis versus doing slightly smaller sets on a more frequent basis. But honestly, you just want to be able to keep responding to people.
Yeah.
As people are playing and exploring the game.
Yeah, I think there's that cadence of card games where particularly the quarterly bit is where the first month is, you get the cards, you buy the new cards, you play the pre-releases and so on and get your stuff. And then for the next month, you're kind of exploring the new cards. And the third month, you're kind of exploring the sort of the after the meta has shaped up a little bit, or after you've gotten time with your friends and had, multiple get-togethers over several weeks. And then, hey, there's a new set coming out. And next we have new cards. You have another month to learn the new meta and so on. And then another month to kind of get all that out of you and get that gameplay, 100% of the set and so on. So that to me sort of struck as very much like it's kind of time tested at this point.
Yeah. By the way, Flips is asking, speaking of future sets, will there be any metal boss cards for those sets, or even metal Apex boss cards for set 1? There are going to be, for the foreseeable future, metal cards are going to be part of our organized play programs and our prizing for every set. So that is something we've really enjoyed iterating on. We've got a lot of really cool twists on, I think, what a metal card can be. The boss mechanic allows us to do that in a really cool way, because it's not something that ever gets shuffled into your deck.
Right.
As of yet. but no, metal cards are going to be a big part of it. And again, we've talked about this also. Right now, people are like, "Oh, are you ever going to do an event that's not so far away?" Or are you ever? It's like right now, we have like 7 people, and we can do some stuff.
Do 7 people things.
Within our sort of reach and within our scope of what we can do. But as we go forward, we're going to be doing events worldwide, right? We have lined up distribution for starting with set 1 in February through the whole year, with distributors in the US, in Canada, in the UK, in Latin America, and Australia. And then we're talking to folks in some other regions beyond that. So we're going to have, and a big part of everything we do is going to be events at the LGS level, right? I love going to conventions and meeting people and doing big events. I do not see us doing some big world championship type event where 10,000 people are being brought into the hall at the same time. We want people to be meeting folks where they live to play games and to form friendships and to create that community. And so everything we do on an organized play front is going to be pointed at the LGS first. Whether that's pre-releases, whether that's ongoing events, whether that's the storyline tournaments that Drew alluded to earlier. Yeah, there'll be some stuff at big conventions, but for the most part, it's gonna be there. And there's gonna be metal cards are gonna be something that you'll be able to win at your local game store. And you just gotta make sure your local game store gets involved.
The Air King Cosma says how many alt arts exist within the prize packs other than the 10 metal cards and then so on. This is a good reason. Well, not to bring up the fact that I ain't got them, but rather to bring up the fact that we have a Slay by Slay podcast. We have a podcast that we produce, y'all, an official one. And the last episode was with Mr. Drew Nolasco, the head of product. And we go over all of the alt arts that are in the packs that you can get from the Founders Edition prize packs. So check out I think it's episode 8 of Slay by Slay podcast. You'll find it on our YouTube channel. You'll find it in Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. You should be able to find it and download it from there. And and then of course either subscribe, as you should be already, and or be following and add that podcast to your regular listening repertoire, as it were. And we have 20 to go before 8,500 backers. That's an incredible number of people.
That's a crazy number. That's so amazing.
And we need all of them to subscribe to the YouTube channel. So I want you to know. Going over there.
But by the way, so someone's asking any advice for getting local game stores to get involved in the Cataclysm Arcade world. Sure. So one of the things I would say is if they're in the States and they are a distributor, have ACD or PhD as their distributor, they should reach out to them. We're going to be supporting organized play in November of this year at retail. People are going to be able to play the game at their game store. If their game store gets involved, they should reach out to their distributor. There are a lot of games out there. And I get it. Like, not every store is going to want to even hear about it, right? Like, someone comes in and like, oh, I want you to try this game or do this game. Yeah, it's difficult to cut through that noise. Yeah, I mean, if you bring a pack and you show someone how to play, I got to tell you that if you can show a retailer that playable out of a pack is a real thing, and they are a retailer worth their salt, or even not worth their salt, they figure it out pretty quick. That this is something that's important and something that hasn't really been done before, and that opens up new avenues of customers and the ability to just start playing game. And until they see that, it can be a little that education, that learning curve can be a little steep sometimes, but.
Yeah,
once
and
they
it,
see how low the learning curve is on the game, they really do figure it out. And we've got some great retail partners who've really taken to the game, and we have more people asking us every day for demos and for kits and for stuff like that.
yeah, and there were a variety of retailers I got to meet through the time that I went to the different conventions and things. And I know some have been burned. Some of them have had, experiences with other TCGs that flared out or whatever. And, they thought it was going to be the big thing and it wasn't, and so on. And so I understand that trepidatiousness, but I also understand that seeing the eyes light up when they get it. You know what I mean? When they really understand, they go, "Oh, this is that thing where they think you're lying to them a lot of the times." It's like,
Yeah.
this
Oh,
is
yeah.
just a sales angle. This isn't real. You know what I mean? I'm like, no, have a seat. I'll show you. And it's terrific. So
Yeah. Someone just asked about New York Comic Con. We will be at New York Comic Con, even if we're not. We're in New York.
We're gonna be there.
So we'll be there. We'll be around there. We'll be doing stuff at local stores. Yeah. Gen Con, San Diego Comic Con, PAX Unplugged, which is where we debuted the company last year.
We have we're represented in 2 places at PAX Unplugged. We've got our own space in the tabletop game area. We'll be running events.
Yep.
And with Founders Edition products, and then we will be at we have a booth.
Yeah. We'll be at the Card Titan Top Deck Games booth again, which is where we were last year. We're gonna have some sort of an exclusive. Don't know what it'll be yet.
Almost certainly we'll have some sort of playmat or something like that. Con exclusive playmat.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we'll be doing that, and then again reaching out to retailers all the time. But tell them to, if you're retail, tell them to call their distributor. If they're PhD or ACD, the sales reps at both of those distribution companies are very, very enthusiastic about our product. Very, very excited for, yes, there will be opportunities to win oversized cards.
Yes.
It's called the N-Boss tier.
oh my God, cancer.
Blood and Steel oversized cards in the N-Boss tier.
Yeah. If you're in the UK, Bliss Distribution is handling us there, and they have been great partners. If you're in Latin America, it's Koki. And if you're in Australia or New Zealand, it's Let's Play Games. We chose some great distribution partners for this. They're very invested. They're very excited. So have your local retail stores contact their rep.
Did we announce Canada yet?
No, we are very close to announcing a Canadian distribution partner.
And I definitely didn't say their name earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, nope, not it. Nope. Don't go scouring this video, please. Thank you. I don't want to have to edit. Look, I mean, it's someone was asking if is there something measures in place to ensure backers receive their pledges before retail. Retail is the full retail release, and the backer is going to get the Founders Edition. So those are technically 2 different products. Correct, Drew?
First of all, the early bird backers
are shipping first.
Mm-hmm. On everything. So if you back the early bird, if you bought early bird packs, and you're and we're going to fulfill that product first in the Kickstarter campaign.
That's what we've been calling priority shipping.
Yeah.
You go out, the early birds will go out in the first wave. For those people who are pledging over time, we've been looking at the schedules. It looks like if you're an early bird backer who's pledged over time, you will still get the priority shipping in the first wave of shipments that's going out. That should work fine.
Yeah, and our Kickstarter, folks are going to be our first priority in general.
Yes.
So individuals over organizations. So
if the folks were referring to when the first reset set coming out at retail, yes, we will be fulfilling this year, and the first retail set doesn't come out until next year.
Yeah. There are some retailers who are backing the Kickstarter.
Now, if you're backing their Kickstarter as a individual, you'll get it in priority order if you're an early bird, and if you're a regular backer, you'll get it with the second wave of stuff that goes out.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Man, people's meme game is strong tonight.
The meme game is good. We have 11 people left before we hit that 8,500 backers.
Where the hell is my mom? Jeez.
Mom and 10 friends. Let's go. What is happening?
Evan, what other questions have we had from the Discord?
I will go searching for some more. A lot of it, at least a bunch that I've seen, is like, are you coming to X? Are you coming to Y? And then I'm reminded of Brian is like, we're 7 people. We're like 7 people strong.
So
Like,
the way we're going to work, the way we're going to fix that is there is an ambassador program in very early stages of development. Ambassadors are people who are not us, but who represent Cataclysm Arcade at their local store, at their local convention. And so, yes, we are working on this, and we'll announce more towards around when the time we fulfill.
yeah, and if you're looking for like what's in what thing, we've posted a few guides right now, and where you can get access to them like through Kickstarter updates. We also post them on Discord, which give you like tier summaries and things where you can really go through and figure out exactly why this configuration is right for you and whatnot. And it's also a thing where if you you get a smaller tier, you can upgrade that to a later tier and so on, and or use add-ons to get whatever you would like on top of that, which is cool. But yeah, if you have those questions, let's hear them, y'all. We are here to chitter chat.
Watching the ticker as it creeps upward.
9 people remaining.
9 people away.
Do you have to be famous for ambassador? They ask, or just be really passionate.
No, you do not. You do not. You need to be enthusiastic. And except this is not an influencer program, which is what I think when people talk about the Wizards of the Coast ambassador program, is more of an influencer program than an ambassador. This is people who are going to be these flashpoints in their local game store communities, who will get people excited about playing the game, be this person that's like, well, that on Wednesday I will be here.
Yep.
And I'll be playing, and then the 2 of us can play if no one else shows up, right? That sort of bedrock community member in a local game store that gives people the confidence to coalesce around them.
Yep. I'm seeing some questions in the chat. Will all new sets have bosses? In 2027, the 4 sets will all contain new boss cards.
Yeah.
There might be some new versions of existing boss characters.
There certainly will be new, since you can't play 2 bosses, there will certainly be narrative versions of bosses that bosses we already know, but with some new abilities and some new stats and some new lore.
And every set will have new bosses in 2027. Will we ever do a set that doesn't have bosses? No, because Play Out of the Pack requires you to have a boss in each pack in order to make that work. If you were asking, would we ever have a set where we just reprint old bosses and don't put any new designs in? No, we'll always have some new bosses in each set.
Yeah, I think because you can only play with 1 boss, I think we would always just tweak and adjust those designs as we go.
Right. I mean, and Brian, that for you gives you such a narrative tool to be like, this is how this character is changing. This is how this character reacted. This is how this character changed because of so and so. That really lets you show a character growth throughout a series of sets, for example.
Yeah. A couple of questions from here. Denethe is asking about Blood and Steel alt art. It says Prince behind him. That is New York City subway based largely. We chose that station because it obviously evokes some sort of narrative hero's journey, but it's
the Prince Street station.
Yeah, but it's the Prince Street station
on the NW line. Will fighters ever become bosses?
Absolutely.
Is it Blarg?
Is it Blarg? Is it Blarg?
So it will ultimately, like, if we don't give Blarg a shot at the nomination, right, the party will pillory us.
Yes.
Right. But we're going to ask people to play in events that will determine not only will some bosses die, will some bosses get relegated back down to fighter, and will some fighters be elevated to boss status, and that we have some very, very concrete plans around all of that for next year. And the Cataclysm companion app, which is available on the App Store, and Praise Vector now in the Google Play Store as well, will be a big part of that. You're going to see a lot more features coming out for that soon. There's someone asking earlier, I saw way back, about a retail finder, and how do we find stores that where people play the game. That is probably one of the next stops on the roadmap here for both the Cataclysm Arcade website and for the Cataclysm Companion.
So Store Finder and Deck Builder are two of the next big roadmap milestones for both of those.
Thanks, Eccentric Joker. So we got a few buddies who typically don't play TCGs to back the Kickstarter. Yeah, we have a whole class of customer that we refer to as TCG adjacent.
Right, exactly. There's these people who, if the right TCG existed, they would play it. But the current ways of TCGs working just doesn't work for them. So as we wait for our last two backers to hit 8,500.
We're getting close. Someone notes they're a big fan of storyline events driven through play. Legends of the Five Rings got 15 plus years out of that, and I certainly feel like that they were the pioneers of that type of
absolutely
that innovation.
Absolutely.
And that was one of the cool things. I mean, I remember when I first learned about Legends of the Five Rings, that's literally the next thing that came out of their mouth was there's this cool thing about samurai and whatever, and you can also impact the storyline through play. And I was like, oh, okay, that's rad.
Will Play Out of the Pack set be Kickstarter exclusive? Yes, it will. That the 4 bosses that are in Play Out of the Pack and Scrapper tier are exclusive to the Kickstarter and will not be reprinted. One quick thing about the products that we produced.
We hit it.
We hit it. We hit it.
8,500, y'all. 8,500 backers.
We did it.
Oh my God.
Nice. All right, let's see if we can figure out who that backer was. Thank you.
Just off camera is our other co-founder, Jay Van Hoy, and he is looking.
He loves the movie Time Bandits. This came up in chat.
We did discuss this, yes.
Looking to figure out who that 8,500 backer is.
KIDD.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Kidd, or Mrs. Kidd.
That's amazing.
Yep, you guys are great. Thank you all so much for being a part of this and getting us this far, which is incredible. It's been fantastic to watch and see as we enter just almost our last hour of this epic.
All right, so let's
stream.
talk about that Apex pack, that preview pack that got unlocked.
Let's
go.
go.
4 cards. There's 4 cards as part of this. There's 1 boss. There are 2 fighters, and there is 1 non-fighter, non-boss card. So we know one of the fighters. That is Intersentinel, and the particular version of Intersentinel that is part of it is. Send that to Evan so we can put it up on screen.
Okay.
That particular version of Intersentinel is a textless promo card, and that's the only place that this Apex preview pack is the only place a textless Intersentinel will show up. The boss, as several people work together to figure out from the email text that we went out, is Vector, Arcade God. And in a couple of minutes, Evan, we're sending you the art, the sketch art for Vector. if you
Okay.
can pop that up on screen.
Right.
I can do that.
One of the things we're going to try with this promo set, this preview set, is one of the treatments I've wanted to do for a while is like this kind of first look thing, and so we're waiting to see how it looks, and if it looks good, we'll share it tomorrow. If it doesn't look good, we'll share the colored version in a couple of days.
Oh, we're not going to put it on
screen. We'll put this up on screen, but I'm saying like framed out.
Oh, okay.
And what I would like to do is do a sketch art first. Like this is like the first look card, and so and Evan, I just sent you the Apex, and I can give people a little bit of lore about.
Sure. How did you send it to me?
I just texted it to you.
Text, okay.
Do you want me to Slack it?
I got you.
All right.
Go ahead.
Too many devices. Wow, we're really close on 2 million as well. That's crazy.
Oh, this looks cool as shit.
Thank you so much, everybody. This is insane. We get to make games.
I know.
We get to do games, guys. This is so cool. I love it.
Sometimes when being professional game maker, designer, sometimes it's work. But then there's times like this where it's like, yeah, we just make games for a living. It's amazing.
And it rules, and I love it.
All right. So tell me about Vector Arcade God.
Sure. So Vector is a what we call an Apex intelligence.
Okay.
So the Apex faction is gods and both like mythological but also mechanical.
Okay.
And so there's a group of intelligences that have risen to god status in their worlds, and those worlds
in their
timelines that have now been destroyed by the Cataclysm, right? The Cataclysm didn't just screw up this world. It actually is essentially the end of the multiverse. It's the end of time travel. And while some people have fled here as refugees from those collapsing worlds, others have come here very intently. Vector, who used to have a different name, is someone who came here with someone who was coming here intentionally, but basically is an Apex intelligence who hijacked his way, stowed away with someone else coming into this world. Came in through the Cataclysm and crashed into this world and was this, sort of intelligence looking for housing, a place to store himself. And he ends up in the ruins of Times Square.
Okay. And we got him up on screen.
In an arcade.
Oh, I can put him on screen whenever you guys are ready. Let me know.
He infects this arcade machine for this game called Vector, which is this game of this world, which is, if you've ever played like Tempest, it's like a cross between Tempest and Missile Command and Battlezone, and it's like a vector graphics game. Yeah,
it beeps.
And he has lived in there, and he's grown in intelligence and grown in power as he's kind of stretched out and pulled in whatever of the grid, and there's clearly a grid because stuff is going on in suburbia that is working, and has risen to, well, now he is the sponsor of the Cataclysm Arcade. It is he is the, if the decommissioner is the commissioner, he is the owner.
And you said that he is taken over a video game.
Yes, he lives in the cabinet of an arcade machine.
All right, let's show the sketch.
All right, world premiere right here.
Yeah,
there is the sketch.
Yeah, this is the original concept sketch for Vector by Steve Ellis.
Nice.
Steve has drawn all the bosses for the game, and we'll continue. Sorry, laughing at. Get a screenshot of that. And get that in from the Kickstarter
Used to go undefeated. Okay.
But,
right. So
anyway, so yeah, and so he has developed this ability to make these three-dimensional vector graphic pawns of himself.
like from video games
Like-
from the 80s.
Yep. And so we've seen some of those pretty generically, but when the vector has the ability to, when a character is destroyed, you put that character,
When your character is just
when one of your own characters is destroyed, you put that character under vector, and then you can put that character back into play with vector.
yeah, he taps and you pay several coins.
Yeah.
And
An ever-changing number.
an ever-changing number of coins. That's probably going to be something like 4, and you can put that character back, that fighter back into play.
And so, as this sort of like, 3D'd image of that fighter. So when you look at that colored art, that you'll see Blurg and a couple of other characters who are all 3D vector graphics, like armature. Is that the right word? That's not the right word, but you know what I mean.
Right, but you can definitely tell
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
Blurg on the left there. That's for sure.
So yeah, that's Blurg and there's Max the Homicide King, and I don't know who the third one is there, but
A recent playtest deck that I've been tooling around the office for 1v1 play abuses Vector Arcade God and what's his brother? What's her brother? Chip?
Chirp.
Oh
no, Chip. I'm sorry.
And Chip. And so Chip, when Chip is destroyed, Vector eats him. So Chip sacrifices Chip. Chip destroys an enemy fighter. The card Chip then goes under Vector. Then pay money, and Vector pops out a Chip, who then, provided you have enough money, you can chain. You can chain destroying a fighter every turn.
Pour one out for Vectrix there. I always wanted that gaming system. I never got it, Professor Cosmic. I do love a Vectrix. I love vector graphics games so much. I was terrible at Tempest.
That was terrible.
But it was fun.
There were always people who were insane at it.
Yeah.
But
I've gotten the chance to
abstract for me.
Play test just a little bit with Vector, and he is sick. He is very strong. I don't know where he's going to end up at the end of the day, but wow, that guy is really good. So very exciting.
Right, so
unveiled today.
So Vector is going to be one card. Intersentinel is the second card, and as we continue on through the summer, we will reveal the other 2 cards. But there's going to be another Apex fighter, and then there'll be a non-fighter, non-boss Apex card.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll keep you hooked in. And those will be fun. People are going to really dig those.
Okay, we crawled from 8490 to 8500. It took a little bit, and now we jumped in the last 3 minutes.
Everyone was waiting to be 8,500, and then they all came in, and then they all it's like that comedy where everyone tries to go through the doorway at the same time and their shoulders get stuck. That's what happened.
Wow. Well, they're all 8,500 in our hearts. Number 8,500. That's good too.
Absolutely. This is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, this has just been really incredible to watch, and because I know there were multiple points, Brian, where I was just like, buddy, you okay? Like, you kind of working yourself to death here. You okay? But like, you were just beating the drum all around the country. I mean, that mad dash when you had to get those videos made, and like the Kickstarter video made and all that was, I know, was a huge thing, and wow.
That was fun. That was fun. We were in LA, we were in Dallas, we were in Florida. We've got a similar run of events coming up.
At the end of the month, we have several in-person events, and we hope to see you there.
Yeah. By the way, if anyone's going to be at MagicCon, I'm going to be at MagicCon next weekend.
That's in Amsterdam, by the way.
In Amsterdam.
I was going to say, that's in Amsterdam, right? You're going to be flying overseas?
It is. I am not a smart person, Evan. I've never claimed.
Does that mean you're doing MagicCon Amsterdam, then San Diego Comic-Con, then Gen Con 3 weeks in a row?
Yes.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna cut some stuff a little shorter than I might otherwise. But if there's we should do something in the Discord. If there's a night off-site where we can get together and play Cataclysm Arcade, or if there's a store in Amsterdam where we want to meet up and play, I would love to. I would love to meet up with some people in Europe and do that, even if they're not from Europe as well. But yeah, that's gonna be fun. And then San Diego is gonna be great. We're actually gonna do on Thursday. We've talked about this idea of ambassadors. We're actually doing something at a bar called Coin House. I think that's the right name. On Thursday night before Comic-Con, which is going to be it's a barcade in San Diego, and folks are going to be able to come in. We're not running this; someone else is running it. It's $20 to get in. You get a $15 drink card and a booster pack, and some demos and hang out and yeah.
You get a demo pack?
You get a demo pack.
Oh,
yeah.
heck yeah.
And
I should ship more demo packs to San Diego.
yeah, I'm just gonna bring them with me.
Okay.
I have them set aside. But spiders are lovely creatures. I mean, Charlotte notwithstanding. Charlotte maybe Charlotte's a little
Charlotte's a
mad.
lovely creature. She's great.
Yeah, she just wants you to go to sleep and put the suffering to an end.
Yeah, you just have the fighters get one of them low, and then Charlotte goes in and takes them away. Especially fish hooks, so they can't bottom back.
Cataclysm Arcade, yes.
Hell yeah.
That's really cool. Before anybody gets suckered in, tell your friends, tell your companions, the demo packs are going to be printed on a regular basis through the year because that's what they're for. They're for demoing the game. They're not exclusive in any way, shape, or form. I just hit the reprint button on those, and we're going to hit the reprint button on them again.
Right.
So if anybody's claiming that a demo pack is an exclusive thing, they are not saying truthful things.
I'm bet
or
they're
just
trying
don't
to sell
know.
you something.
Yeah.
That's my bet. But yeah,
it's Coin House is the name of the bar.
Yeah, they're calling you
July
Iron Man BDM.
23rd, $20 entry, get you a booster pack and a $15 drink card. This is a guy named Chris who's in the San Diego area who runs bar events around Magic and game store events around Magic and some other games. And he we're doing something, and it's right before Comic-Con, so that seems perfect. I'm definitely gonna all right. I'm gonna send you this graphic, Evan, and if you want to post it or
If
share
you can
it.
send it to me on Slack, that would actually be easier.
Sure, Evan.
If you don't mind. I
I'll send it to you on
know.
Slack.
I'm terrible like that.
Sorry, I'm getting punchy after 5 hours in the booth.
Yeah,
I don't have my
You up for a little break?
no, I'm fine.
This is like you're getting punchy. You know how many people I've banned from this
I've
chat?
done matches longer than this.
Hundreds of people. I have banned hundreds. I did not know that was what I was going to be doing.
All right, Glorgalicious, let's talk about the comic really quick. So a couple of things that we planned for the comic. None of this is set in stone.
Oh, actually, I have this reminds me, takes me all the way back to a tangent that I spun off on a while ago. So the question I have about the comic is, yes, we are going to do a list of events published on the website once we can update the website on the other side of this Kickstarter. What would people rather see in terms of a cadence of stories released in the comics? One story that is sort of an ongoing core arc, or a series of vignettes that
Like an
cover
anthology
more characters. What?
Like an anthology?
More like an anthology, but that are all sort of moving ahead in time and adding more detail to the sort of fabric of the world. And that's sort of the question we're at right now. Yeah, the cool thing about anthology is we get to work with a lot of cool artists who might not be able to do more than 8 to 12 pages at a time. So
yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and show this image you showed me right here that is talking about coming to Coin House on 7/23.
yeah.
Just
So
a few weeks from
this
now.
is the Thursday of San Diego Comic-Con.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, I think probably have enough stuff for, I don't know, probably 40 or 50 people. I don't know how much space they have, but I got to double check on that. But yeah, it's going to be fun. Everyone will get a pack. If you need to learn how to play, someone will teach you how to play. And if not, you can just play. There'll be some prizes that I'm going to send ahead as well, similar to what we did for Blurred Day. So some signed cards, some sketch cards, some other stuff. Yeah. Drew will come to your house and play 15 card pickup.
That was 30 card pickup.
That was 30 card pickup. I'm sorry.
They didn't see
realize
that, so they don't know. But
expert level.
I've been practicing my one-handed cuts, one-handed deck cuts, and I'm not very good at it.
oh man, I used to do, like when I was a teenager. I learned a lot of magic tricks, and I was really good at doing that one-handed cut, one-handed shuffle thing.
See, you successfully stopped that during your teenage years.
It's true.
I did not.
The girls weren't as impressed as I would hope they would be. Let's put it that way. And I was like, oh, okay.
So can the individual stories lead to a greater overarching arc? If so, then that. Yeah, I mean, I think the idea would be everything. So everything in this universe is supposed to be moving ahead at real time to our universe.
Yeah. Every year that passes, a year in the world passes.
Yeah. So the idea is that we're always moving forward in the world. We're not stuck in a moment. And so everything that we're telling, some of the stuff might point back further in terms of telling an origin or but anything current with the characters would all be moving in a direction. And there are definitely things that are going to have a global effect on all the characters and inhabitants of this world.
And this is something that you've done before. When you were doing Interpop Comics, there was an anthology book that was monthly, and then there were also like regular titles that had their own arcs, and they wove in and out of each other. So this is a pretty regular thing for you.
Yeah. I think it's a fun way to tell a story. It's a fun way, right? There's a lot of artists working on our game who are all comic book artists. Zach Howard, who did Shiner, Juan Doe, who did Gates and Flex and a bunch of other characters that I love. Obviously, Steve Ellis, Jamal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of comic book artists that we haven't revealed yet who are coming in to work on the game. And you know, it's difficult to get one artist to do an ongoing title.
It's a long commitment.
Yeah. But it is you know, there's a lot of really cool artists you could get when they're working on a small story. And again, you know, working with a good editorial team, working with a pretty strong Bible of you know, for the world, you can do you can certainly accomplish both goals of continuing to tell the story of the world.
Yeah, I can answer this question. Early editions of demo like Mother May I Legal and League Play or Gordo or Eliza, I at least, if I would love to know the exact final wording on this, but for me, in terms of playing Gerudo with older cards, the newest printing is always what's played.
That's correct. So if you're playing with an older printing of a card that has older wording, or in the case of Mother May I, the original version of her, which has completely different wording. If you're playing with your friends, your house rules win. If you're playing an event, which includes playing on Gerudo, unless you have the explicit permission of all the players before starting the game, but in it, you have to use the current wording. If you're in an event at a store or at a convention, you must use the current wording of the card. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Even if you get the written, you know, the written permission of Major League Baseball, you cannot play the printed version.
Yep. folks, I personally need to call it a night. I just want to say before sorry, I got Brian.
Okay.
I want to say
Thanks for being here, Drew.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
The
man.
Discord community here has been absolutely amazing. I've posted the ceiling cat meme is watching you a couple of times, but the fact that I only had to post ceiling cat meme is watching you like twice over the course of this Kickstarter is a testament to how amazing a community you are, how supportive you are of one another, how good you as community members are at providing great support to other community members. You truly are the awesomest, awesomest community, and it was a real pleasure going through this Kickstarter with all of you. So thank you for being backers. Thank you for being supporters. No matter what you. Yeah, it did. Ceiling Cat immediately brought everyone in line, and it really did. It's a polite way of saying we're watching you. Don't do anything. Yes.
We need to make a murder countess card with that
You
art.
need to make a murder countess card. You write the art descriptions, Brian. You have the
Someone get on that.
If only someone had the power to make this
Good night,
meme
everyone.
exist. Good night, Drew.
Good
It's
night,
good to see you,
Drew.
buddy.
Oh
my
Actually,
gosh.
Drew, before you go quickly,
Yes. Hold
people
on.
are talking about storyline events. Pete, you're here too.
Yeah. Storyline events.
We can do something soonish on Gerudo. We could do a Discord-based
We can print
storyline event.
We can print and play a storyline event.
Yeah.
Or we can provide deck lists and we can print that.
Yeah. So I think that's going to happen. So you guys have been awesome. This has been an amazing showing here on the feed. We're so close to 2 million. This is crazy. You know, just a little more than 50K away here. But you know, we're going to get there. That means we're going to get the 1 and 2
Rare mythic
1 and 2
bonus.
packs getting
Yeah,
rare.
rare or better.
That's going to happen.
All right, Pete and I will work on putting together a list of cards for a storyline event. We may have to steal from the future. Are you okay with that? But yes, we can do this.
Yeah, so that's going to happen. So start dusting off your Gerudo skills. It's going to happen, Drew. Cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone.
Drew, you're great, buddy.
Yeah,
Talk to you later.
claps in the chat for Drew.
Yep. The claps in the chat are necessary. Drew's great. This is great. Y'all are wonderful. 85-25. In for the final 40 minutes as we barrel our way.
Yeah, people were asking, is this where we thought we might get with the Kickstarter? Did you have an idea before I went live with the Kickstarter? Honestly, there was no. No, you know, I think we had some numbers in mind that we would consider successful, that I felt like we were being a little egocentric to even aspire to, and this is better than those numbers.
Yeah.
So that's just crazy. Yeah, this is amazing. I am not lying when I tell you I've cried multiple times throughout this campaign with happiness. Ceiling murder countess inbound. Okay, that's very funny. Thank you, Kevo Pavo, our art director on the street.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit surreal, you know, but this is how some companies come into existence. And there's still a couple of questions of people like, are we doing another Kickstarter? No, we are not. This was quite the roller coaster, I think, for everyone involved, even if it was a fantastic roller coaster.
Yeah, I mean, Kickstarter's great, but I mean, I think Mothership may do other Kickstarters at some point in the future. I don't expect them to do one for another set of Cataclysm Arcade trading cards.
Right.
The thing that's really worth mentioning here also is that, we're not, we're building this game, but we're not, we are also building a game company, right? And the idea is to do multiple games, different types of games ultimately. But do them all well and make sure that they're taken care of. So Cataclysm Arcade is our first game, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and you know,
really excited.
yeah, and you know, it's a bit tough, but I always tell my children nothing good is easy. So, you know, you got to fight for the good stuff and work hard for the good stuff, and you know, get locked in your office and write art descriptions for the good stuff. So it's what we have to do.
Everyone's giving me the spurs here.
We're not even through the Kickstarter gauntlet. The deluge of fulfillment questions waits just beyond this door. Oh, we know.
Yeah.
I think
But, I mean, we're gonna they're gonna like we said, you know, there's a lot of stuff we know now that we didn't know a month ago.
Right.
So that's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be really it's gonna be really fun to watch people cracking boxes, right? It's been really cool watching people open early bird packs.
Oh yeah.
Been less cool watching people not open early bird packs. Yeah. Although honestly, it's kind of cool to see people like being so excited about the game that they're, you know, spending stupid money on it. But you could spend that money in the Kickstarter instead.
You can spend it on the Kickstarter. I mean, you could spend it on a tattoo. We've seen that previously tonight.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Wait, I do have a friend who has said he'd cover the first Blarg tattoo. So,
all right. So Pete,
you know,
it's time, buddy.
But it's like the Joker
ink.
thing, right? There's only one opening here. You know,
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't think Blarg would be my choice.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right. All right. What open another pack.
Yeah. When all else fails, to the pack.
Yeah. I mean, this is what we, we should have actually just played the game and not,
Well, we didn't have quite the setup for that exactly.
Yeah, I do have some prime real estate next to the keyboard. I agree.
All right. So boss. Oh, we got a Charlotte.
Charlotte.
So how did you pick the commons to go with Charlotte?
So we want there to be an even distribution of commons throughout print, right? We don't want commons to see more print than others. So when we allot certain commons and lists to certain bosses that really care about what's in their pack, we have that list. And then for bosses like Charlotte, the list is a lot wider. And so what we do there is we look at the list of cards that aren't picked and as much in those lists, and we put them in Charlotte's list of cards.
So in this case, we have Zanny, Nobody's Fool, Stay Hydrated, Echo Fade, Deck Quickener, and Max Homicide King.
Yep.
Let me tell you.
By the way, has Zanny surprised you with how good she is?
No, I knew she was good.
You knew it. I did my job.
It surprised me because I started playing with Zanny and I was like, man, this card's good. And then like, I don't know, half a dozen games later, I'm like, this is one of the best cards in my deck. This card is so awesome. Even late, it can block.
Your opponents need to start playing Murder Countess. It's the perfect answer.
It's true. It is the perfect answer, but when they don't.
Zanny is Murder Countess a constructed card in your mind?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Awesome.
Murder Countess. Yeah, Murder Countess is the card where I'm like, do I have to go first? I don't have to go first, do I? You can go first. It's cool.
You could just not play your Murder Countess.
Let me tell you something. This pack was jacked.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is my perfect pack.
Awesome.
Swift pack, 1899.
Okay.
Oh, sick.
Tooth Extraction.
Jeez.
Outlast.
It's okay.
They're not all,
It's fine. That card is not that bad. That card is not that bad.
It's fine. It's a tricky card, right?
Yeah.
Flank pack leader. Flank
Ooh,
is
flank is real good.
overperformed.
Flank is very good.
Flank is extremely
It's also
powerful.
a badass piece of art.
It is.
Yeah.
Mimeoscoped. Sludged.
Sludge
is
is
powerful.
great.
Yeah.
Because it's got blurg on it. Gordo Collector.
Excellent.
Gates. I love Gates. By
Gates
the way.
is great.
Gates is kind of like a perfect card.
Yeah, it really is.
Right? He comes in. You don't want to kill him.
Yep.
But he does his thing. I love the interaction that happened when we played with Becca, where we were like, well, you could give my boss, you could give my boss +2, and then I won't attack you because she had no ability to pay for an attack. I was like, okay. It was great multiplayer, and then missed me.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good pack.
That's a good pack.
Yeah, I love the idea of that perfect pack thing that the community came up with, which is brilliant. Also, really helps you use your what few cards you have as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, flank pack leader with a Swift pack 1999 on him is going to be pretty good.
I think if we ever were looking for some interesting content, what would Pete's perfect pack be? What would Brian's perfect pack be, and so on? I think would be really cool because
we
I
could
think
just do a Gerudo event.
We could. Yeah, we could.
But I think it says a lot about someone in terms of like this is exactly the play pattern I want, the characters I want.
We should set that up as well. It's a good idea, Evan.
I think it's fun.
So perfect pack, does it have to have all factions in it? Where did that end up being? So perfect pack we know has to have a rare or mythic.
Yeah.
Has to have 3 uncommons.
Yeah.
A boss.
Yes.
One of the uncommons has to be a fighter.
Yes.
And some, I forget what the number on the commons that needs to be fighters. But could you just perfect pack mono faction?
It's an interesting question. I mean, it really comes down to what stipulations of the format are. If it's just simply 10 commons, 3 uncommons, a rare, and a boss, then no, you can just have whatever you want. Or you could just put it in a stipulation that there needs to be a minimum of 1 faction of each card.
I think that's reasonable because you want to have something of that sort of pack experience, whether or not all just one faction. I think is kind of important, but also again, what one card would you choose from whatever,
Thank you, Elias John.
Thank you.
Good night.
You're lovely. We appreciate y'all being along with us. This is wild. We are 85-28. We are 28 over, and that took about 1 minute since 11 o'clock.
That's crazy.
We are barreling past 1.9 million, 53,000. Can we make it to 2 million before it's over? I think we can.
Oh, I mean, it feels likely.
Hope so.
After midnight on the East Coast, we still have 3 hours. I don't know that I have 3 hours in me after 11:30.
Yeah, it goes till 2:59 a.m. on Eastern Standard and midnight on the West Coast.
This is way past my bedtime.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I'm feeling it.
I am that not me, but 3 a.m. is crazy.
Yep. The old men on the cast are just like, we're tired. Oh.
I have a very special pick for you guys.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Okay.
This is breakfast time, someone says. Goodness gracious. But for what it's worth.
Oh my God. He speaks.
Barely.
Hey, everybody. This is my partner, Jay Van Hoy. We built this company together. Jay is the reason the animation sounds so good.
I'm not the reason it sounds so good.
You
I didn't make the sound.
You were like, no, it has to sound great.
That's right. Yeah.
So yeah, man. So Jay, this is you are someone who is relatively new to the game space.
That's Correct. Yeah.
What
All
has
football games, basketball games, baseball games, any kind of game space, trading card games.
what is the like what's the experience of being in you've talked about it, your background is in film, which is amazing, and you've worked on some amazing stuff, but what is the experience of being in this space for telling stories through games and narration been like for you? Yeah.
You want this, Pete?
We're getting punchy here.
I've got Pete's phone. Who should we call? Does everybody want Pete's phone number? You could call Pete tonight on his way home.
Everybody text him.
All right, Pete.
See
Have a good night, man.
Have a good night.
See. So I'm here for the next 3 hours. Brian's gonna take off, and then you're just gonna have me talking to you about movies and games. No, but your question that I'm trying desperately to avoid is what about the game space and
Or just what's your experience been like being in games? Like how has this how have you found this?
I mean, I found it great. I think it's like one of the most creative things anybody could possibly do in life. And I think I come to it from, I'm just sort of, because I've spent the past like 30 years or so, or let's say most of my life in film and producing movies, there's a lot of similarity to what we're doing in the gaming world to what I have done and still do as a producer. But what I find about the gaming space that I truly love is that the people who I'm working with and the people that I encounter, both in the sort of professional world of making games and distributing and publishing games, the folks that were our team, of course, and the players who we meet. There's a lot of generosity and kindness and actual like just true love of the history of the space. The knowledge sharing that takes place here just as sort of a baseline of just normal professional etiquette is really something special. But what really excites me about this is that we're in a sort of an environment from a storytelling perspective that interweaves with gameplay and really allows for kind of a call and response between us and the folks that are playing the game, but not just within how the game itself evolves, but how the storytelling can evolve throughout the life of the game. And I think trading card games are, unique in that they're expansive and that they have so many facets to them that can be a source of like storytelling in moments or in characters or in entire adventures that can happen throughout the game. So for me that's really exciting, and that it can be informed by a community who we're continually in conversation with, either directly like tonight or through our Discord or in person, but especially through the
comments or
Kickstarter comments, whatever, and it allows us to be really responsive, but certainly within how people are going to be playing the game, and how they're going to be and what's going to come out of the gameplay itself. So I think that's super cool.
Yeah,
I'm excited about it.
Yeah, so a lot of people are hearing you talk about this for the first time, but you've a lot of the stuff where we've seen tinkering and adjustments within the Kickstarter campaign, that's really been like you living in the Matrix.
Yeah, basically. Brian basically locked me into a bunker and no, I'm kidding. I've been at my computer a lot over the. I mean, I have showered, which is nice.
That's great.
Yeah, it's good. But no, I've had a lot of fun and really enjoyed like taking in the response. There's nothing quite like it, actually. I've never experienced anything like this in my life where, you know, you spend a couple of years working towards something and you think that you've got it. I mean, this, like, by the way, this was our first Kickstarter. Like, we've never, none of us on this entire team, nobody has actually done a Kickstarter before. So we were just like, okay, cool, we're gonna do a Kickstarter. And it was intense, you know, like if you're thinking about it just from a human level, it's like you're inviting thousands of people into this plan that you had, that you launched, and they get involved fast, you know. And that first week was really something special. It was cool.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah. No, it's well, it's so funny. We've had a lot of people. You go, oh, what agency did you use for all that? And you're like,
Yeah, like marketing agency. Apologies to everyone for, you know, filling your Instagram full of our ads. But yeah, we really, it wasn't just the ads. It was that was probably, that was something that we were capable of doing, but I think what's interesting to know about that is that it doesn't require, it is within reach, you know. It is increasingly within reach for independent creators of every kind, whether you're making a game, you're making a different kind of project, something that's like, that shares that cool. I hope that what we're, at least on some level, able to do is show that it's possible. And for those of you out there who are wanting to take on your own projects, that you can see what this is and understand it as something that really came from just a group of people that were crazy enough to go out there and try it. And you don't need to be a billion-dollar company to, or a, you know, big IP in order to really do something creative and special and cool. And I hope that we can encourage other creators to, you know, to really put themselves out there and really believe in themselves and push themselves.
Make stuff.
Make stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a long journey ahead. This is absolutely not like me saying we're taking a victory lap. We've got a tremendous amount of work to do, and we know it, and we're following through on that, and have been for the past week as we're closing up this, as we're rounding the sort of final week of the, you know, during a holiday weekend. But we're really excited for what's to come, and we hope that, like, that fact that we've gotten this far can be something, you know, that it inspires me, what I've seen the team do, and how people have come together within our group and our company. It's really something special. But yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no, I
give a shout out to Adam.
Oh yeah.
Give a shout Adam.
So good. Shout out to Laura.
Shout out to Laura.
Like, you know, people probably see her more at events and being more front facing about stuff. But she's been a huge part of us getting that done. Man, we want to hear more about the ambassador program too, Dragon. We literally haven't had the chance to
we know we're going to have a really cool ambassador program.
Yeah, that is something we're going to do. We and when I say we, I mean me. I've been just trying to do one thing at a time.
Have you?
Stop doing
No. You have not done one thing.
I'm sorry. Are we talking about the same Brian here?
One thing at a time. I've never seen you just do one thing at a time. I swear, like every Zoom, I know that's why Evan's laughing. He's like, that's preposterous. Like, Brian is always doing like 2 or 3 things all at once, and doing them well, I might add. That you're just
right, Brian, you just explained in the next 3 weekends you're going to be all over the world.
At a company? No.
All right, the next 3 weekends, Brian's all over the world while he also has to do this stuff and all these other things that are expected of him. Dude, come on, man. I already seen you
awesome.
called Iron Man BDM at least once or twice tonight.
I mean, but our phone conversations go like fly between, you know, probably some of the stuff that you've already talked about tonight, like Gary, and like
it's Gary. First of all, it's always important. It always has to be said, Gary.
And you know, whatever the matters at hand are. So it's a lot of fun. It's really dynamic and cool. But the ambassador program. It's funny because Drew was not on camera, I was in the other room with Drew, and we were talking about exactly that.
Yeah.
And it is a significant priority that we're jumping into, you know, as we're moving into that stage of the game's launch after the Kickstarter.
Right. We've had people who've been sort of like unofficial ambassadors for us. Steph and Brad from Steel City MTG, for example.
Yeah.
They've been great, amazing people. They picked up the banner at that PAX Unplugged party and were like, "Hey, you got to meet these folks in Gerudo, and you got to talk to these other."
Super cool.
They were huge for us. You know, Kevo Pavo, who's in our Discord all the time, and has been
Andre, right?
Yeah, friends with Andre, but just like, and someone who like works so much with so many different artists. When he's at shows, and it's just like a good person that wants people to be their best selves. But Caro is you know, has been like, yeah, you know, I'll show you how to play. I'll do this. Let me get you. Oh, I have a couple extra packs. Let me send that to you. Just amazing. FaZe in Dallas, who helmed the Blurred Day at Common Grounds, which looked like insane. Which, by the way, we had someone drive 5 hours to get to, which is crazy. I didn't realize this was a big deal. Actually, I was talking to Jay, who is from Texas originally, and I was like, yeah. And then we had someone drive there. Where did I say it was? I don't.
They were driving from Lubbock, maybe?
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember now where it was, but so yeah, and they drove from so and so, and he's like, that's a 5-hour drive.
Texas is a big state.
Well, yeah. Here's a question though.
It's several big states in a trench coat, Jay.
Oh my God, Texas was the first time in my life when I was driving through at night, and I looked up, and you can see the stars. You know what I mean? You can see the galaxy, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no light pollution because you're out in the middle of absolute nowhere. And I was just like, oh my God, like it's that remote. It's crazy. So here's a question I think that naturally comes up, Jay, when people are like, you know, you've worked in the movie business. Here we are in the game business. What lessons did you learn from the movie business that you've been able to apply in this venture?
Is that a question that you're asking me, or is that a question that somebody actually asked?
It's what I'm asking because we need topics to talk about, Jay. Let a man provide you with the content.
There's a lot, Evan. I could you know, there's just, you know, when I've worked in independent film and basically my entire adult life, this is a very independent project that has a lot of the same tenets, and in essence, you know, working with somebody like Brian is like working with one of the most creative people that I've ever met, and I think that, you know, it's without unpacking the entirety of a film production, there's so much that is similar. There's a lot of lessons to be learned as well for me, like in terms of coming into something new and not, which often happens with the movie, where you're pretty much an outsider wherever you're shooting, and so being comfortable with like not being the most, you know, with kind of being a guest in somebody else's home is really, you know, an important aspect of both, I'd say, and encouraging and really trying to create the conditions for people to do their best work, and that's pretty much what I aspire to. Does that answer your question, Evan?
No, I thought that was cool. That's great.
But it's been cool working with Evan. I can tell you that.
Yeah, Evan's been great. Evan and I have known each other forever. We've worked next to each other
Yeah.
before, you know.
We have a
So
history.
it's
We,
been
we have a whole
really cool
thing.
working with Evan. Hey, I just want to, I do have an oversight when we're talking about people who've been ambassadors. Degis in Florida has been just amazing, right? Just above and beyond at all points. Someone, Borgalicious, just shouted him out. Yeah, and that's absolutely.
I mean, the folks
accurate.
that have been like in our Discord and also like just helping out along the way and helping. I know that we had a pretty confusing campaign for most of y'all, and and it was confusing to us too, as some of you well know. But thank you very, very much for helping to get the good information out there and helping to address each other's questions. It really, I don't know if you've already talked about this already.
I mean, a little bit, but
it was super cool.
Yeah.
You know, it was really cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, and I've said this before, explained it before, but like, last November when I went down to Atlanta and to the MagicCon there, and I ran into Brian, that was pretty much, I was like my last ditch. I was like, if I can't, if we're not in the gaming industry, after talk some peeps here, I guess we're just gonna move on to sell insurance or something. And I ran into Brian. He's like, well, I'm doing this thing. And I'm like, well, I got availability. And he's like, hey, let's talk. And so we did. And one thing led to another. And here we are. And I've been incredibly grateful to work with both you guys. And
your
it's
poker
been,
face is terrific, Evan, because you did not
Did not look like
you did not let on that you were about to go sell insurance.
That's also how I met Brian. I was like, I think I'm gonna go sell insurance, Brian.
Can we not do that? Yeah. I mean, I just, I was telling my wife, I was just like, man, we're doing it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm stepping out of the comfort zone. It was the first thing I did since freaking COVID or whatever,
By the way, for those of you out there who sell insurance, we're not
knocking
on you sell
No.
insurance. It's a
We're
good
not
time.
interested anymore. Get out of here.
I actually need insurance. So if you are selling insurance, please.
Now he's obligated to buy it from you.
We'll buy it from
you. Can make him
hit
feel
me up,
bad.
DM me.
Wait a minute.
But yeah, by the way, Darth Boba points out Zach Sporin. Zach.
Of course, Zach. Yeah.
Zach has been amazing.
Love it.
Just doing a ton of stuff. Super helpful. A big part of the
awesome.
Slay by Slay podcast. And
yeah, Zach's been great.
And
he provided the graphics that we're looking at right now.
A great presence in the Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, Zach, all the graphics you see tonight and the Kickstarter celebration stuff, and that was all thanks to him.
You did all that?
Yeah,
that's cool.
Zach did all that. Yeah. I mean,
Nice.
I put it together, but like he had to provide me the wireframes and stuff, otherwise it wouldn't look that good.
That's cool.
Yeah. Which is great.
Yeah. If y'all should hire Zach to do the overlays for your streams.
And all else.
Yeah.
Yep. Check out Zach. He's great.
And your
Super
pitch
fun.
decks and your
Yeah. Yeah. It's been fun.
And we're
James Arnold. I mean, geez.
Yeah. By the way, we're like $40,000 away from $2 million.
Actually, Brian, we've already. I mean, I know you know this, but like, or know this as of this evening, but I think it's safe for us to unlock that $2 million.
Yeah.
Because we've actually surpassed it. The thing is, or we're basically hitting it based on, because we had a separate retail tier, and it's easy to see that we're past the 2 million. So we're going to unlock that before this stream.
Every other pack of Cataclysm Arcade, regardless of what this ticker does for the next 3 hours, is getting upgraded. Every other pack.
Oh, it's every other. Okay,
every other pack. 1 and 2.
I told you I was confused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are
Confused the hell out of me.
we are over the line.
It was 1 and 2.
We are over the line. This is
yeah, we are. We're over the line for sure. I mean, we are. It's,
all right,
it's
so
an honest statement. It isn't just us.
I love talking to Jay because I get to do the movie question stuff and talking about the movie business and weird stuff. And so so Netflix calls, ring, ring, ring. We want to make a Cataclysm Arcade cartoon, and like, what do you do with that?
We're like, we're making the cartoon.
Yeah, I mean, we have fairly defined thoughts about the Netflix animated series. Yeah.
Excellent.
That are not ready to be announced right now, Evan, despite your leading question. And Netflix has not called.
These are hypotheticals. We're just hypotheticaling because I'm just curious. I always like to pick Jay's brain. It's a favorite thing of mine.
If we've had some, we're excited about where it could go with the right person who would be overseeing it, it's not just be one person, but people. And I was so inspired by the work that our animation crew did. They're called Known, N-O-N, and they just went off on that 1 minute piece. And since then, we've been, I mean, the world is so rich and fun. And I think it's just going to be a blast. I don't think there's going to be anything else. I mean, there could be something else out there like it, but I don't think so. I think we're going to do it whether or not Netflix calls, put it that way.
Nice. Well, let's just imagine. So we're in the dreamland, fully hypothetical. They're coming to you.
Dreamland, so I'm sitting I'm sitting on a beautiful chaise lounge.
Yeah, it's just on your side, and they come in and they're like, "We're ready to do the high budget live action Cataclysm Arcade blockbuster." And they're like, "Brian, who do you want to star in it? Who do you need as the star? Let's go. Let's say it's an 80s star. What 80s star would be Sky in the live action movie?"
So it's not an 80s star. So I actually have two actors that I would cast as Sky immediately.
Let's
go. Joe Taslim or Iko Uwais. So both Indonesian martial arts actors who have been in multiple films that I love. I think they're both terrific. And now we're not at the F Blood and Steel yet, Bookworm, but we still have time to get there. We did unlock the 1 and 2, and we're gonna get there naturally on the page, I think, over the next couple hours.
For sure.
But I would love you. So animated show or live action, it's interesting. I don't know. I'd love to see. I would love to see a live
both hands. I think.
Yeah, I think there are two different types of stories that you can tell. I mean, I think one of the first conversations Jay and I had within probably about 15 minutes of meeting each other was about telling stories in this universe with like practical effects driven, movies that harkened back to that 80s kind of era.
Somebody call John Carpenter, let's make this. Yeah.
Yeah, where you're not hung up on just making everything like CGI'd and muddy and soupy. I would rather see a see you later gator zipper up the back of the suit.
Brian, I wouldn't go that far, man.
But I would rather see that than see a CGI'd see you later gator. You know what I mean? Like we've seen that a million times, and it never looks real. It always looks. They both look fake.
Right.
Well, I don't know, man. Like the advances of artificial intelligence and Gen AI. No, I'm kidding.
No, I want the Stan Winston see you later game. That's what I want.
What I'm excited about.
Well, exactly.
What I'm excited about too is bringing what is happening within people playing the game and the outcomes and sort of what's rising to the surface within the community into the storytelling and trying to keep that current as we're unfolding the series in animated form, and allowing ways in which people are playing the game to actually enter into the storytelling and sort of so there's kind of a feedback between the game and the story that's unfolding. And if that can happen, I don't, to be honest, the platform itself isn't that important to me as long as people who are able to if it's Netflix or YouTube or whichever, it's more important for me for people to be able to see it and have access to it. Especially the people that are part of the player base, the community around the game. So ideally, it is informed by everyone, and we're kind of in the writer's room whether you know it or not, and we're excited about that.
I mean, I think you can see the feedback. I mean, almost 300,000 views for that 90-second short. That's a lot.
I mean, it's kind of like, what was it called? Legend of the Five Rings, or
Well, yeah.
Legend of the Five Rings, yeah.
where there was a storytelling. You know, we want to bring narrative into the events as well, and as the events unfold, to also
Oh
bring
yeah. Well,
into the story.
before you came into the room, Drew and I agreed we're just going to do a Gerudo. We're going to do like print and play storyline packs, and we're going to do a Gerudo event between now and the end of the year. That's going to affect set 2.
That's gonna be fun.
Oh, that
Yeah,
sounds
and so
rad.
it feeds into the sets. It's sort of like this interplay that ultimately is moving forward, kind of in sync in some form, serialized and periodically.
Right, Aroni, the most important announcement you missed, and this is important, is the creation of Gary.
Was this okay? So I have a question about the
Yeah.
creation of Gary. Did this just pop into your head during our conversation the other day? It did. Okay, that's like, all right, cool. I was wondering about it. I was like, is this something that Brian has had stored and it's just this perfect time for him to bring it up? Or
No.
did it come out of just like us shooting the shit?
It's Gary, 3 pigeons in a trench coat is his card name. And when Gary dies, put 3 pigeons into play.
Yeah, three gizzards pop out, and you're like, "What the hell's going on here?"
I mean, it ties into the gizzard.
Yeah, it would make Gizzard fantastic, right?
It would be fun.
That could be one of the level 8, level 9 creatures or fighters rather that pop out into 3 level 3. Guys, we can do this. We can make it happen. Absolutely.
Yeah, and hopefully other people like it besides just the 2 of us.
Yeah,
But we really like the idea so far. So
Yeah.
it's good.
Yep.
And again, I've just it's always got to be quotations, Gary.
I know I'm not doing the quote.
As they say on Modern Family, air bunnies. Which also needs to be a card. We need air bunnies.
Air bunnies are fun.
When you kill Gary, 3 pigeons jump out and 2 air bunnies hop around the side of Gary. No? Okay.
Well, the air bunnies take to the air, of course.
That wasn't it. What'd you say, Evan?
The air bunnies take to the air, like the bunny from Monty Python comes and gets you.
It's getting late.
Yeah,
everybody's like, "Whoa, these guys! They've been at it for a while. Like they've been at this Kickstarter thing. They're not thinking straight anymore. They're punch drunk."
Yeah, when we're gonna wrap up for the night.
Yep.
Kickstarter's going for 3 more hours.
Yep.
But
we got 3 more hours. We're gonna be here for 3 more now.
Jay, I do not have 3 more hours.
Yeah. We've been doing this. This is like 6 hours, which is pretty
normal.
Pretty normal.
This is one of the longest streams I've ever done.
Takeaways though is this is going to become.
We're going to keep doing this.
We're going to keep doing these.
Yeah.
Not 6 hours, but now that we know we can just move this table around and we're just leaving the Blurg banner and we built it in the conference room.
It's always going to be Blurg Day in the conference room.
We can't get it out of here. So we're gonna do more of these, and we're do more like, hey, we're just gonna sit down and do a live stream. We're also gonna continue to do the video podcast, but
and we're actually gonna do more Blurg days
and more Blurg days every day,
once a year.
Yeah.
Once a year.
Look, every day is Blurg Day in your heart. You know what I'm saying?
But we just can't help ourselves coming up with like new stuff. So like you never know what we might invent next as like something to do. And we love hearing from you too if you have ideas for us.
Yeah.
We want to keep it fun.
But we want to just say thank you to everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you for
thank you.
being engaged. Thank you for backing the Scrapper tier. Thank you for backing the End Boss tier, for the hell, for
Thank
backing
you for
the
sending.
transmission.
Did somebody send? Did I hear it right? Somebody sent you like some money in your PayPal account or something like that? Did that happen on the stream? No. Okay.
No, you make the checks out to cash.
No,
you make the checks out to cash.
I thought you were going to thank that person.
No. We really appreciate
what I should say is like I go a little bit further and say thank you for helping to launch everything that we're doing.
Yeah.
And really believing in us and putting your faith in us, and we don't take that lightly. And we are going. I hope that in the coming years, not months, but certainly in the coming months, you will see that, and you will see that in great evidence. But we also all come to know each other as members of the same effort, and have a lot of fun together. And so thank you very, very much for being the founders
Yeah.
of this game, but also, you know, this is our first effort of the company that Brian and I, you know, started, but have been joined in with some extremely talented and experienced people, and we're lucky to have them to be as our collaborators. And thank you to everybody on that team. You know who you are, and we really appreciate you. And I'm looking down the barrel at you. Thank you very, very much. And all of you who've been hung out with us for some part or the entirety of the 6 hours this evening. This is a really special day for us because this is when our campaign ends, and we couldn't be more excited and to be able to know that we can bring this out in a way that's really going to do the game justice and do justice to you, to all of you who believe in it. So thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. And we told people about the Blark tattoo offer at some point. So
Right.
You told them about my Blark tattoo?
Yeah, we told them that Jay is going to get the Blark
What am I
tattoo.
supposed to know about my Blark tattoo?
And Jay was like, for free? And he was like, sign me up. And then he did it. It was weird.
Yeah, he's already a hardcore gamer. He can't pass up on value.
Free, you say? Well, right
Free?
here.
Okay, I like free stuff.
Yeah, who don't?
I'm not going to be paying the price for my Blark tattoo, especially where I had it done.
Oh man, so that's kind of amazing. Someone said once I get back to New York City, I'm making that blood and steel sky pose. If someone see people do the pose in front of the French,
that's a good idea.
Yes.
that's awesome. I might have to do that now.
I'm gonna do that I'm gonna do that tonight.
Dude, Brian, grab an axe.
Don't carry an axe down there. If you carry an axe down there, you might get arrested.
You carry a plastic axe.
I've got a foam axe.
Foam axe, yes. Get a friend. Make that happen. Sounds fantastic.
I've got FOMO about the foam axe. Sorry, that was a stupid.
That was good. No, that was
That was
good.
good.
A foam
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
I'll get better as the more we do these.
He's working on it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Workshops.
All right, everybody. Thanks so much. We're so grateful, so excited. We'll see you all in the Discord in the morning. We'll see you,
Bright and early.
Bright and early. Gary.
There's a Gary. Oh my God.
There's always a
That's
Gary.
awesome. All right.
Yep. All right.
We're
Thank you
punching.
guys.